All right, country people, I greet you at 0:00. I'm Sanitation. Join us for news on the hour for Plus TV Africa. This Tailoring, I'm Sam giving my name and promise. Nero. They say the presidency don't talk as they're not take happy for the latest bandit attack inside Kaduna State. When we say they take keep plenty people, and when we say plenty others them injure. As they say criminals not go fit set the Buhari administrate up. Gabashi, when we say the senior special assist to the president for media and publicity, he talked this one for 1 year inside Abuja on Monday. The presidential Waka person, a quote Oga President Muhammadu Buhari say he don't assure the people of Kaduna State and other part of the country say the government will continue to carry all available resources to fight these cold-hearted bandits with work to bring them to their knees. The president will say they throw away battalion with the victims of the Ogbonge attack inside Kaduna State. He sent one strong warning go meet the killers, say they no go fit dey lucky all the time. The National Christian Elders Forum NCEF yesterday talk as say not take happy as they not take happy for the plenty insecurity when we see they happen for the country. The summer battalion give before Oga of State General Yakubu Gowon, before President Olusegun Obasanjo and General Theophilus Danjuma to throw away what they make them vest for one corner and shook mad for the Christian matter. The NCEF talk this one for 1 year and when we say they throw away after one meeting inside Lagos when we say the Shemo na Solomon Asimota sign up. The Borno State Commissioner for Women Affairs, Ajia Zuwera Gambo, on behalf of the state government, received about 25 repented members of Boko Haram, insurgents with their wives and picking them from Maduguri. The repented insurgents dropped their arms, give the troops inside Niger Republic, and they land inside Maduguri International Airport with military aircraft, and they can go Bulunkutu Rehabilitation Center. The coordinator of the Safe Corridor Program, Major General Bamidele Shafa, when say they hand over the repentant insurgents, say the federal government Operation Safe Corridor Program will treat the before insurgent well. He still encouraged other insurgents for the bush to surrender. Ajia Zuwera Gambo, when we say they young give talk men as they receive the surrendered Boko Haram, he said the rehabilitation center had already to rehabilitate and radicalize the returnees and still give them all the support and education and psychosocial support before they reunite them with their families.
Open hand to drop their weapons and embrace peace for the betterment of all of us. Thank you and God bless.
They are Nigerians first and foremost. And they are Nigerians that have decided to behave according to the dictates of our constitution and abide by the rules and laws of this nation. They have lived out of the shores of this country and have been brought here to be reunited with their families. So ours at the Bulunkutu Rehabilitation Center is to provide them with the psychosocial support, to feed them, to clothe them, and give them some basic form of education on behalf of the government of Borno State. This is a center that His Excellency the Governor, Professor Babagana Umar Zulu, gives so much attention to and provides us with the necessary support to ensure that these guests are rehabilitated and given the required training in various skills and then reunited with their families.
The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, say they don't carry personnel go the notorious Abuja-Kaduna Highway to see the safety of motorists and communities when they say that they are along the road corridor, they're safe. The state commandant, Kaduna Babangida Dusema, he threw this year and give talk men inside Kaduna when we say with the state capital as they mark the 2020 International Civil Defense Day with the team Civil Defense as first aider for every home. Oga Dusema, I say the state command ready to combat kidnappers and bandits from the popular highway, Patapata.
The current deployment of personnel to Golden Acres, located in kilometer 52, Kaduna-Abuja Expressway, and Operation Thunder Strike and Operation Yagi, among others, are intense security, which is yielding gradually result, and even though much is expected from it. But from the little contribution we are able to make, people of Kaduna State could testify that we are making a lot of impact. Statutorily, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps is tasked by law to provide 24-hour surveillance on critical and national infrastructures to prevent same from activities of the vandal.
Vice President Yemi Oshibanjo said they go soon develop better ways to check the way when we say small and light weapons take the plenty. Oshibanjo talk man Laolu Akonde for one Yanis on Monday said the Vice President meets with top security chiefs and members of the Presidential Committee for Small Arms and Light Weapons Presscom for the Presidential Villa Abuja for the last National Security Council meeting. Oga President Muhammadu Buhari, we don't tell the Vice President make a big move for one committee to torchlight the report of the Presscom when we say they start for April 2013. They say Rex and National Commissioners of INEC gather body along with the Commission Shemo Mahmoud Yakubu inside Lagos to torchlight one new legal framework for 2023 elections. Our talk person Mary Shinda when we say the INEC retreat, he gets the hand.
It's almost 1 year after the 2019 general elections and the electoral umpire, INEC, gathers in Lagos to push for a review of the electoral legal framework. The chairman of INEC declares the retreat open. He reiterates the Commission's desire to attend to the recommendations of the 2019 Electoral Act Amendment Bill from the Senate Committee on INEC, aimed at achieving credible polls ahead of the 2023 elections.
The Commission's input is not limited to the review proposed by the National Assembly. As election managers, we conduct elections. We also monitor pre-election activities such as party primaries and handle post-election processes, including the outcome of litigations. Therefore, we must, at this meeting, cast our nets wide by dissecting the Electoral Act in the light of experience and proposing wide-ranging amendments that will give the nation an electoral legal framework that can truly protect the choice of citizens and guarantee free, fair, and credible elections.
With Ondo and Edo elections happening in November 2020, the chairman condemns all forms of electoral violence.
For as long as violators of our electoral laws are not penalized, we'll continue to have issues with our elections. If you take a place like South Africa, for instance, they have what they call the electoral courts. Violators are arrested and instantly prosecuted. But in our own case, committee after committee have recommended for the enactment of a law to set up the Electoral Offences Commission and Tribunal.
One of the goals of this retreat is the rendezvous and subsequent interactions between INEC and the Senate, which is expected to come up on the 5th of March. Mary Chinda for Plus TV Africa.
The Ministry of Health don't talk say no new case of coronavirus. Day for Nigeria again, apart from one when we say the minister, Dr. Saige Hanuri this year and give talk men inside Abuja, say the Italian national when we say they say get the first index case for inside the country, they under close observation, and at the Niger Center for Disease Control and CDC, they look at and say na small symptoms of the infection in their body. Dr. Hanuri say those when we say they don't quarantine around the country, all of the tests negative. It tell Nigeria people may they not carry their share information when we say fit mislead the public and spread fear and panic.
We are continuing with this initiative to keep the public properly abreast of developments and to avoid misinformation and disinformation that is rampant in newspapers sometimes and also in the social media particularly. The Multi-Sectoral Emergency Operations Center is led by NCDC and was activated on the 28th of February 2020. It continues to coordinate national response activities. As at the 1st of March, there is no new confirmed case in Nigeria. About 13 or 14 tests have been done, and except that one patient, no other person has been diagnosed. There were 156 passengers on the manifest of the flight that brought the index case. The contacts of the index case are identified as 19 contacts in Lagos, 39 contacts in Ogun State. We are in touch with these contacts who are under supervised self-isolation, and the states have provided them with temperature monitoring tools.
The Disability Rights Advocacy Center, DRAC, don't call on Nigeria people. May they change the way when we say that they see the people when we say they no fit they use all their body take they do everything. The Oga of DRAC, Irene Patrick Ogbogu, a young gift talk man for one 2-day training session for the media practitioners for the sexual and reproductive health and rights of women and girls when we say they no fit they use all their body to do everything. Mrs. Patrick Ogbogu say they get negative stereotype for these people with disabilities for the public space, especially for their sexual orientation and sexual wants.
The purpose of training the media is so that they can reach the people and let the people know that they need to stop discriminating against persons with disabilities. They need to support persons with disabilities in the attainment of their sexual and reproductive health and rights. They need to also be a voice, to join the advocacy for inclusive health services, access to sexual and reproductive health for persons with disabilities, especially women and girls, and generally to end discrimination and reduce all forms of violence against persons with disabilities, especially women and girls. There's this notion in our society that persons with disabilities are asexual. This means that they cannot have sex or they do not have sex or sexual feelings. And this can be quite detrimental and counterproductive because it affects the way we view them. So you find areas where a woman with a disability, for instance, is sterilized because she's had multiple pregnancies in a number of years. And so the doctor on his own decides to sterilize her and cut her tubes without her knowledge, without her consent, just because they feel like she shouldn't be having sex, talk less of getting pregnant.
The Minister of Water Resources, Suleiman Adamu, don't tell media managers to join the campaign to end the sheet for outside by 2025. The minister for one day sensitization forum with media managers inside Abuja say over 47 million Nigeria people still they do this year waka, with only few local government areas for Cross River, Bauchi, Jigawa, Benue, and Plateau State, when we say they don't confirm, say they don't end the practice. He tell the media make them help them do this waka on top of the public, when we say they join with the Palava fit cause for person health.
So far, 20 MGAs, local government authorities, that is, in Cross River, Bauchi, Jigawa, Benue, and Osun states, have achieved open defecation-free status, up from one local government authority in April 2017. The Ministry, through the Department of Water Quality Control and Sanitation, has constructed 106 sanitation IT facilities in the northeast, north central, and southwest regions, domesticated the commercial hydrogen sulfide vials of the National Water Quality Reference Laboratory, developed and submitted a country report on global analysis and assessment of sanitation and drinking water to the World Health Organization.
Recently, we officially partnered with Ekiti State on the Open Education Free Roadmap for 2022. This is very an important step, since political will at that talk will be very important. Will not happen without the implementation of local levels. Our private sector members have already scheduled one-on-one meeting with the Honorable Minister, where they present their measurable commitments and plans for their contribution.
All right, the news will continue after the chicken break. We'll not go anywhere. Senegal Health Minister on Monday took the first case of coronavirus for the country. The second case now for sub-Saharan Africa after they confirmed one for Nigeria last week. The plenty spread of the new coronavirus don't carry people fear go up as they make government to set up control measures and send global financial market enter dive. Health Minister Abdoulaye Diop cited reporters say the patient, now one Frenchman when we say they stay Senegal and when we say show back from one skiing holiday inside France on February 26 for one Air Senegal flight. He passed one temperature check for the capital, Dakar main airport, as he showed back, but he get fever 2 days later. Special representative of the UN Secretary General for Libya, Ghazan Salame, he don't stop work for an appointment because of health reasons. Talk man of the UN chief, Mr. Stephen Dujarric, confirmed the matter gave the UN talk people inside New York on Monday after Salami say he no work again for one tweet. He writes saying he no fit make him work again, so he can't tell the Secretary General make he do so that he go come out for a mission when he take the hope for peace and stability inside Libya. Dujarric said the Secretary General Antonio Guterres he don't receive Salami resignation letter and he go meet with them later to yarn smooth transition. All right, the next one, our foreign news. The Italian newspaper too, Messaggero, report on Tuesday say Pope Francis when say cancel one Lent retreat for the first time for in papacy because he get cold, he don't test negative for coronavirus. The 83-year-old Roman Catholic Oga when they say we don't come out one part of a lung because of one sickness for plenty years when say don't pass, still cancel plenty audience worker for last week. South Korea president don't declare war for the coronavirus on Tuesday as he ordered for more hospital beds and more face masks as the number of cases don't go up with 600 people when we say it be the worst epidemic of any nation outside China. Oga President Moon Jae do abeg for inside the shortage of face masks and promise support for virus hit small business them inside Asia's fourth biggest economy when we say they don't report 4,812 cases of the flu-like disease and 34 deaths. Oga President Moon order say make them bring plenty masks as strategic item so that suppliers will produce them without the risk of surplus them. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu he don't win for Israel general election. After the election put him ahead of his main rival Benny Gantz. 3 projections given Netanyahu right-wing Likud party 36 or 37 seats and Gantz centrist blue and white alliance between 32 and 34. But the election should say Likud and their right-wing allies fit fall short for one majority for parliament. Monday election at the Israel third election for less than 1 year. The two main party Oga no fit command one majority for the 120-seat parliament for the last 2 rounds. All right, the one when we say they come, now business news.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of gun.
Whatever I've done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
And on to business, they say oil price go up for the second day on Tuesday for expectation, say central bank fee put financial growth for balance of putting the coronavirus outbreak down cost and growing confidence, say OPEC, it go order deeper output cut this week. Brent crude go up with $1.26 per barrel or 2.4% to $53.16 per barrel, while West Texas Intermediate it go up with $1.24 or 2.7% to $47.99 a barrel. Meanwhile, Brent and WTI don't bounce back somehow for the past 2 days from more than 20% drop from their 2020 peak for the January when we say signs of the coronavirus spread the cost when we say don't affect fuel demand. The International Monetary Fund and the World Bank on Monday say they stand gidigba to help member countries to touchlight the human and economic challenge of the coronavirus outbreak when we say they work anyhow through emergency funding. For one collabo and the two joint body say they focus especially for poor countries, you have the health system take day weak, and they tell member countries to strengthen health surveillance and response system to contain the spread of the virus. The statement say international cooperation and what they need to deal with the health and economic impact of the COVID-19 virus. Still ahead at Top Plus TV Africa News, now a round of entertainment and sports with the show back.
Far away in a foreign land, they have embarked on a new adventure. What challenges will they confront? What pleasures will they experience?
Is to be the best in this competition because I really want to show the African how beautiful they are. Amazing!
A brand new life with all possibilities. Nigerians in China on StarTimes.nkoa.
None. The moment he came with that message of you don't expect me to treat the 97% the same way I would treat the 5%. That was a statement of division.
I haven't even heard. I did not know that this had come up again. Really? I didn't know it had gone into second reading. So thank you for mentioning it. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard. To think that these people can like raid this country, destroy this country, and then ask for immunity.
Isn't democracy the government of the people, by the people, for the people?
That's what it should be.
And at what point did we give the power within this democracy, of this democracy, to the people we have voted?
The Constitution is not we, the people, as we have it today. It's not we, the people, that promulgate. That Constitution is not us.
It has nothing to do with it.
It's something that was foisted on us.
Onto entertainment, they say Los Angeles authorities don't launch internal investigate enter the reports of the first responders for Kobe Bryant helicopter crash site when they take photo of the victim dead body when they can share them with friends and colleagues. The Los Angeles Lakers basketball legend and his 13-year-old daughter Gianna, he joined the 9 people when they say they lost their life on January 26, 2020. When they say the aircraft when they say that they travel with crash inside Calabasas, California. As the media take hand, they say one trainee deputy tried to use the photo to do quote unquote. When they say take one do shakara for one girl for one bar. When the bartender when they say here Yanis file one online complaint with the staff for the sheriff department. He still claims say members of the Los Angeles County Fire Department they don't still pass the photo around. When we say make the organ for both joint body to set up formal inquiries enter the corridor when we say it happened. That one of entertainment, the next one of a sport.
I actually moved back to Nigeria to open a bakery. This was my goal. And everything I did up till this point was in preparation for this. First of all, life was great because I moved in 2015 right before the recession, right? It was awesome. I was like, wow, there's so much money out here, man. The cost of overheads, power generation, water, you have to be your own local government. And there are no tax breaks. Many places where, where they realize the small business environment is difficult would offer some kind of tax breaks and incentives. We don't do that out here. We want you to come back. We want you to, to start businesses here, but we're not going to do anything to help you. All my experiences in the past have led me ultimately to where I am now.
first point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
On the sport, they say the Minister of Youth and Sports on the diary don't say they go still do the National Sport Festival, which they call Edo 2020, as they take plan them, even with the rumor say they carry them go front because of the coronavirus case, when they report for the country. As the yarn through the Sport Ministry or of the Planning Committee, Peter Nursing, the minister say the ministry don't tell the setting up of isolation center to take charge of any case of the virus, and say the Edo State government, they work to see wahala no day for the festival. He contacted the ministry say they don't already they do inspect of venues and facilities there. And they say the Edo State National Sport Festival will happen on the 22nd of March to the 1st of April inside Edo State capital. Team Nigeria already to join body for the 8 Nations African Cricket Association ACA African Cup final inside Nairobi, Kenya. Nigeria will look to bounce back from the disappointing ICC T20 World Cup qualifiers for the United Arab Emirates last November. Nigeria and Ghana qualify for the tournament when we say that they do the West Africa qualifiers inside Lagos for April 2018. The Yellow Greens draw for Group A alongside West Africa rivals Ghana, Uganda, and Malawi, while Group B go feature host Kenya, Botswana, Mozambique, and Cameroon. The tournament when we say carry go from for 2019, it will happen from March 28th to the 28th of March 2020. All right, now for you go back break on top this very o'clock for news on the hour for Plus TV Africa. For better and plenty information, follow us at Plus TV Africa for Facebook, for Twitter, and for Instagram. And go make better sense when subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We go see the salmon and plenty that to read them as time they go. My name, I promise, Nero. And I thank you on our website to join us. Well done.
Monalisa is all about me. It's all about you. It's all about our stories. The stories that never get told, but ought to.
Whereby water transportation does not make financial sense, it makes economic sense.
I was there for 2.5 hours on the floor. Nobody attended to me.
If we don't take care of the poor will take care of us.
It's about getting at the root of things and hearing from the horse's mouth.
We have 15 public hospitals to make them affordable.
In the whole of Africa, we are bigger. You know, Nigeria, we sleep, eat, dream, fashion.
Those with the financial backing don't see fashion as an investment, which makes no sense.
If they do it for free, they won't have money for the next case.
Monalisa is about real life and real lives, yours and mine. Make a date with Monalisa, and together, let's ensure that the important stories get told.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Vicky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome to another episode of Africa on the Move in partnership with DW. My name is Fumiona Jefe. Today's episode will be focusing on entertainment across the continent, from drumming, singing, dancing, and rap. We start with Huguette, a female drummer from Congo who has been practicing drums for 15 years.
Huguette Tolinga loves music more than anything, especially her drums. For 15 years, the 22-year-old has been practicing whenever she can and playing wherever she goes. When I play, it's like climbing up somewhere high. But in the end, I find myself still on the ground. The percussionist lives in Kalamu district, where she rehearses with her band Ugembo in front of an audience of local youngsters. In Congo, drumming is a predominantly male pursuit, so Tolinga had to learn everything on her own, mostly by watching other musicians play. There was always conflict within her family. For this reason, she left the family home at the age of 19. At first, it was really difficult. It was not easy to get my family to accept what I'm doing here. But acceptance has come, from her family as well as from the men in the local drumming scene. Normally I play with men. Huguette is different from other women. She's just great. For me, it's amazing. Not strange, but amazing. She's an extraordinary girl. Andre Yoka is a music professor at the National Institute of Arts. He explains that the drum is a sacred object for the Congolese people. The female image is also fetishized, he says, so bringing the two together can be seen as problematic. The woman is a fetish. When you go to war, do not touch women. When you go fishing, do not touch women. When you go hunting, you must not touch women. If you touch women, you lose. And so the woman is also an object of taboo, and two objects of taboo cannot be together. But Tolinga does not want to give up her dream. She encourages other women to join her, regularly meeting to play music spontaneously. Young people from the area watch her with interest. Tolinga is now well known in Kinshasa, but she still has problems. The 22-year-old is still looking for a producer to support her, so far without success. But she is determined. One day, I'm going to open up a cultural centre to train other artists. Tolinga is already a role model for many girls. Now she wants to get to the top and become a big star in the Congo.
From the drummer in Congo, we go to a self-taught drummer in Kenya who learned his ancestral sound from his grandmother.
When John Rapasa Otieno was a child, he learned the centuries-old sounds of his ancestors while listening to his grandmother sing and watching her traditional dances. He decided to follow in her footsteps. He taught himself how to build and master more than 10 traditional instruments like this nyatiti.
There's need for the young ones to get to know the instrument, to get to know of their land, their people, their music, their environment. And that's why we decided to at least share with them the knowledge that we have of the instruments.
The instrument is a sound box that's tapped by the player, who often taps metal rings at the same time. Rapasa holds workshops to inspire more youngsters to play the traditional instrument from the Luo ethnic group in Western Kenya.
It's what we need to keep our culture alive. And I think Rapasa is really doing much in promoting our culture.
Rapasa didn't have the funds to buy his drums, sound boxes, or harps, so he started building them by collecting used and natural materials like the sisal plant, animal skins, wood, or metal. Sometimes he finds the cans he needs for his rattles at Nairobi's dump sites.
I saw the struggle of people asking, so where do we get that nyatiti? Where do we get that root? Where do we get that peke? Where do we get that nyangile or sanduku, you know? Yeah, so I decided, no, I will travel to these places. I will learn how to make them. And I will learn these sounds and bring them close to the people.
The nyatiti is Rapaza's principal instrument. This 8-string harp originated in Egypt. It was later played by the Luo people of Kenya. The lower 4 strings symbolize the first 4 days after a boy's birth, and the upper 4 strings represent the first 4 days after a man's death. It is traditionally played only by men.
I believe that whatever we are doing will change many. For example, you know, the kids will only do whatever they see every day. I think it's necessary for them to learn this so that it's something that is passing, because I also find people playing them. So that is how I also get inspired.
John Rapaza Otieno teaches youth how to play these traditional instruments free of charge. He's dedicated to upholding his grandmother's cultural traditions. Today, he performs for audiences whenever he can to make this ancient music popular once again.
So what's drumming without dancing? We head to Guinea-Bissau, where a young man is trying to ensure that the cultural dances from his country do not become extinct. Interesting.
4 o'clock. Time for one more rehearsal in Bandim Quarter, in the capital of Guinea-Bissau. Hector Diogenes Casamá directs the Netos de Bandim, Portuguese for Bandim's grandchildren. The group, which has more than 100 members of all ages, promotes the culture of Guinea-Bissau. They've already rescued 23 traditional dances from oblivion. Part of our work is going to a specific region where an ethnic group lives, and we collect information about the dance, music, and costumes. Later in Bissau, the group works on the dance and on the cultural components we rescued. Since its foundation in the year 2000, Netos de Bandim has won almost all the local and national carnival parades, gaining popularity among the youth. Through traditional dances and music, Netos de Bandim has helped keep children off the streets and given them an opportunity. Megalinho Suarez de Gama grew up without parents. Today, he is a popular percussionist. I used to lead the life of a street child. I hung around in the streets doing bad things like stealing. But Netos de Bandim changed my life completely. Now I'm studying law at the university. Hector Casamá's initiative helps teenagers to discover their own talents and overcome obstacles in their lives. Most of the children in Netos de Bandim are vendors, orphans. They spend almost 70% of their time doing some work. And we support children in terms of education and health care. The organization relies solely on shows to generate income. There's no external support. Half of the profits go towards supporting the young dancers, such as Myra Paulino Ju, who recently graduated. I used to spend time as a vendor at the market. But Netos de Bandim's help enabled me to go to school every day. Now I don't go to the Bandim market anymore. I'm too busy at school. Netos de Bandim also offers literacy training for parents and vocational courses for the young. Currently, the group has partnerships with several schools and training centers. We have 10 to 15 young people attending training courses. Netos de Bandim have already taken Guinea-Bissau's culture to Gambia, Senegal, and Portugal, and to Carnival in Brazil.
Now, from dancing to more dancing, we head to Chad, where there's an open-air practice for children to discourage them from becoming potential targets for terrorist recruits.
6 o'clock in the morning in central N'Djamena. Dance practice with street children in the open air. Choreographer Aleva Nadavogo Yud is doing this to stop the children from falling into the wrong hands. If the children just hang around on the streets, they become potential targets for terrorists. When we talk of terror today, street children are at a high risk because they have lost hope. And someone who's lost hope might drink and may be ready to do anything for money. For example, working for the Boko Haram militants. No one speaks openly about it, but just about 60 kilometers away in the Lake Chad region, the presence of terrorists can be felt. What looks like a harmless dance is actively preventing terrorism. After 1.5 years of intensive training, the boys have come to trust their instructor. Aleva is my role model. I would also like to become a musician, an artist. Yeah, that's what I'd like to do in the future. Yakub still lives on the street, but Aleva has managed to get him a job at a carpenter's workshop. He doesn't get paid, but he at least gets something to eat. Aleva lives right next to the workshop with his wife and his child. He loves his daughter and spends every free moment with her. A love which most of the boys have never experienced. A love that fights against terror. Aleva is traveling to the other side of Chari River. He wants to visit 3 brothers who lived on the street for months. Thanks to Aleva, the boys returned back home. Their father is jobless and divorced. He has enough problems of his own. Whether they're here or not doesn't really matter. It's their decision. I can't force them into anything. Aleva has a different view. It's much easier when they're here. I can pick them up, work with them professionally, and then bring them back home. Aleva has photos taken for the project. For him, having the twins and their small brother back with their family means success, especially since terrorists cannot reach them here. Some of Aleva's boys spend the night at his place. Whether drunk or sober, the dancer accepts them just the way they are. At first, it was just one boy who would sleep here. Now 30 or more sometimes come. For this, Aleva had to convince members of his family and also the landlord to accept the street children into his home. When I started taking care of the children, everyone was against it. My parents and especially the mother to my daughter. But I told her, she either accepts the children or she can pack her things and go. In the end, she accepted it. We're still together, and nowadays she's the one who begs me to bring the children home so that they don't have to sleep on the street. My girlfriend understood that I'm doing this out of love. And the children can feel this too. Each and every day, a little bit more.
Great initiative. Now from dancing, we go to rap. Angola's rapper is taking big risk with his lyrics.
In other countries, it's just an art form. In Angola, it can be dangerous. Rapper MCK works on his songs in a hidden studio in Luanda.
Chamado a tribunal, acusado de golpista, barrado no aeroporto, feito terrorista. A bofia me pediu para ter cuidado, eu disse eu sou cuidado, investigo a voz do ar, não tenho fama de bandido. Sempre fui artista, só falo, não mato, sou rapper de ativista, não calo, sou chato, filósofo e jurista.
MCK, alias Katrogi Nanga Luamba, denounces police violence and poverty. He studied philosophy and uses music to express his desire for democracy in an authoritarian country. My dream is for the country to change. I don't want to emigrate. I want to stay here in Angola and work towards improving my country. I would like to see an Angola with happier people, people that are proud to live here.
Angola onde as pessoas podem ser felizes e se orgulharem de cá viver.
The rapper grew up in the Makuluso slum in Angola's capital, Luanda. Everyone here knows him. He used to sell clothes on the streets and then began rapping. His experiences in the slums have influenced his lyrics. It is really hard. If you manage to escape drugs and crime as a 20-year-old, then you're effectively a hero here. But you can do it if you believe in yourself and invest in your life. I'm trying to give something back to this neighborhood. Today he wants to perform in Luanda together with his friend and rapper Luati Bairaun, who was imprisoned for a year, accused of planning a rebellion against the president. Even though the government has consistently banned their concerts in the past, they're optimistic this time. They've already found a venue. MCK never gives up. He won't budge an inch from his message. He insists on his values. If he didn't do that, he would definitely be able to perform in front of larger audiences, but he won't compromise. But the state, too, is uncompromising. It bans the concert just before it begins. MCK doesn't give up. He's determined to make his fans happy, so he spontaneously organizes a rap session in his old neighborhood.
Estamos em paz, quero direitos iguais desses betinhos que andavam lá fora. Sem sacrifício, riquinhos de agora. Prefiro morrer a ti. Também quero paz no prato. Tudo que eu quero é paz no prato. Dignidade e paz no prato. Tá todo. Prefiro morrer a tiro do que morrer à fome, irmãos. A disparidade é enorme. Vivemos presos nessa armadilha, condenados a ser bravos.
His song O Pais do Pai Banana is a parable about Angola's President Dos Santos, who has ruled the country since 1979. The president's family controls all the businesses in the country, so there's clearly a conflict of interest. This song is about how a minority are making a ton of money from the majority of people who keep getting poorer. And MCK won't put up with that. He refuses to keep quiet.
And finally, in Kenya, there is this group called the Ghetto Classics. They can turn any song into an orchestra. Take a look.
Surprising sounds coming out of Korogochu. Celine Akumu and her fellow musicians can transform any song into orchestral music. But Ghetto Classics is more than just a unique orchestra in one of Nairobi's largest slums.
Ghetto Classics is my second family. Yeah. We all stay here like brothers and sisters. Yeah. So maybe if I'm bored at home and I want to relax and have fun, I just come here.
Growing up in Korogocho is tough, but, says Celine, the worst part is the stigma attached to it. She and her fellow musicians have discovered a way to earn dignity and respect.
Sometimes how people talk, yeah, you know, maybe you're from the slums, so you can't do anything. So you find it like it's eating me inside. Yeah, so that's the thing that I want to change.
Celine is 18 and lives with her family. The orchestra is voluntary, so she earns money teaching music. Giving young people perspectives is what organisers set out to do, even though people didn't understand at first.
When we first started, everyone thought we were crazy. What's this classical music nonsense, you know, as opposed to genge or, you know, hip hop or something cool and groovy. And so the kids, I remember our first concert here, we did some excerpts from Handel's Messiah, and we were like, we could have landed from Mars.
But the idea took off with funding from the Kenyan Art of Music Foundation.
I don't think that all the kids who are in our program will necessarily be first-class musicians or the best musicians around. But somebody like Celine, for instance, she is extremely talented. And actually, I feel it's a shame that Celine didn't come into our program when she was much younger, because perhaps if we had met her when she was 8 or 9, who knows what could have come out of this.
And there's still plenty of young talent among Korogocho's 300,000 inhabitants. Celine says Ghetto Classics is a lot more than just a career opportunity.
Music has enabled me to realize myself and know who I am and what I want in future. So at least it has made me travel a lot and meet different people. So I think music has opened my eyes to see and to know what I want.
Celine has become a role model for others here. Discipline and teamwork are essential for any career, and there is hardly a better way to learn that in Korogocho than through the Ghetto Classics Orchestra.
That's all, people. May your week be filled with dancing, singing, and drumming like today's episode. I'm Footwear. See you next time. Bye.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where? The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
PWD is turning waste PET bottles into construction materials.
Lagos produces about 30,000 tons of plastics waste in just a day, and only 30% of that is recycled.
Every time you pass a pile of plastics, you pass a job opportunity.
At a first glance, this garage doesn't look like a factory, but more like a scrapyard. However, these young Africans have found success as they convert plastic waste to bricks for construction.
PWD initiative is a project that came out from a project called Recreate. We started from the collection process first, collecting PET bottles from our environment, and then we now decided, oh, okay, what can we do with these bottles? We are like, we can actually make something valuable from it. So that's how the idea of PWD actually came.
We discovered that plastics were a big problem in the environment. But what everybody knew the problem as was plastic pollution. Now, we took a closer look to find out what was the root cause of plastic waste pollution, and we discovered that it was improper plastic waste disposal. And let me make it practical. 1 kg of waste plastics is equal to 50 bottles. Now, can you imagine how many bottles is created? 30 tons. Like, just picture it, imagine. So we saw this as a problem, and a problem that really needed a solution. There was no innovation in the recycling industry. What most recycling companies would do is they would gather the waste and send it off to foreign countries to convert. So we had no innovation here, and that was where we came in.
This innovative group have found a solution to addressing the bedeviling issue of environmental pollution caused by the large mass of non-degradable plastic waste, and in effect, creating more sustainable and durable construction materials.
We met Standard Organization of Nigeria to test our bricks. They gave us validation that is actually stronger than the conventional one by compressive strength,
water absorption, and a lot of other tests. So it's really an amazing project, and we actually are excited towards the impact it will have in Nigeria and also the world at large.
If you take a look at the building industry, cement is the most significant material you use, right? And replacing that with plastics, because once you're building something, you need a binding agent, that is cement. Now, we replace that binding agent for plastics. This is where the first stage of the production starts. So here we get a lot of plastics from different women that have been cooking for us. Over 20 women have gathered this amount of plastics for us. So now that he has gotten it into the sack, we just weigh it, then he transfers it into the production pan. So the beauty about this is we don't even have to clean these plastics because they are waste plastics. If you clean them, they're not waste plastics anymore. They are now processed materials. So production is very easy. Here he's now transferring the plastics inside. As you can see, it's turning to color black. So why it's black is because the plastics are burning. So it burns to an extent where it has reached its elastic limit. So then we can start putting the sand inside. So as we keep putting plastics, we wait till everything is liquid. So right now it's getting to about 260 degrees. So as it's pouring the sand into the mixture, it gets kind of thick. So constantly we keep stirring over and over and over again. So it gets to that viscous level because we just observe to an extent where we know, okay, it's ready for us to pour inside. For us to mass produce this, we have to come up with a better production process. So we came up with a machine prototype. One of our team members, a mechanical engineering student, designed a machine that can mix the ratio to which we wanted. This machine is being heated up by an electric power supply. It consumes about 24 kilowatts per hour. So that's a lot of energy to get these plastics into the state that we want. So for now, this is what we use, and it has been working well for us. So we shake it for any air molecules to escape. From the few tests we conducted, the compressive strength was 3 times higher than the normal concrete bricks, which means you can use these bricks for bridges, for construction sites that required a lot of machines that have a lot of weight, because in different parts of certain communities, you have a lot of machines go there and they damage the road. So if you have a brick this strong in those areas, which means that it would increase the lifespan, it would increase the duration to which there is road maintenance.
Plastics are especially problematic if not collected and managed properly. They do not biodegrade and could take 500 years or more to fully decompose. Hence the need for initiatives such as this, which leaves us in a better environment, creating more sustainable building materials and shrinking unemployment figures. For Plus TV Africa, Irene Ubani.
This is news on the hour on Plus TV Africa. And here are the headlines making the headlines. I am Benny Ark. The president has expressed deep sadness and regret over the latest bandits attack in Kaduna State that killed several people and left many injured, assuring that the Buhari administration would not be blackmailed by criminals. Garba Shehu, the senior special assistant to the president on media and publicity, said this in a statement in Abuja on Monday. The presidential aide quoted President Muhammadu Buhari to have assured the people of Kaduna State and other parts of the country that the government will continue to deploy all available resources to fight these cold-hearted bandits with a view to bringing them to their knees. The president, while expressing profound commiserations to the victims of the heinous attack in Kaduna State, sent a strong warning to the killers, saying they cannot be lucky always. The National Christian Elders Forum, NCEF, yesterday expressed sadness over the rising spate of insecurity in the country. It appealed to former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, and General Theophilus Danjuma to put aside their differences and intervene on Christians on behalf of the Christians. The NCEF stated this in a communique issued at a meeting in Lagos and signed by its chairman, Solomon Asemota, SAN. About 25 repentant members of the Boko Haram insurgents with their wives and children had been received in Maiduguri by the Borno State Commissioner for Women Affairs, Hajia Zuwaira Zagambo, on behalf of the state government. The repentant insurgents laid down their arms to the troops in Niger Republic. They landed in Maiduguri International Airport with military aircraft and headed to Bulunkutu Rehabilitation Center. Handing over the repentant insurgents, the coordinator of the Safe Corridor Program, Major General Bamidele Shafa, said the former insurgents were well rehabilitated by the federal government Operation Safe Corridor Program. He also encouraged other insurgents in the bush to surrender. Speaking to newsmen while receiving the surrendered Boko Haram, Hajia Zuwaira Gambo said the rehabilitation center is ready to rehabilitate and de-radicalize the returnees and also provide the necessary support and education as well as psychological support before uniting them with their families.
Open hand to drop their weapons and embrace peace for the betterment of all of us. Thank you. And God bless.
They are Nigerians first and foremost, and they are Nigerians that have decided to behave according to the dictates of our constitution and abide by the rules and laws of this nation. They have lived out of the shores of this country and have been brought here to be reunited with their families. So ours at the Bulunkutu Rehabilitation Center is to provide them with the psychosocial support, to feed them, to clothe them, and give them some basic form of education on behalf of the government of Borno State. This is a center that His Excellency the Governor, Professor Babagana Umar Zulu, gives so much attention to and provides us with the necessary support to ensure that these guests are rehabilitated and given the required training in various skills and then reunited with their families.
Joining us now from Abuja via phone is a security expert, Kabir Adamu. Good afternoon, Kabir.
Good afternoon.
All right, now, what do you make of this ongoing rehabilitation of these repentant Boko Haram members into the society?
So it's going by the template laid out by the government. It actually started in 2014 under former President Goodluck Jonathan when they launched the Countering Violent Extremism mechanism. Now, that mechanism has under it a component called Operation Safe Corridor. And the idea of that, operation is to de-radicalize repentant Boko Haram members, make sure they are completely de-radicalized, and then release them to the society. My understanding of that framework is that civilian experts would use knowledge, psychological, economical, social, political knowledge, put those repentant terrorists through those skills acquisition sets and other mechanisms. And then once they are confirmed, then they will now release them.
Now, many Nigerians have expressed diverse opinions and if we can really trust government with this program of Safe Corridor, and how do we begin to measure how de-radicalized these repentant insurgents might be? What are the parameters we can use to say, you know what, they're indeed repentant and de-radicalized?
Well, if the original plan, that, as I understand it, is followed, then I don't think Nigerians have anything to be afraid of. Because like I said, the original plan was to have a group of experts, about 12 different expert departments that would handle the operation, and then at the end of the day certify that if people are de-radicalized. Currently, I'm not too sure that is being followed. I know the military is leading that, and I'm a bit uncomfortable about that. So on the one hand, you have the unclear mechanisms or information sharing mechanism by the Nigerian government. And then on the other hand, you have this seeming overbearance of the military in the whole program. So I think, yes, the Nigerians should be concerned to the extent that the government has not been very clear about the whole program.
Kabil, this is another concern that's been expressed by a cross-section of Nigerians, that these insurgents have killed people, they've killed children, they've killed women, they've rendered many people homeless, and that this program seems to be undermining the entire welfare and integrity and security of Nigerians who, by the way, will have been victims of these operations of the insurgents. How do you react to this?
I have read extensively the concept of countering violent extremism, and it is meant to take care of that particular concern. The school of thought that believes that terrorism should not be dealt with through military approach alone, for the simple reason that it is a homegrown issue. So I think that is where the key lies. The government needs to explain more to Nigerians that this is not the hierarchy, top hierarchy of the terrorist group. My understanding is that there are 4 ladders in the hierarchy of the terrorists, and this only affects those members that perhaps are not in those ideological hierarchy, who are far gone, as it were, who are responsible for those type of killings. You cannot, and I repeat this, you cannot, quote and unquote, forgive or talk to those ideological hierarchy, groups of terrorists that are behind the killings, as it were.
Now, Kabir, you are a security expert. Do you think this is a welcome development, as the government is also planning to give them educational support, knowing fully well that the ideology of Boko Haram is against Western education, as it is?
Yes, I'm supportive of the counter-violent extremism mechanism. Like I mentioned earlier on, that mechanism is internationally recognized and is approved. But is that what Nigeria is currently implementing? We need more information from the government to understand exactly what the government is doing. And unless that kind of information is made available, then it's difficult to endorse this or not.
Okay, now aside sentiments, what would you say are the likely benefits of rehabilitating them?
Well, like the whole concept of counterinsurgency talks about taking care of the root causes of terrorism. So that's the most important element, because this de-radicalization attacks the root cause of terrorism. That is the false interpretation of the doctrines that have led them to be recruited. So if it is implemented the way we understand it, then it means it's denying the terrorists the ability to recruit. They are going to be ambassadors for Nigeria. In other words, they will be able to speak against the false recruitment by terrorists. And if you're able to deny the terrorists the ability to recruit, then frankly, you are seeing the end of terrorism. So for me, that's the #1 benefit.
Now, before I let you go, Kabil, looks like they aren't waiting for the bill to become a law. Centers are up and ready. Your reaction, please.
Well, the bill is different from countering violent extremism, which is in the Office of the National Security Advisor. I don't think that is what the countering violent extremism, but this particular bill is talking about setting up a commission. I am personally not in support of that commission, for the simple reason that we already have a Northeast Development Commission. We also have the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and several other government departments, including NEMA, that are able to carry out this responsibility that this commission is being envisaged would carry out.
All right, security expert Kabir Adamu, thank you very much for joining us on News on the Hour.
Thank you for having me.
Still in the news, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, says it has deployed personnel to the notorious Abuja-Kaduna Highway to ensure the safety of motorists and communities residing along the road corridor. The state commander at Kaduna, Babangida Dutsema, made this known to newsmen in Kaduna, the state capital, as they marked the 2020 International Civil Defense Day with the theme Civil Defense as a First Aider in Every Home. Mr. Dutsema says the state command is ready to rid the popular highway of notorious kidnappers and bandits.
The current deployment of personnel to Golden Acres, located in kilometer 52, Kaduna-Abuja Expressway, and Operation Thunder Strike and Operation Yagi, among others, are Insecurity, which is yielding gradually result, and even though much is expected from it. But from the little contribution we are able to make, people of Kaduna State could testify that we are making a lot of impact. Statutorily, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps is tasked by law to provide 24-hour surveillance on critical and national infrastructures to prevent same from activities of the vandals.
Vice President Yemi Osinbajo says a clear-cut set of strategies to curb the proliferation of small and light weapons will soon be developed. Osinbajo's spokesman Laolu Akande, in a statement on Monday, said that the vice president met with top security chiefs and members of the Presidential Committee on Small Arms and Light Weapons, PRESCOM, at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. At the last National Security Council meeting, President Muhammadu Buhari had directed the vice president to chair a committee to review the report of the PRESCOM, constituted in April 2013. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Health has revealed there is no new case of coronavirus in Nigeria. The minister, Dr. Osage Ehaniwe, revealed to newsmen in Abuja that the Italian national, who was officially diagnosed as the first index case in the country, has been under close observation by the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, the NCDC, and is showing only mild symptoms of the infection. Dr. Ehaniwe says those that have been quarantined around the country have so far tested negative. He urged Nigerians to shun sharing information capable of misleading the public and spreading fear and panic.
We are continuing with this initiative to keep the public properly abreast of developments and to avoid misinformation and disinformation that is rampant in newspapers sometimes and also in the social media particularly. The Multi-Sectoral Emergency Operations Center is led by NCDC and was activated on the 28th of February 2020. It continues to coordinate national response activities. As at the 1st of March, there is no new confirmed case in Nigeria. About 13 or 14 tests have been done, and except that one patient, no other person has been diagnosed. There were 156 passengers on the manifest of the flights that brought the index case. The contacts of the index case are identified as 19 contacts in Lagos, 39 contacts in Ogun State. We are in touch with these contacts who are under supervised self-isolation, and the states have provided them with temperature monitoring tools.
The Disability Rights Advocacy Center, DRAC, has called on Nigerians to change its perception of persons living with disabilities. The executive director of DRAC, Irene Patrick Ogbobu, spoke to newsmen during a two-day training session for media practitioners on the sexual and reproductive health and rights of women and girls living with disabilities. Mrs. Patrick Ogbobu says there is negative stereotype on persons living with disabilities in the public space, especially regarding their sexual orientation and sexual wants.
The purpose of training the media is so that they can reach the people and let the people know that they need to stop discriminating against persons with disabilities. They need to support persons with disabilities in the attainment of their sexual and reproductive health and rights. They need to also be a voice, to join the advocacy for inclusive health services, access to sexual and reproductive health for persons with disabilities, especially women and girls, and generally to end discrimination and reduce all forms of violence against persons with disabilities, especially women and girls. There's this notion in our society that persons with disabilities are asexual. This means that they cannot have sex, or they do not have sex or sexual feelings, and this can be quite detrimental and counterproductive because it affects the way we view them. So you find areas where a woman with a disability, for instance, is sterilized because she's had multiple pregnancies in a number of years, and so the doctor on his own decides to sterilize her and cut her tubes without her knowledge, without her consent, just because they feel like she shouldn't be having sex, talk less of getting pregnant.
The news will continue after the short break. We will be back in a moment. Stay with us. And now across the African continent, Senegal's health minister on Monday announced the first case of coronavirus in the country, the second case in sub-Saharan Africa after one was confirmed in Nigeria last week. The rapid spread of the new coronavirus has increased fears of pandemic, prompting governments to step up control measures and sending global financial markets into a dive. The patient is a Frenchman who lives in Senegal and came back from a skiing holiday in France on February 26 on an Air Senegal flight. Health Minister Abdoulaye Diouf Sarr told reporters he passed a temperature check at the capital Dakar's main airport on his return but developed a fever 2 days later. Meanwhile, Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Libya, Ghassan Salame, has resigned his appointment citing health reasons. Spokesman of the UN chief, Mr. Stefan Dujarric, confirmed the development to UN correspondents in New York on Monday after Salame announced the resignation in a tweet. My health no longer allows this pace of stress, so I asked the Secretary General to relieve me of my mission, hoping for peace and stability in Libya, he wrote. Dujarric said the Secretary General Antonio Guterres had received Salame's resignation letter and would meet with him later to discuss smooth transition. Up next is our foreign news.
Welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways.
Coronavirus, it's a viral infection, and the new coronavirus that we're all talking about, novel coronavirus, it's part of a family of various coronaviruses that do exist.
If anybody is not prepared right now, I would say it's carelessness, because it is something we all knew was going to come.
Symptoms to look out for, the main ones are cough, high fever, and respiratory distress. That just means breathing difficulties.
I will say no country is prepared for coronavirus as it is.
Really? Prevention is key, and hand hygiene is key when we are talking about this.
Alcohol does not kill it. You just need to take a lot of water.
So
taking a lot of
hydrate
water,
your system.
Hydrate yourself.
There is no cure right now. The only thing that we have to help us right now, prevention.
Awesome.
Pope Francis, who cancelled a Lent retreat for the first time in his papacy because he's suffering from a cold, has tested negative for coronavirus, the Italian newspaper Tu Messaggero reported on Tuesday. The 83-year-old Roman Catholic leader, who had part of one lung removed because of an illness decades ago, also cancelled most audiences last week. South Korea's president declared war on the coronavirus on Tuesday, ordering additional hospital beds and more face masks to be made available as the number of cases rose by 600 in the worst epidemic of any nation outside China. President Moon Jae-in apologized for shortages of face masks and promised support for virus-hit small businesses in Asia's fourth biggest economy, which has now reported 4,812 cases of the flu-like disease and 34 deaths. President Moon ordered masks to be stockpiled as a strategic item so suppliers can produce them without the risks of surpluses. Also, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has claimed victory in Israel's general election after exit polls put him ahead of its main rival, Benny Gantz. 3 projections gave Netanyahu's right-wing Likud party 36 or 37 seats and Gantz's centrist blue and white alliance between 32 and 34. However, the poll suggested Likud and his right-wing allies might fall short of a majority in parliament. Monday's election was Israel's third in less than a year. Neither of the 2 main party leaders was able to command a majority in the 120-seat parliament following the last 2 rounds. Coming up next is our business news. Oil prices rose for a second day on Tuesday on expectations that central banks are likely to enact financial stimulus to offset the impacts of the coronavirus outbreak and growing optimism that OPEC will order deeper output quotas this week. Brent crude rose $1.26 per barrel, or 2.4% to $53.16 per barrel, while West Texas International rose $1.24, or 2.7% to $47.99 a barrel. Meanwhile, Brent and the World Trade Index have rebounded somewhat over the past 2 days from a more than 20% drop from their 2020 peak in January, caused by signs the coronavirus spread has dented fuel demand. The International Monetary Fund and the World Bank on Monday said they stood ready to help member countries address the human and economic challenges of the fast-spreading coronavirus outbreak, including through emergency funding. In a joint statement, the two institutions said they were focused especially on poor countries where health systems are weakest and urged member countries to strengthen health surveillance and response systems to contain the spread of the virus, the statement said. International cooperation is essential to deal with the health and economic impact of the COVID-19 virus. Still ahead on Plus TV Africa News is our roundup on entertainment and sports news. We'll be back in a moment.
Big stories live here. Hear the stories making the headlines.
The Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria.
I'm here at Yunus Bashoru Street where
the fire destroyed our transformer complete castle.
The lowest level that you can.
This is Plus TV Africa. The big stories live here.
Big stories live here.
Big stories live here.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Event is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild.
This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Los Angeles authorities have launched internal investigations into reports suggesting first responders at Kobe Bryant helicopter crash site took photos of victims' remains and shared them with friends and colleagues. The Los Angeles Lakers basketball legend and his 13-year-old daughter, Gianna, were among the 9 people who lost their lives on January 26, 2020, when the aircraft they were traveling in crashed in Calabasas, California. According to the media, one trainee deputy tried to use the photos to quote-unquote impress a girl at the bar, prompting the bartender, who overheard the conversation, to file an online complaint with staffs at the sheriff's department. It also claimed that members of the Los Angeles County Fire Department had also passed around the shots, leading bosses of both organizations to set up formal inquiries into disrespectful and insensitive acts that seems to be going on. And that is it on entertainment news. The very best in sports coming right after this.
And in sports, the Minister of Youth and Sports, Sunday Dare, has said that the National Sports Festival tagged Edo 2020 will go on as planned amid rumor of postponement following the coronavirus case reported in the country. And speaking through the Sports Minister Director of the Planning Committee, Peter Nelson, the minister stated that the ministry has directed the setting up of isolation centers to take charge of any case of the virus, and work is in progress by the Edo State government to ensure a hitch-free festival. He further assured that the ministry has already embarked on an inspection of venues and facilities. The Edo State National Sports Festival is scheduled to hold on the 22nd of March to the 1st of April 2020 in the Edo State capital. And still in sports, Team Nigeria is set to take part in the 8 Nations Africa Cricket Association Africa Cup final in Nairobi, Kenya. And Nigeria will look to bounce back from the disappointing ICC T20 World Cup qualifiers in United Arab Emirates last November. And Nigeria and Ghana qualified for the tournaments during the West Africa qualifiers held in Lagos in April 2018. Now, the Yellow Greens are drawing in Group A alongside West Africa rivals Ghana, Uganda, and Malawi, while Group B will feature host Kenya, Botswana, Mozambique, and Cameroon. The tournament, which was postponed in 2019, will take place from March 20th to the 28th of March 2020. And that's it on Sports Update on Plus TV Africa. I'm Udoka Njoko.
And that's our news roundup of events of this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do join us. I am Benny Ark.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello and thank you for staying with us. This is Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories. My name is Ossie Godwin, and I've got my amazing co-anchors with me, Ife Omai and Benny Hart.
Hi, ladies.
Hello.
Hi, Ife. How you doing?
Hi.
I'm great.
We dragged the cat out of the bag, right?
Yeah, the cat, right? Who's the cat here now? Me?
Yes, you are the cat.
No, I'm like a big cat, like
a tiger.
Like you know, it's good to be with you, ladies, this morning. How you doing? Looking good, by the way.
Always.
Looking paying as always, Ife.
Thank you. Well, this is the first show together, so let's see
yes,
how it
this is our
goes.
first show together. So can we like toast tea to that? Do they toast with tea
Do
to
you
that?
even like toast with tea?
Okay, moving on. Taylor Swift ranks best-selling global artist in 2019 thanks to the success of her album Lover. Lover was Swift's 7th studio album. Ed Sheeran came second, while Post Malone followed. I think this is the second time she's doing this.
Yeah.
It happened first in 2014, right? And congratulations to her.
Yeah, she has been in the business for a while. I was actually a Taylor Swift fan when I was younger. Like, I knew every lyrics, every song on the first album, 17, 16, all those ones. I knew everything. And she has stayed consistent, I have to say. I'm not as big of a fan. I think I've just grown differently, but she has stayed consistent in the type of music that her audience is looking for. But I would say that her song has gotten a lot more pop. There used to be more country before.
She's growing.
Yeah, she's gotten a lot more pop. And this particular album, I think, was a bit more serious. There were some songs, like the most streamed on that album, Me, was irritating to me. Still irritating. That me. It's like, okay, put something else other than me in your lyrics. But it did really well. Other than that, she actually tackled a lot of songs about social ills, and I really like that. She got many awards for the one on LGBTQ. She's done on climate change. She's done a lot of other stuff. So she's doing conscious music, and that's nice.
Oh, interesting. Taylor's doing conscious music. That's, well, I would say pop music.
You're not a real fan?
No, I'm not a fan of Taylor Swift. No, never been. But I think her consistency is what I'm impressed with.
Yeah.
She on the top 40, she's had like 25 top 40s in the singles chart. She's had like 5 number ones on the Billboard charts, and so her consistency has been all the way. And so she's had a fantastic career. She still is having a fantastic career, and I think there's no stopping to Taylor Swift. Sometimes when I think about her as what Britney was in my time to what Taylor Swift is to this present generation. I don't know if you fall into that generation.
It made you feel so old.
Oh yeah, I mean, so I see her as a cross between Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera.
Oh, but you're calling powerful names.
Yes, those are powerful names, you know.
And they were more like sexy.
Oh, yeah.
Taylor Swift isn't really.
She's just coming into that now. Just recently.
That's why I said she's growing.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a lot more of Taylor Swift. She's not done. I don't think she's close to being done.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a lot of evolving, a lot of different sides of her coming out, and more stronger music, like you rightly said. So I really love the span of her career and how it's going. And I don't think she's had too many scandals. So
yeah, I mean, other than that, the fact that she swaps boyfriends really quickly and she sings about all of them.
Her life.
This is actually, there was a comment on social media. Now that I was talking about that. But
that doesn't happen. She's not going to come out with a record.
Thank you. That's what they were even saying that this, but she's actually in a relationship now, and it's been the longest in a long time. And people are crediting that relationship to this album.
That's it. Every album is a relationship gone back for Taylor Swift. And so I think it's just that thing.
And we're still waiting for Adele. I don't know what's going on, but she needs to be fast. Okay, moving on to the next story. Megan Thee Stallion accuses her label of holding her new album hostage. She revealed the conflict with the label as she addressed her new album delay in a video. She says she is not allowed to put out any new music. So the video was on a live Instagram chat, and I don't know why she looked so unserious in the video. Like, you're talking something real serious and you're just licking lollipop and let me repeat that. You have a question again.
I think that is because she didn't expect it to be an issue that the label is having with her right now. She just wanted a renegotiation. She was young, 20 at the time. She signed.
It's 20 that young.
Yeah. Well, you can be pretty much naive to many things about contractual law. I mean, when it comes to what it is you're putting pen and paper to. And maybe again,
it's interesting to see you sound like this. Because if this was a Nigerian artist,
I'm going to come to that.
You're going to
I'm going to come to that.
Hold on.
I'm going to come to that, Elsie. And so she just said, you know what? Okay, can we have a renegotiation? And that was what she asked for. And then they went bonkers on that. And so maybe that was just to let them know, no, I wasn't really taking this thing seriously. Why are you guys acting this way? And then the head of the record label, Crawford, came out to say she's not made him any money.
Oh, wow.
And like, okay, and like...
that's impossible.
Exactly. A team is saying, no, that is totally untrue. That she brought in a whole lot of money. And so if she's asking for a renegotiation, think about it and don't. And again, people think it because, you know, she has this signing management deal with Rock Nation. So maybe, again, that's a sour taste to Crawford and it's not finding it funny.
Right.
You know, okay, you're about to take my cash cow away from me.
She was trying to explain that as well. She's saying they are both independent platforms. And for Rock, she's not signed under them. They're basically just managing
It's management deal. Yes.
So I think he should really understand and come back to the table, because this came as a rude shock to her. She's wondering, I only wanted a negotiation.
Yeah, what's the big deal? Yeah, it's interesting because yesterday we were talking about Solid Star, and I just
mentioned her.
Yeah, and it's kind of nice to know that, okay, same thing's actually happening somewhere else. I'm not just so backward. And it gave me the insight now that every contractor always says they don't make money. It's like a thing now, because with Solid Star, we could have like, maybe you didn't, but with Megan Thee Stallion, it's very clear you did make money. So it's just a tactics that they say like, oh, I didn't make any money off you, but we know that that's an actual lie.
So, I'm trying to remember the exact thing that happened with Tiny and YC right now, so the same thing, and then a few other artists.
I think for his own, he wasn't getting royalties for the constant streaming of all the works he had with Tiny. So, and then Tiny came out to say, "Oh, we broke this, this record," and I'm saying, at least even if you're not paying royalties or paying us what we deserve,
something.
Just tell us, at least give us credit to say this was a YC work or a YC album or something. Whatever it is, I think there will always be beef somehow. But it's time for a quick break, and when we return, there's definitely more to discuss.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome back. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. Tonto Dike dares Churchill to sue her if he's not bisexual. Okay, so like we know, this has been layers of conversation. I think it was about last 2 weeks we discussed Churchill saying he was going to sue her for damages, 500 million.
Yep.
Is it Naira?
Dollars.
Okay, and now she's responding. From her response, it's looking like that suing was an audio. Wasn't what?
A bluff.
Yeah, it was an audio suing.
That Churchill was bluffing.
Yeah, and she's saying, I dare you to sue me if you are not bisexual.
You know, my hunch in all of this is, you know, I don't know why people constantly feel the need to like shame people for their sexual preference or sexuality. I don't care the whole hula baloo and what's going on between Churchill and Toto Dike. We all know it was about.
No, but you know, in this part of the world, it's illegal. So it's
illegal. Elsie,
want to understand explain the illegal. Isn't it caught in the act? Illegal.
Exactly, being caught in the act. But you can't just wake up and say somebody is without any proof. You know, did you catch them in the act?
I understand. She used to be married to this man.
This is my point. Was she privy to the act?
Well, was she partner to that question.
No, but this is my point in all of this, right? I mean, face the real issue. Sue him for the real issue. His sexuality.
They're not suing anyone. They're just tagging and pulling on each other.
She also said something in one of the blogs. They picked it where she said she gave him the fame he has now, and that she can give his entire village the fame if they want it. But I think Churchill should also move on. He needs to let this whole thing go, because it seems like when they want to be talked about or Churchill wants an attention,
he will reply to
Tonto. He will reply to Tonto.
Yeah, but both of them they seem to live for that, especially Tonto.
No, this started with Churchill.
With Churchill, this another Tonto.
And I also like to raise this every time. Let's not forget, Tonto was not responding until last year.
Yeah,
she was not responding until last year.
It's very easy for people to paint her as the crazy person, but he's been doing a lot of defaming as well. He started this whole thing. It was interesting though that she said in the screenshots of Instagram post that she said my ex when she was talking about being gay. That was talking about my ex, but how many exes? But you've always been saying that this was Churchill, so that already made me feel like you're talking too much and you can't keep up with your own stories. If he's bisexual, okay, I really don't care. But being bisexual doesn't mean that the person has a right to cheat on you with other people.
No.
So it's not the issue. He can feel any way. Well, exactly. How does that affect your relationship? Was he then sleeping with other people? Because even if he was sleeping with a woman or a man, the idea is that he's still sleeping with other people outside. So are you trying to tell us something that you're a victim, or are you just trying to like shame someone? Like I don't understand what's happening.
For me, I think it's the angle of shaming, because at the end of the day, there are questions to be asked. When did you find out that Churchill was bisexual? You know what I mean?
Same time she found out he wasn't Obasanjo's son.
Same time she found out that he was a Yahoo boy, and the 2 seconds.
Was that based on this ground? Was that based on this that you asked both of you went your separate ways? Because if it's not, it's coming up to me right now, you're just trying to shame somebody because you're trying to have the more points for this person. So whether we accept it or like it or not, whether the side of the country doesn't like it, is illegal, some people are gay. Deal with it.
And you can't, there's nothing you can do about it.
I think they need to stop. They both just need to stop.
Yeah.
Their son is getting older. He clocked, was he 3?
Can't be caught in all of this mess.
I mean, he's growing. He's getting to
and
that point where he can pick up his phone and read. So they need to stop. That's where I'm coming from.
I don't want to say Churchill be the man, but I think you should just, take an example from people like,
be the human being.
What's his name? Toke Makinwa's exes. Majay. I mean, there was anything he hardly said all of that period when the book was being publicized and being read all over the places. He kept mute, not because he didn't have anything to say.
But they went to court though.
That's it. They went to court. But there was
he's doing action rather than talking. He's not dragging.
Anything he said on Twitter in response to Toke Makinwa.
Yeah, Churchill is it.
And very coincidentally, we're talking about Toke Makinwa right now.
Oh, wow.
She says, husband will not fly inside the roof to find you. She's advising single ladies to go out, meet people, have fun. But the interesting part of this conversation is that she said she doesn't go out. She doesn't meet people. And people are questioning that and saying, Toke, you are almost everywhere. Every event. How exactly are you not going out?
I was thinking she's a socialite. I mean, what does she mean she doesn't go out?
Well, what you see, the thing is that socialites don't actually socialize. They show up, they take pictures, and then they go. It's kind of overwhelming. I have family that is pretty close in that lifestyle, and I'm in the living room when they leave. I haven't finished watching a series. They've come back home because all they've done is just gone home, gone to the event, done that. It's kind of overwhelming for them to be a known face. You'll be surprised how lonely those people are, even though the whole world knows them. Having quality engagement, having real connection with people is close to impossible. Very close to impossible with those people, because even for me now, if I meet Toke Makinwa, I really don't want to know who she is and her real struggles. I just want to take a picture and surface stuff and then move on with my life. And that's a lot of other people that she meets on a daily basis. So I understand where she's coming from with that. And I was also going to say that that's why most of the people in her lane of work always find people who are either outside of Nigeria that don't really know her fame, or are not in the industry, not on social media, or either super old or something weird like that. So I understand where she's coming from.
Interestingly, I was actually having a talk with somebody yesterday about Tonto, and the person feels I don't so much like Toke. I beg your pardon. Toke. No, I don't hate Toke. Matter of fact, I met Toke like 1, 2, 3 times. She's been on my radio show for an interview doing a book. We met in 2 different events. I just don't subscribe to a whole lot of her thoughts, but that doesn't mean I hate her, But on these again, I think I have a problem with you saying the reason single ladies should go out is because for them to meet potential life partners. No, there are many reasons why single ladies should go out. I mean, go discover you, go find you, go have fun by yourself, take yourself out, and if in the process even in the process, you do meet somebody.
I think she's talking about single ladies that
that's
want to be in a relationship, though. She's not talking about like the entire...
Be very specific because she just says single ladies. You know, like
if you're calling an individual...
If we try to streamline her conversation to just single ladies that are actually looking for a relationship,
because it's not all single ladies out there that are looking for a relationship.
Wouldn't you advise them to go out more?
Yeah.
That's not going to be the reason I'm going to ask you to go out more. Go out more because it's what you want.
No, but I'm a single lady coming to you. Yeah. I'm saying that I want to be in a relationship. Would you advise me to go out more?
Go out more to do what? To discover you?
To go and to meet people.
Hold up, this is
to go fish.
Hold up,
to go...
I was just going to say that. Hold up, that to meet with different men on different dates and all that. Is that it?
Put myself out there. Yeah, socialize, meet people.
Are there detriments to that?
What
because
do you mean?
You got to be ready for what that might come with.
Which is socializing? Like
with socializing, because at the end of the day, I mean, you might get yourself into wrong hands. You might be mistreated by one or two guys.
So,
I mean, I'm just saying.
Would you advise people who are single that want to meet people
to just stay indoors?
To stay indoors.
Just stay indoors. Yeah. No, I would say go out, but be very careful.
That's what she's saying.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what she's saying. She just
single ladies who want to marry. I mean, husband will not come and meet you. She said it. And so I'm saying that should not be the reason alone you encourage single ladies to go out.
I think you're overcomplicating this thing because she talks about single ladies.
Okay.
She talks about marriage. So it's not about the whole individual. It's just this aspect of their lives where they are single and looking for marriage. And she's advising you on that connection.
Are you single?
No, I'm not.
Are you single? When you go out every time, do you go out with intention? You know, I'm hoping to find a man, yeah.
Some nights when I was single.
Times?
Okay, so I don't necessarily take myself out like that, but when I do, I'm going to probably watch a movie and I'm focused.
That's what
So you don't have ever in your mind an intention to meet someone?
Yeah, like, of course. I mean, you hope to meet someone.
Every time you go out.
No, it's not.
It depends on where I'm going to and what I'm going to do.
There are times I go out. I just want to be all by myself, and sometimes
somebody.
Are you
single?
Right now?
Yeah.
Kinda.
Benny, are you serious? I say kinda.
Kinda. You know, but this is my point, right? I'm saying so we don't create a narrative that people will fall into and get into trouble.
I think I get where you're coming from, because sometimes if that's the only thing you are thinking about when going out, you probably you are not yourself anymore.
Yeah.
You can come out as desperate.
Yeah.
You can actually fall for any gimmick because
the
very first high is a big deal for you.
Maybe because for me, I'm a lot more social. So even if I'm not single right now, I still go out deliberately to find connection. That's the reason why I'm leaving my house. I'm not going to go and watch the walls.
I think I'm trying to go, as much as I'm single, I think
people.
I really go out to see if I can meet the next business partner. I'm sorry, I'm just...
Yeah, you have to be intentional about your goals.
Yeah, but networking encompasses a whole lot of things.
You can network
so you can then find love in that network.
You know, if this is my point, right? I'm not totally discarding what Toke said, but I'm just saying so we don't get because sometimes exactly with it. And I think every time I go out, I'm going out hoping.
Yeah, I like that, and I think we've been able to establish some boundaries, and people should pick one or two things from that.
Right.
All right. I think we need to go on a very quick break, but when we come back, we have one more story to discuss. A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Most people don't need a miracle, they need money, because 90% of the things they pray about, money can solve. They feel so unblessed because they have little of it. They have been conditioned to think that they are only blessed when they have much of it. And this is coming from Timi Dakolo.
I couldn't write this tweet any better, to be honest. Like, I feel like he nailed it. He used the right words. I think my student communications just came out. When he used words like conditioning, blessings, miracle, and the, you know, financial status. So it was really spot on. It's true. It's very, very, very true. I've lived in two different types of world. One where it's money driven, like we need money, we're poor, and one that's affluent. And every time it works. If you take out need, you take out religion. I'm not saying that religion isn't necessary. Spirituality is key.
Is religion necessary?
I don't think it is.
Because you just said the right thing. Spirituality, it's key, and that is the essence of our being, which is what is very important.
Yeah, but spirituality and religion is not the same.
They're not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, I'm saying the same thing.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you take that out, if you take that need for money, you break down churches, you break down a lot of businesses, you run out of all these programs that are happening 3 times, 4 times, 6 times a week. You break all of that down. But is this an insensitive thing to say to Nigerians? Is where I want to have this conversation, because we don't have good government.
Insensitive thing to say.
Yeah,
because that doesn't make it less the truth.
Yes, but I think that in reality, Nigerians need churches. That's why I think they have done a lot of,
because they need something to hold on to.
For sanity.
I think that's
for sanity. Like, what are you gonna give these people? We don't have government. I'm not gonna do it as an individual who's more privileged. I'm not. I don't even give beggars money. So who is going to actually help these people other than having like togetherness and unity, being able to share the little that they have? I've been to churches and remove sermons. It makes sense. So, you know.
Yeah, for me, this is right. I agree with most of the things you did say, all right. I asked a few of my friends that, listen, if today you can have everything you ever want for life, are you still going to go to church and pray? Would you still pray to this God?
I'll still pray.
Why?
Well, probably won't go to church. I'm not even going
because
to church
this is what I feel they've reduced.
I think the prayer will be different.
This is what religion has reduced God to, maybe a particular religion that is a need meeting being. And that is the only way people get to connect with him when they have needs. And so when things are not okay, I got to connect with this spiritual source because he's my need provider. It supplies my need. All right, and I say to people who live in countries where they don't face what we face here, your religion is not going to sell. If you go to the UAE, your religion is not going to sell. What you going to tell them that trust in my God, he supply your need? What need are you talking about? All right, but like Shirley said, because the government has failed us, and so people need something it's like Novocaine to lessen the pain. You know, things are not okay, so you're holding on to the spiritual force you feel. But the more constant you're in, the more focus you give to it, it helps you resolve all of your issues. But this is it again. This is money. This is religion. What would you go for?
Okay, I like that you two took it from here, but I won't take it from here.
Okay.
So what he's saying for some, because I read comments, and like I said, I like where you guys are taking it from. That's like on another level for those who really love their spirituality and want to live like a very defined life, right? But for some, it's just very basic. So a person needs help, and the person speaks to you, and you say, "It is well, God will help you." No, the person needs help. Are you connecting this person to someone, or you're going to help this person financially, or you're going to advise them in a way that it will help them? It is well does not help anyone, and sometimes when you're deep in that mess, that word can actually break you, right? Or the phrase. And then secondly, I think this should also go to churches, especially when you have members. You're flying private jets and you're driving the best cars, but some of your members have not been able to eat, or they cannot eat 3 square meals, right?
A good example is Commerce University. The church built the
let's not even get there.
University, but the people can't afford to send their kids to that same
Can you
university.
create like a system that can help those people? I know that there are churches that have systems for widows, system for orphans. You can go in there and tap in. So it's not just saying get the admission, God will do something. They actually have a system to help you pay that school fees and see you through school. But there are so many churches as well that are not doing this, right? And I don't want to say misplaced priorities, but I think that's the best phrase I can use. So I think he's more of saying that we should try to help people when people are coming to you to say, not just the churches, not even as individuals, when they're saying this is the issue I have, think about it from the angle of saying how can I help, not always sending them to the Bible and telling them it is well.
We've definitely
it is well, and God is not going to
everything.
come down to make it well. He's going to use somebody. Can you try to be the vessel that God is going to use? And if you cannot be that vessel in maybe in a bigger way, you can also be that vessel in a smaller way by the words you choose to use.
And it's also good to mention that I'm not saying that developed countries don't have churches. It's just very watered down and almost more personal than Group In and Shiloh and all of that stuff. So there is still that aspect of spirituality, because man isn't just flesh. We know that. So how you decide to feel that exists globally. The one thing I would say though is I always imagine like what would Nigeria look like without religion, because religion plays the family planning. If the government was working, it's not just about the government now.
It's about the people.
They do family planning. They do
religion will not just be.
They do all the things where in abroad you have like a call center for rape. You go to your church here. You have a call center for this. You go to your pastor.
You mentioned family planning. Over the weekend, I was with a friend and we were speaking to someone, and well, you can still classify this person as one of the rural people in the society. Right. And he said he has 3 children now. And my friend says, "Are you done with having children?" I said, "Yes, I don't finish you." And then I said, "Are you done by saying you are done, or you're actually taking measures to make sure you're done?" And he's saying, "God no will give me another one." And I'm like, okay. Clearly, he's not done. We're expecting another baby soon.
I think my final thoughts are these, right? I'm not going to downplay the importance and the succor religion is given to a whole lot of souls. Maybe by now we have a lot of madness in our street than what is currently obtainable. Right. But I'm just saying that for the essence of what many people hold on to religion to, it's not what it's meant to be. And that is failure of leadership, of government. Are there churches doing their best to help people every now and then? Yes, there are. But I'm just saying people need to understand the fact that, you know what, he's not just a need-meeting being. He wants a relationship. That's what they say. It could be a she. It could be a she.
Okay, that's how we wrap up, because we're entering another level of she and he being God. But thank you for watching. And remember, you can catch up on this conversation on all our exclusive content by subscribing to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. You can also watch Tea Time on R2 TV and in London on Ben Television. My thank you as always go to my amazing co-anchors, Ife Omai and Benny Ark, and the entire production team. Thank you for watching Plus TV Africa's Tea Time. My name is Elsie Godwin. Do stay with us.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Trending.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now. And that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like
Alibaba
now?
Across TV Africa, we're feeling good. No time to dull, everybody feeling alright.
Still make music and people are still buying. Sometimes I look myself minimal IU.
Apala music is for mature-minded people. I got DMs sometimes from Malawi, like,
sleeping early.
Coronavirus in Nigeria is causing rift between two major political parties, and Catholics in the country are protesting the killings of Nigerians by Boko Haram terrorists and kidnappers. They demand the president speaks out. This is Plus Politics, and I am Felicity Ezewike. You're welcome. The announcement of the first case of the coronavirus might have caused a wave of panic among Nigerians, but it certainly has not stopped our leaders from bickering at each other. While the All Progressive Congress APC has warned the PDP against politicizing the occurrence, the opposition party has expressed worry at what it described as President Muhammadu Buhari's delay in addressing the panic that has been caused by the development. In addition to this, the spokesperson to President Muhammadu Buhari, Garba Shehu, expressed his displeasure with the Nigerian media coverage of the coronavirus compared to that of malaria. Joining us in the studio are two legal practitioners. I'll start with Moses Akbasubi. Thank you very much for coming on the program.
It's a pleasure.
And of course, we have a familiar face, Obi Adjegbo. Thank you very much for coming on the program. Okay, so comments, PDP, APC. The need for the president to address the people. Is there a need? May I just start with saying, is the PDP's comment out of place? And is the APC response at par? Let me start with you, Moses.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to say at this junction that this is not a time where politics take the place of reality in our political system. This is virus, and this is a danger between life and death. It has nothing to do with any political affiliation. The president owes us a duty to address the nation on the state of the medical facilities available to the country. Where before now, it was on the news that we are ready. The Nigerian government have put the necessary machineries in place to curtail and control coronavirus. I would have expected that on discovering of this coronavirus, it should have taken a more delayed tactics approach than what we are seeing today in Nigeria.
But there are some that are actually complimentary of the effort of the government so far, because this is the first case, the only case in Nigeria. And I mean, I had a guest here last week that said he gives a pass mark to the Lagos State government in particular.
Yes, that is Lagos State government. The Federal Airport Authorities is owned by the federal government of Nigeria. What, you see, let's not get this thing. Let's not get it twisted. Just assume that Nigeria, this virus originated from Nigeria. Do you think any black man can travel out of this country without proper scrutiny? And even if he eventually passes the rigorous exercise of scrutinization, what happens when you get to their airport internationally? Would you be allowed to cross the airport without any measure of detention or being quarantined within the airport premises is a failure part of our government.
All right, let's bring
a failure.
Obi in. Do you agree that there is a need? Let's look away from the reaction or who the messenger is right now. Is there a need for the president to address the nation, considering the fact that the Ministry of Health has had press conferences?
I'm surprised at PDP because they know Mr. President doesn't address anybody. So why would they expect it to be different with this one? In situations where more lives have been lost, did he address anybody? Did he go there? Did he send anybody to commiserate with them? So, but PDP is in line because he's the president, he's the father of the nation. The Minister of Health has spoken who he designated to handle it, who is his portfolio. But he, as the president, needs to tell us, hey, my people, don't worry, everything is in control.
Again, some would argue that there doesn't seem to be that much of an urgency, considering, of course, that you just mentioned he has agencies handling this situation. So is it really pertinent? I ask, because as much as people are saying he should speak, they're saying what more is he going to say that the Ministry of Health hasn't already said?
He's the president. This is a new virus that is alien to us. When it hit Lagos, everybody went berserk. Supermarkets were selling off their sanitizers and masks and everything. It was an uproar. That's when I was expecting him to announce to us that be calm, everything is in control. But it's only Sanwo-Olu that I heard that was addressing people. He, as a president, is expected to talk to us. But I must say there was a report I read yesterday or today that was saying that they are on top of it.
Okay, let me come back to you, Mrs. You said that the conversation should be more focused on other issues other than politics at this time. But some say such comments are important at this time. And you do agree that there is a need for the president to address the people. So is this good for our polity, not politics now, some say it helps to keep the government on its toes?
Yes. If the president is our father, is the father of the nation. Now, assuming if a child needs something from the father and the father keeps mute about that particular request, what do you expect that child to be thinking? His mind will go bizarre. Now, we are all expecting that the president should come out and address the extent of the medical facilities on ground. It is not enough to start telling people stop. People were already panicking. Nigerians are panicking already. So it is out of place for you to be telling Nigerians, don't panic. Nigeria. You see, one thing I've discovered with this government is that they are always on top of the situation. Meanwhile, the situation in real sense is on top of the government. Because I would have expected coronavirus broke out in December 2019. I would have expected that upon anybody arriving at the shore of this country, proper scrutiny ought to have taken place. Do you know, I read this morning that the Italian has had contact with over now 100 Nigerians. How do you trace that?
They have, at least, let's give them the benefit of doubt on the fact that they have assured us that everyone that has had contact with that Italian has been quarantined. For now, let's take their word for it. And while we watch, we still have like another 14 days to know what is going to happen with this particular case. And we do know that there is a ray of hope somehow that China has found the cure and they're sharing that information with us. How valid that is as of this moment, we cannot tell because we have just one case.
My contention is this. Why is it that Nigeria always partake in every negative aspect of any outbreak? I asked a question earlier. Just assume that this problem broke out from Africa or Nigeria. Do you think any Western world will receive any black man at this present critical time we are discussing?
Well, I think
our airport, there are so many lapses.
But there is information at the moment that more personnel are going to be, medical personnel are going to be deployed to the airports. But we'll get to that in a bit.
Supposed to be the starting point.
We'll get to that in a bit. I want to talk to us still on our preparedness. I want you to talk to us about this recent report. There is a report, an investigative piece by Punch. One wouldn't say it's too much of an investigation, just confirmation of what is on the ground in the Federal Capital Territory. They went to the hospital that was designated as the isolation, that will house the isolation, isolation center for coronavirus. But as at the time that report was published, which is today, the center was still being built, right? Some of the medical staff there said they have not been briefed. They don't have details as to measures that they're supposed to take if this should happen. But this, if you juxtapose this with what the Ministry of Health has been telling us, that a lot of persons have been trained and they will be deployed. They have been deployed in some cases to other parts.
Which money is disbursed and the time you everything is put in place, there's a bit of a time gap. And we know that these monies were released, was it January or February? Do you understand? Okay. So that's one thing. I'm not here to hold brief for the federal government, but what I know is that Lagos State, which I am based in, is prepared. Abuja will catch up. Other parts of the country will catch up, but
isn't it something of a concern that we've had December, January, February? This is March.
When was the budget?
It's not a. Should we be talking about budget at this time?
This is
or
an
the
extraordinary and emergency situation.
I'm not holding brief for the federal.
This is an extraordinary and emergency situation that requires no protocol.
I'm not holding brief for the government, but what I'm saying is they will get there.
Okay, let's look at, there are indications that I mentioned earlier that the federal government is drafting more medical personnel to the country's airports to help with the screening of international passengers, which is one of your concern about how we're treating our borders. The president of the NMA has come up to say that there is need to provide adequate personal protective equipment for those that will be deployed to these areas. There's been worries about efforts with the border. How reassuring does this information come as to you? Because you just expressed concern about, people leaving the country or coming into the country without proper screening. The Ministry of Health says they are screening. At least what we know for a fact is that there is a form at the airports for people to fill up where they are, their state and all of that, so they can be traced. Does this information about more medical personnel being deployed to our country's international airports and some border points reassure you?
Yes, my contention is still this. Why do we need to wait or have to wait for an issue to happen before we take proactive measure, before we take measure?
What should have been done? What should have been done? Because we didn't have coronavirus until last week.
Yes,
for instance.
until last week. But you know that, you and I know that it took China 3 weeks to build medical facilities. Nobody premeditated this. Nobody expected this. But upon the information that, yes, coronavirus is out, it took China 3 weeks to build their medical facilities where and how they quarantine the people that were suspected to be the virus carrier.
Basically
now we are talking about drafting medical personnel to the airports. Another issue that will come to our mind again, these medical personnel, what are their insurance policies? What are their insurance cover? I remember when Ebola came. And I know so many people were used as a sacrificial lamb to quarantine people and to treat people and to ensure that the virus does not go beyond a certain measure. If you go deep down today, you discover that the families of those people who sacrificed their lives for Ebola to be contained have been abandoned. Now, how do you now, what are the safety measures? Assuming these people who are drafted to the airport to work for the federal government get infested at the end of the day and they lost their lives, what medical facilities, what are the insurance policy put on ground for their families?
Okay, I think you've made your point on that.
Can I say something? Okay. My worry is not about the international airports. It's those land borders. The places in Katsina, up north, that are so porous that you can just walk in without having anything. Imagine if they had it in Chad or in Niger, it will just walk into Nigeria. That's my main concern. The airports, Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, will be fortified because that's the main point of entry. Everybody is looking at, yes, whoever has it is flying in. But you know, as of last week, we were saying they should start banning some airlines from coming into Nigeria. Airlines that still fly from China should be banned from coming into Nigeria. But nobody did anything about it.
So that would be bad for our economy. That's some of the reaction that has come from the federal government via the Ministry of Health, that as at this point, it would be too hasty to begin to ban international flights.
Other countries
Chinese
have done
GDP has dropped drastically.
Yeah, but the case in China is that is the origin.
Yes.
So one would expect that they would do. Yeah, they will have speedy reactions like that. But we just have one case of coronavirus, and from all indication, they're working to ensure that it doesn't spread. But those measures, are they still necessary at this time, or should they be on the standby? Should we have an increase?
They should be on the standby, because you see, we have a population of over 100 million, and we have people that their hygienic conditions needs a lot to be desired. So can you imagine if coronavirus enters somewhere like Ajegule, what will happen? So we have to take measures. This is now the time for the National Orientation Organization or whatever, National
Orientation Agency
to go around sensitizing people, telling them about this thing, telling them what to do and what not to do.
Okay, let's take another angle to this conversation, because aside the APC and the PDP thing, there's been some reaction. Before I go to those reactions, I want to ask you, what's your assessment of media coverage of the coronavirus?
If you ask me, the media coverage is not doing enough. I say this with all sense of responsibility because there's an autonomy granted to the media to perform their constitutional role. So the media should not be intimidated or harassed by any functional government of Nigeria. There's a constitutional provision for every media houses in which they are supposed. Imagine if not for the media houses, our voice will not go beyond the roof of this building. We still need the media.
Yeah, but in the case of the coverage of this coronavirus.
Yes, we are not doing enough. You and I, you are here in the city. Have we bothered to talk about those in rural areas, those in the villages?
That's what I was saying.
How do we sensitize? How do we communicate?
People still.
How do we reach out to these people?
By foot into Ogun State. Those are where we have to be careful. Into Ogun State, all these border places that are not.
We have loved ones in the villages.
But I was actually going somewhere with that question, and that has to do with also the tackling of fake news. The other day we had a young man came out to debunk a news report from a seemingly credible source that he was the driver of the Italian guy. And the man says he has never been to Lagos, he has not been to Lagos rather, in the past 2 years. So he wondered how he would have been the driver. And that was quickly discarded on its merit. We've also seen fake WhatsApp messages about how you can cure coronavirus. That was immediately, counted. So in that regard, how would you rate, the media on this? And of course, the proactive measures of government in responding to some of the issues that has to do with the coronavirus?
You see, I'm very delighted when something appears on social media and within the next 20, 30 minutes, the government has replied. It makes me happy. And I must commend the media, the TV and the print. They did a good job of sensitizing people. What they are telling us is this is how you can combat it, this is how you can do it, which is good. Many of us were ignorant of it. So it's very, very good. But fake news has to be filtered.
Okay. Let's go to another dimension of what the media has been covering. This time, there is a government spokesman who is unhappy with how the media is covering the coronavirus, and his response, I'd like to read it. It's from the spokesperson to President Buhari, Garba Shehu. I would like to read exactly what he wrote. He said, this morning's newspapers, all of them have coronavirus as the lead cover story. When will they bring the spotlight to bear on 822 who are killed by malaria every day in Nigeria? So my question is, does he have a point, or is he deliberately trying to cause a distraction, as some have said?
As far as I'm concerned, Garba Shehu does not have a point in this regard. You see, people are trying to. He's been economical with the truth. That's the whole truth, because you cannot juxtapose malaria and an outbreak that just came out few months ago.
But the fact that we are used to the existence of malaria, even though it's still killing people, does it reduce the fact again that it kills people?
Malaria still kills people, but the difference between coronavirus and malaria is that you can walk up to the nearest chemist store and get any malaria treatment to buy, and 1 or 2 days you are up and going and you are okay. But this is an outbreak that no certified medication has been approved to say, oh, this is. Why will you not tell people not to be panic? Every sensible and well-meaning Nigeria ought to panic, because I feel our government is not still doing enough.
All right, Obi,
they're not doing enough.
Your thought on this, Garba Shehu's comment, that we're underreporting what's happening with malaria and focusing so much on coronavirus.
When he was talking about malaria, what came to my mind is, who is the architect of your own problem? Millions have been given out to stop the malaria scourge, to taper it, to hinder it, and yet you now have the guts to tell us that 882 people die every day. So what happened to the billions?
And you are proud to tell Nigerians that.
But I'm told we have very little time, so I'm going to go back to the premise on which this conversation started. Folks started looking at other angles, and that's the conversation that is emanating from the APC and the PDP. What kind of conversation? Let me come back to you, Obi. In your opinion, should our political parties be engaging at this crucial time in the country?
The PDP should put pressure on the APC to do more.
Should they be putting pressure at this time?
Yes, they should, because if we can if by the time somebody comes in with coronavirus at our borders and we dictate it, then most of it is done. It is when they come into town and start mingling with people that we don't have their address, we don't have their contacts. It is, you see, in certain parts of Nigeria, it is difficult to have contacts and to know where people are. So if you leave somebody who is not documented to mix with coronavirus, it's going to be a recipe for disaster.
Your take, what kind of conversation should political parties be having at this time?
I have said it often, and I will repeat it again, that political parties should put their differences aside and face the issue at stake. The president of Nigeria owns Nigerian safety of their heads. One of the primary duties of government is to protect lives and property. Now, if you are talking about protection of lives, are you now going to start giving excuses that PDP is accusing my political party that I am not doing well? This is the time you have to be blindfolded, you have to deaf your eardrum and look at the tactical way of approaching this problem and get it solved. That is my take. This is not the time to start trading words. PDP, fine. PDP is there as a watchdog to the ruling party. That does not mean that anything PDP says, APC will make words out of it. If they are making words out of it, it should be on a correctional note.
Okay, I almost forgot this question just before we wrap up. There is a conversation at the moment about revealing the name of the Italian who has the coronavirus. Is that information really relevant, considering the fact that the ministry says it's against medical ethics? That's what he said. But a senator of this Federal Republic is saying that if it were in other climes, we would know the name of the person who has the virus, including that of his extended family.
In other climes, they have more constrained people. If they know that guy, nobody knows what will happen to him. I'm sorry, because some people are bitter that he brought this thing into Nigeria.
Is that enough reason to keep his name private?
We have to follow medical ethics.
All right. I must say thank you very much for your time on the program so far.
Thank you.
I'll be back with you in a bit, but let's go on a quick break. And when we return, some are not happy with the silence of President Buhari when it comes to insecurity in this country. That's up for conversation after this break.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Catholic priests have taken to the streets to protest the killings of Nigerians by Boko Haram terrorists and kidnappers and the response of government to these occurrences. The protesters, all dressed in black, also called on the presidency to speak out, saying its silence on the issue is sowing and breeding seeds of mistrust and incapacitating its defenders. Still with me in the studio, I have Moses Akpasubi. Thank you very much for staying. And of course, we have Obi Adebo. Thank you very much for also saying. So they're protesting Catholic bishops this time around. They're saying the protest is on behalf of the over 100 million Christians in the country. What is your reaction? What is your reaction, Moses?
My reaction is as simple as you can ever imagine, because it boils down to the fact that our government is still not doing enough when it comes to security. Now, this issue of Boko Haram, to me, is compared to the enormous resources we have budgeted in fighting Boko Haram, still we have not yielded any positive results. Now, it has. If the Christians Association of Nigeria cannot do this, I wonder who would have done it better, because they felt that yes, this is a war that has been taken to our doorstep, and we should also take it back to the doorstep of the federal government, and that was why this protest was led on Sunday.
Was it necessary? Really?
Yes, it was necessary because it appears Christians are the main target now up north. That is why it is necessary, because it's as if Nigerians are not talking. It looks as if, the Christians who are supposed to be talking are not talking. Let somebody must speak. No matter how you look at it, somebody must speak.
Okay, what do you make of the accusation with you that the presidency is silent about the insecurity in this country? Let's not forget, bear in mind that the president has meetings on a weekly basis, from all indication, with the service chiefs. We do know that when there is a situation, he issues a statement via his media aid, or on occasions, he goes to the venue and condoles with the people that had become victims. The last time he went, I think they said he was booed when he went to condole with those people. Bearing all of these in mind, would you say really that the president has been silent about the insecurity in this country?
His utterances sends jitters down my spine. First of all, they withdraw everybody's gun, cancel everybody's gun permit. And you now see hoodlums walking around brazenly with AK-47. And then your president, instead of telling you, defend your property, is now telling you, don't fight, dialogue. And people are killing people, and he's saying, don't fight, dialogue. You see, the question I have to ask now is, those people that we are saying Jonathan must go, that Jonathan was inept and everything, between Jonathan's time and this time now, which is worse? That's number one. Then number two, his body language speaks of somebody who has an I don't care attitude about things. Because if he were caring, he would have released people to set up vigilantes and to secure their
But is he stopping? We have Amotekun, we have Shege Kepasa, we have some other groups coming out to say they want to have their own outfit. I think the only comment from the federal government is that everything should be done in line with the law.
Yes, I know that. But remember the hue and cry about Amotekun when it started, that issue of suspicion. This is the time the government should take the bull by the horn and tell the House to pass a law of state police. But I'm told that something is being done about that. I don't know how to. But they should accelerate to create a state police so that it will not solely be a responsibility of federal government now. State will have the responsibility and federal government will have. A governor in a state should be in charge of the security of his state.
Okay. Just the other day, we had the controversy about the bill to create a center, an agency to rehabilitate repentant Boko Haram members. And then these protesters are now saying that the federal government is insensitive to the victims of insurgency and insecurity in this country. Is he insensitive? What more can he do to prove that he is committed not only to the repentant Boko Haram? Mind you, the bill is not from the president, it's from a senator.
Yes. I will say again, with all sense of responsibility, that the sponsor of that bill is not being considerate to Nigerians and fair to Nigerians. Because you cannot, excuse me, you cannot ask me. It's not just repentant. They are thinking of sending them abroad. Let's have that at the back of our mind. They are thinking of sending them abroad. If that bill is true, they are thinking of sending them abroad. Now, how will you feel if your father and your mother died as a result of this Boko Haram issue, and you now hear tomorrow that most of these repentants, in quotes, Boko Haram are being sent abroad for rehabilitation. And after rehabilitation, they are meant to integrate back to the society tomorrow. One, the question you ask yourself is, how genuinely repentant are they? Now, even if they claim they have repented, to what extent? Have they dropped their guns? On whose financial responsibility will that now be to take care of people who have slaughtered human beings recklessly and carelessly? You want to take them abroad to... in fact, I condemn in the strongest terms the sponsor of that bill. I will say again, he's insensitive, he's wicked, and is not telling Nigerians the truth.
What would you say should be the right response from the government when it comes to victims of the insurgency? We know that there are IDP camps. Just the other week, one of our big stories here was the situation, the IDP camp in Edo State, and we highlighted some of the challenges that they are going through. So what more, in your opinion, can they do to, maybe reintegrate these people back to society like they are proposing? Let me bring that question to you, Obi. Like they're proposing for the repentant Boko Haram.
You see, when you say repentant, it sends shivers down my spine.
Well, that is the phrase. It's actually repentant Boko Haram members who have indicated an interest to change.
What are the factors that determine genuine repentance? Those are issues, those are indices that need to be placed on the tables for us to look at.
You see, when somebody is a criminal, it requires...
You can't change the leopard skin.
You cannot. It requires a lot of mindset changing. Oh, you live by the gun. No, the gun is not good. Let's take it step at a time. It's not something that is done...
That argument seems to be in support of the need for an agency to help rehabilitate these people.
What they want to create... Look, let me tell you what the result of this rehabilitation. What it just means is that the soldiers will shoot to kill. They will not hold any prisoners. Because these are the same people that shot at them, and they don't know whether these people will identify them and come back for a reprisal. That's the offshoot of it.
Okay.
Then number two, rehabilitate who? On what basis? They should be in jail. It's when they've served about 20 years jail term, then you can now start rehabilitating them.
You both seem to be in sync on that. So my question now is, for those that are victims, that are survivors.
Those that are victims. Yeah. I saw something that really broke my heart on social media, and I pray it's not true. They showed where the rehabilitated Boko Haram were staying and showed where IDP people were staying, and I really wept for my country. Now, those people IDP, what are you staying in camp for 2 years? The government is in the government's interest. The first thing the government should do is to make sure they drive away the occupants of your place and then put you back into your place.
Okay, let's look at some of the concerns that was said by the protesters, the Catholic protesters that are asking that the government, president, speak up and address the people on this issue. They're saying that they're tired of claims by the federal government that the Boko Haram insurgency has been technically defeated, because they know that that is untrue, according to them. So my question is it time for the government to find a new refrain, a new way to express the achievements that they've had, so it is politically correct before the people?
It's politically wrong. The originator of that word, technically defeated, Lai Mohammed, the Minister of Information, now has... I think, in fairness to you, he was actually looking for a phrase or words to use. That was why he framed up that was technically defeated. Because the people you are referring to as technically defeated, they are killing people day and night. So what is the technicality there? It still baffles me when people still use that word, technically defeated. What technicality are you telling Nigerians? That people are being killed on a daily basis. What technicalities are you telling us?
Okay,
I still don't understand.
So you subscribe to the fact that that term should be rested.
Should be expunged.
Okay. So let's look at something else, still on this issue, but this time it's a homily by the Archbishop of Abuja, that's Ignatius Kaigama. He queried the approach of the federal government to the fight against insurgency. Do you have concerns with the school of thought that says the president is doing everything within his power to address the issue of insecurity? It's just that people don't know all the things that is being done by the presidency to combat this insurgency and insecurity in the country. So what approach would be better, in your opinion, so that people actually know what the government is doing?
First of all, Mr. President, in his own mind, is really trying to work hard. But what is in his mind and what is the reality is miles apart. That's number one. Number two, I told somebody, these people go to the Zambezi forest and they're hiding there. What stops the government from burning down that whole forest? Then number three, we equip our boys, our children that are being killed every day. We equip them, give them moral support, make them happy, so that they would be happy to go and fight, because it's their life. It's not our lives. It's their life. And sometimes I see pictures of them in body bags, and I really weep, because it could be anybody's child. So they should give the soldiers a moral booster, and then be very careful before they sentence them to death or court-martial them, because they are working against the odds, and they now have to turn it around. If our boys are on top and all the armed forces work together, like if there is an attack, the army will go backed up by the Air Force. We would make a much better impact than we are doing now.
Moses, what information would be out there from the government in the fight against insecurity in this country that will assuage your concern that they are actually doing something? What would you love to see to confirm to you that it's beyond rhetoric?
Yes, first of all, what I want to see is the attention being given to the IDPs. The IDPs, we hear and learn every day that a lot of budgetary allocation have been allocated to them in taking care of them, but those are in papers and pen. The real thing does not get to the people whom this budget is being allocated to. That is one. Then number two, if you want to fight insurgency, it is not... I just read sometimes 2 or 3 days ago that they are thinking of borrowing more funds to equip our Nigerian military. To me, going by the kind of country that I know that we have, is another way to steal. Because all the ones we have been budgeting, we have never seen a good result to juxtapose what we have used those monies for. Our president went on international television and was telling CNN, who was interviewing him, and said that most of the money budgeted for allocation went to private pockets. And it was then asked by Christian Ramaphosa. So the president, you are telling us that Nigerian budgeted this money and they went to private pockets. What have you done to retrieve those money that you think went to private pockets? So to me, I see it as a way of looting the national treasury by telling Nigerians that we want to borrow money to equip our soldiers to. In fact, I was also hearing that they want to have special fund for our military.
Okay, let me final question to you, Obi. Should our religious leaders, as we've seen, be engaged in protesting issues like this? Wouldn't there be a better approach to communicate their grievances to the presidency, other than, I mean, anything can happen when they put themselves out there this way?
They've been communicating privately, they've been having meetings. Where did it get them? And you must realize that religion is the opium of the poor, the masses. And if they don't come out for the masses will feel betrayed. So it is best, once it gets to that stage, there was a time that the GO took to the streets and we all did a march and whatnot. We are telling them we've had enough. And the more we are doing this, the more they are under pressure, the more they change their strategy to get peace in this country.
I guess that's a good place to pause our conversation tonight. Thank you very much for your thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for staying with us. We'll take our PLOS reports now, and when we return, I'll be giving my take. Don't go away.
It's almost 1 year after the 2019 general elections, and the electoral umpire, INEC, gathers in Lagos to push for a review of the electoral legal framework. The chairman of INEC declares the retreat open. He reiterates the Commission's desire to attend to the recommendations of the 2019 Electoral Act Amendment Bill from the Senate Committee on INEC, aimed at achieving credible polls ahead of the 2023 elections.
The Commission's input is not limited to the review proposed by the National Assembly. As election managers, we conduct elections. We also monitor pre-election activities such as party primaries and handle post-election processes, including the outcome of litigations. Therefore, we must, at this meeting, cast our nets wide by dissecting the Electoral Act in the light of experience and proposing wide-ranging amendments that will give the nation an electoral legal framework that can truly protect the choice of citizens and guarantee free, fair, and credible elections.
With Ondo and Edo elections happening in November 2020, the chairman condemns all forms of electoral violence.
For as long as violators of our electoral laws are not penalized, we'll continue to have issues with our elections. If you take a place like South Africa, for instance, they have what they call the electoral courts. Violators are arrested and instantly prosecuted. But in our own case, committee after committee have recommended for the enactment of a law to set up the Electoral Offences Commission and Tribunal.
One of the goals of this retreat is the rendezvous and subsequent interactions between INEC and the Senate, which is expected to come up on the 5th of March. Mary Chinda for Plus TV Africa.
Permit me to reiterate the advice of a former Vice President of Nigeria, Atiku Abubakar, on the issue of coronavirus. He said, and I quote, "I strongly counsel that any tendency to blame and point fingers must be temporarily, if not permanently, suspended. If fingers must be pointed, it must be to solutions." He went on to say that this crisis is an opportunity to show that we are first and foremost Nigerians and that we have no other country but our dear fatherland, which we must work together to keep healthy and secure. Now, to add to that, APC, PDP, or any other political party must shield their political swords and rally round the federal government to ensure that we win this. It is my submission that they will be regarded the better for it when the conversations come up again in the future, as they most certainly will in this Nigeria. That said, coronavirus is here with us. We're not out of the woods, not by a long shot. So personal hygiene and vigilance by all, as cautioned, is repeated tonight. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back again tomorrow, same time. Until then, please be well and stay safe.
the small-scale aquaculture sector has beyond doubt contributed immensely to Nigeria's domestic production. The importance of protein from aquaculture cannot be overemphasized, as more than 40% of annual protein consumed by an average Nigerian comes from aquaculture, such as fish, crustaceans, amongst other seafoods. According to Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, aquaculture production in Nigeria grew from 21,700 tons in 1999 to 316,700 tons in 2015. Although the figure has risen significantly, the country is yet to bridge the gap between its demand and supply chain. Also, reports from the federal government show that national production stood at about 1.1 million metric tons, which captures all sources, including aquaculture, artisanal and industrial fishing sector. This leaves Nigeria with a supply shortfall of about 2.1 million metric tons. In attempting to help bridge the supply gap on what some may describe as a small-scale aquaculture supply chain, I paid a visit to Anu Oluwapo Fish Market in Lagos, Nigeria.
We started this market around 1986. We registered this market in 1994.
Although in existence for such a long time, it still retained its mundane look. The fishermen who supplied to the market used the old-fashioned methods of fishing, using hooks, ropes, nets, and rods, as well as trawling mechanism. I spoke with Nelson Okbata, a fisherman and the proud father of 6 children, who regularly supplies to the market. He said he had been in the business for about 30 years.
Now, so where are we moved for here? Before 3 days, we have reached there. Place where we are the work. We are plenty. I say 7 people, 8 people. Where we are reached there, we are the fine fishing. Okay, where are the fine fishing? I say 4 days, we are no catch. After that, 5-7 days, we have turned back. Where 8 days to 9 days, we have come back again. Now, so we are work for them.
I wondered why it took so long to get a good catch. He further explained how seasons affects their success.
It depends. The time where Christmas they come. Christmas they come, like say January. January itself we are the catch. January to February itself we are catch. Where that time pass, the fish go down. Where it reach time where they fall. Where they fall where fish they come. That time self, fish they walk out. But we are the suffer before we are go catch fish. Where for finish. Before fish no fish walk out well. But it go strong before you go catch small.
He showed me a quick demonstration of how they succeed in filling up their inbuilt storage facilities.
You see the iron. The rope with this one. This is the hook. The two we are to take catfish. Maybe this one. But if it's fish catch, you hold like that. You go see say fish catch. Wait, do.
He, however, noted that fishermen needed approval, which they had to show in an event they were stopped by coastal guards. The market was indeed a community divided into various segments. On arrival, the fishermen had nothing to worry about, as they already had steady off-takers. I spoke with Ayomide, who showed me the species of fish they supply to her.
We have different kind of fish here. Like this one is red snapper. Then this one is shiny nose. This one is grouper. This one is tilapia. Then this one is croaker. This one is white snapper.
Mrs. Bamigboye, who has been in the business for over 30 years, said she specialized in the sale of crustaceans, and just like the fishermen, she had no worries selling them off.
I sell prawns, I sell lobsters, I sell crab, I sell calamari. Sometimes I sell shrimps. We sell seafood. You know, we have river own, but this one is sea. It's from the sea. So when the trawler boat, the big boat, they bring it down here, then we buy. Sometimes, because we used to supply restaurants, we have many restaurants that we used to supply.
She, however, spoke on the inconsistency in the quantity supplied by the fishermen in kilograms.
And sometimes they used to bring 500, 300, but yesterday he bring only 100 kilos for me.
To also avoid spoilage, she showed me how she preserves her purchase in an event she doesn't sell all. They were old and abandoned refrigerating systems which they fill with ice and sackcloth and immerse their catch.
We don't have electric something here, so we used to put it here inside ice block. If you want the one inside, see, it's very fresh. See? Because we use ice block, even fish, they preserve it with ice block. If you bring it, here you see, very fresh. That is how we preserve it.
Although the supply chain management system seemed fair and well regularized in the market, even as they contribute to the small-scale aquaculture sector in the country, they shared their challenges with me. And on the part of the fishermen, Nelson said,
We are going to accident for fishing. That one, no be small thing. You see, we are getting big fish, big boat, sheep, big one where they from abroad they come. They are get light, flashing light. Where the time reach, we are they use them. Because of that big ship, where they come, you go look, yes. That one, where you no get that one, where you sleep, where night catch you, you go feel break your boat. All of them feel go die one day. But na engine, we are not get repeller for them, mechanic for them. But where you are engine go probe for them, you go use your man. From there you go ashore. Before you go call people where they for ground. Say so we are there here. Your engine don't spoil, but somebody can't find boat, can't help yes. If you there far, your phone, you no go read because of you no go get researching for them. But you go use your man where God self go help you. Use your man small. You are got something for the boat where you go first before you go can gram. If you reach the race, where you ready for? You are no guys some place where I go sleep. You go take this rubber. Any plenty people, you go put inside. Where you go to like that? Like the person where you dey, where you know what? You go carry that fry boat, where you carry gun, where if they find you for fishing, where you see you go take their gun. Sometimes you go carry your EG for your hand. Sometimes you go carry your fish. Go.
On the retail end, Bamigboye said,
Sometimes if there is no market, it used to spoil. And immediately it spoil, we throw it away. So, but if you throw it away, like the rainy season now, if they bring plenty, it used to spoil. Because those are our customers, they will go for summer. So there will be no market. Little one will sell, and the rest will throw it away. But in the dry season, we have to get it back. Because in the dry season, they will not see. So they have to come to you, then, and the price will increase. Inside the increment, we see the loss.
For Humble, he had two main concerns.
We need light, and then if the government can help us here, some people don't have more money to do their business.
Obviously, for small-scale aquaculture operators like Nelson, as well as retailers like Bamigboye and Ayomide, More support from the federal government in terms of fostering an enabling environment will potentially position Nigeria to become not only self-reliant for her aquaculture needs, but also serve as an exporting terrain for neighboring countries. With all said and still being done, for the fishermen, after a successful or unsuccessful catch, a nicely prepared meal is a necessity. For Plus TV Africa, Irene Ubani.
Hello and many thanks for joining us. The news in the hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are some of the stories making the headlines. My name is Felicity Ezewike. We begin the news with information reaching us that the Supreme Court has dismissed Emeka Hedioha's application to review his removal as governor of Imo State. We'll bring you more details as we get them. The Ogun State House of Assembly on Tuesday passed a bill for a law to establish the Ogun State Security Network Agency and Amotekun Corps. The Majority Leader, Yusuf Sharif, had presented the report of the Committee on Security and Strategy during plenary in Abeokuta. Sharif stated that the committee recommended that the bill be passed as approved by the Conference of Speakers of Southwest Legislature. The Majority Leader moved the motion for the adoption of the report, and it was seconded by Musefi Lamidi, a member of the House, and the motion was also supported by the whole House. Sharif thereafter moved the motion for the third reading. The lawmaker stated that the Amotekun would curb criminal activities such as kidnapping, robbery, courtesan, and terrorism. Still in security matters, Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General Tukur Buratai has vowed that violent crimes in the Niger Delta demanding military intervention would be squarely dealt with, stating the commitment of the military to flush out criminal elements in the region. Speaking at the commissioning of the headquarters of the 63 Brigade Complex and the official operationalization of the brigade in Asaba, Buratai said the success of Operation Crocodile Small 4 was an indication that the military was battle-ready for criminal elements in the region. Speaking further, Buratai also thanked the state government for providing an expanse of land along the Benin-Asaba-Onitsha highway for the brigade and its battalions. About 25 repentant members of the Boko Haram insurgents with their wives and children have been received in Maiduguri by the Borno State Commissioner for Women Affairs, Hajiya Zuwaira Gambo, on behalf of the state government. The repentant insurgents laid down their arms to the troops in Niger Republic. They landed at the Maiduguri International Airport with military aircraft and headed to Bulunkutu Rehabilitation Center. Handing over the repentant insurgents, the coordinator of the Safe Corridor Program, Major General Bamidele Shafa, said the former insurgents will be well rehabilitated by the federal government Operation Safe Corridor Program. He also encouraged other insurgents in the bush to surrender. Speaking to newsmen while receiving the surrendered Boko Haram, the Hajiya said the rehabilitation center is ready to rehabilitate and de-radicalize the returnees and also provides the necessary support and education as well as psychosocial support before reuniting them with their families. Plus TV Africa spoke with the security expert Kabir Adamu on this.
It actually started in 2014 under former President Goodluck Jonathan when they launched the countering violent extremism mechanism. Now that mechanism has under it a component called Operation Safe Corridor. And the idea of that, operation is to de-radicalize repentant Boko Haram members, make sure they are completely de-radicalized, and then release them to the society. My understanding of that framework is that civilian experts would use knowledge, psychological, economical, socio, political knowledge, put those repentant terrorists through those skills acquisition.
Members of the Federal Capital Territory Water Board have threatened to cut water supply in the nation's capital if their general manager, Aliyu Nahuche, is not sacked in the next 3 weeks. The workers staged a protest at the Water Board headquarters in Abuja over allegations of fraud, overstay in service and insensitivity to their welfare by Aliyu Nahuche. The workers, however, seem factionalized as a group stayed in the background with banners indicating support for the managing director. Chairman of the Workers' Union in the FCT, Aliyu Maradu, said the union is in talks with the FCTA authorities and is hoping that all their grievances will be looked into before the expiration of the ultimatum. And the Minister of Water Resources, Suleiman Adamu, has tasked the media managers to join the campaign to end open defecation by 2025. The minister, during a one-day sensitization forum with media managers in Abuja, said over 47 million Nigerians still practice the trend, with only few local government areas in Cross River, Bauchi, Jigawa, Benue and Plateau states certified to have ended the practice. It asked the media to help in carrying the message to the public, including its consequences and health implications.
Up from one local government authority in April 2017. The ministry, through the Department of Water Quality Control and Sanitation, has constructed 106 sanitation IT facilities in the northeast, north central, and southwest regions, domesticated the production of hydrogen sulfide mines of the National Water Quality Reference Laboratory, developed and submitted the country report on global analysis and assessments of sanitation and drinking water to the World Health Organization.
Recently, we officially partnered with Ekiti State on the Open Education Free Roadmap for 2022. This is very an important step, since political will at that time will be very important. Will not happen without the implementation of local levels. Our private sector members have already scheduled one-on-one meeting with the Honorable Minister, where they present their measurable commitments and plans for their contribution.
Still in the news, the Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has called on the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, to immediately obey Monday's court judgment ordering all hospitals in the state to stop the practice of mandating husbands to donate blood as a condition for their pregnant wives to access antenatal care. The judgment was delivered by Justice Ralied Adebiyi of the Lagos State High Court in Ikeja, who described the practice as unconscionable, arbitrary, unfair, and a violation of Section 38, subsection 1 of the 1999 Constitution, which guarantees citizens' right to life. In a statement on Tuesday by its Deputy Director, Kolawole Uluwadare, SERAP hailed the judgment, saying if obeyed, it would inch Nigeria closer to the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. Governor Ben Ayade of Cross River has sworn in Justice Maurice Energy as the acting chief judge of the state. This followed the non-confirmation of Justice Akon Ikpeme as the substantive chief judge of the state by the Cross River House of Assembly on Monday. Ayade said on Tuesday in Calabar that the swearing-in of Justice Energy was imperative as law and nature abhor vacuum. He congratulated the acting chief judge on his appointment and urged him to dispense justice without fear or favor. The Disability Rights Advocacy Center, DRAC, has called on Nigerians to change their perspective of persons living with disabilities. The executive director of DRAC, Irene Patrick Ogbogu, spoke to newsmen during a two-day training session for media practitioners on the sexual and reproductive health and rights of women and girls living with disability. Mrs. Patrick Ogbogu says there is a negative stereotype on persons living with disabilities in the public space, especially regarding their sexual orientation and sexual wants.
The purpose of training the media is so that they can reach the people and let the people know that they need to stop discriminating against persons with disabilities. They need to support persons with disabilities in the attainment of their sexual and reproductive health and rights. They need to also be a voice to join the advocacy for inclusive health services, access to sexual and reproductive health for persons with disabilities, especially women and girls, and generally to end discrimination and reduce all forms of violence against persons with disabilities, especially women and girls. There's this notion in our society that persons with disabilities are asexual. This means that they cannot have sex, or they do not have sex or sexual feelings. And this can be quite detrimental and counterproductive because it affects the way we view them. So you find areas where a woman with a disability, for instance, is sterilized because she's had multiple pregnancies in a number of years, and so the doctor on his own decides to sterilize her and cut her tubes without her knowledge, without her consent, just because they feel like she shouldn't be having sex, talk less of getting pregnant.
The news will continue after this very short break. Don't go away. And from other parts of Africa, Libya's eastern-based government linked to military commander Khalifa Haftar opened an embassy in Syria on Tuesday and called for the two countries to unite in their common fight against Turkey-backed militant groups. Syria has faced resistance from Turkish forces allied to rebels in its northeast. Libya has two governments, one based in the capital Tripoli and widely recognized internationally, and another based in the east. Eastern Commander Haftar has launched an assault to capture Tripoli and is fighting forces aligned with the government there, which are backed militarily by Turkey. Senegal's health minister on Monday announced the first case of coronavirus in the country, the second case in sub-Saharan Africa after one was confirmed in Nigeria last week. The rapid spread of the new coronavirus has increased fears of a pandemic, prompting governments to step up control measures and sending global financial markets into a dive. The patient is a Frenchman who lives in Senegal and came back from a skiing holiday in France on February 26 on an Air Senegal flight, the health minister told reporters. He passed the temperature check at the capital Dakar's main airport on his return, but developed a fever 2 days later. Up next is our foreign news. Turkey shut down a Syrian government warplane on Tuesday over northwest Syria, where fighting has intensified in recent weeks as Turkish forces have intervened in the fight over the last remaining area under rebel control. It was the third Syrian warplane Turkey has shot down since Sunday in an escalating campaign against President Bashar al-Assad's forces that threatened to bring NATO member Turkey into direct confrontation with Assad's superpower ally Russia. With more than 1 million refugees amassing since December on the Turkish border, the battle for Idlib has brought what the United Nations fear might be the worst humanitarian crisis of the 9-year-old Syrian civil war. The World Health Organization, WHO's regional director for Africa, Matshidiso Moiti, says as African countries confirm cases of coronavirus, COVID-19, the virus ceases to be a threat and becomes a reality on the continent. Moiti, in a statement, said Senegal reported its first case of COVID-19 on Monday, becoming the 4th African country to confirm the virus. According to her, they are working with countries in the region to ensure that measures are taken to contain further spread of the virus. Coming up after this break is our business news. And in business, South Africa has entered its second recession in 2 years in the final quarter of last year as agriculture, transport and construction contracted, data showed on Tuesday. Statistics South Africa, Stats SA, said the economy shrunk 1.4% in the fourth quarter, following a revised 0.8% contraction in the third quarter. Economists had predicted a contraction of 0.1% in quarter-on-quarter and seasonally adjusted terms. South Africa has struggled to emerge from an economic slump in the 2 years since Cyril Ramaphosa became president, promising sweeping reforms. And the Treasury has cut 2020 economic growth forecast to 0.9%. Still ahead on Plus TV Africa News is a roundup on entertainment and sports.
None. The moment he came with that message of you don't expect me to treat the 97% the same way I would treat the 5%, that was a statement of division.
I haven't even heard. I did not know that this had come up again.
Really?
I didn't know it had gone into second reading. So thank you for mentioning it. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard. To think that these people can like raid this country, destroy this country, and then ask for immunity.
Isn't democracy the government of the people, by the people, for the people?
That's what it should be.
And at what point did we give the power within this democracy, of this democracy, to the people we have voted?
The Constitution is not we, the people, as we have it today. It's not we, the people, that promulgate. That Constitution is not us.
It has nothing to do with
It's something that was foisted on us.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
Woody Allen's memoir will finally be published in the U.S. next month, April 2020, after multiple publishers reportedly rejected that last year. Bosses at Grand Central Publishing, a branch of Hachette Book Group, will release the book titled Apropos of Nothing. After ongoing allegations, the movie maker molested his adopted daughter, Dylan Farrow, prompted book bosses to snub the autobiography. This book is a comprehensive account of his life, both personal and professional, and describes his works in film, theater, television, nightclubs, and print. Apropos of Nothing will also be published in Canada, Italy, France, Germany, and Spain, amongst many other countries. The Oscar-winning director's film career has suffered a series of setbacks since 2018, when he claimed he was sexually assaulted Dylan when she was only 7, resurfaced following her journalist brother Rowan's attempt to expose disgraced movie mogul Harvey Weinstein's alleged misconduct and sexual assaults in 2017. And that is in on entertainment, the very best in sports right after this.
AFC Bournemouth forward Jordan Ibe has been banned from driving for 16 months after driving his car into a coffee shop and has been fined £7,500 for causing serious damage. The 24-year-old England international admitted to the charge of careless driving and was found guilty of one count of failing to stop after the accident at a court hearing in February. He was handed a 16-month driving disqualification and 12-month community order at a hearing at Bromley Magistrate Court earlier today. And that's our news roundup of events at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do please join us again. From all of us, thank you very much for watching.
The moment he came with that message of you don't expect me to treat the 97% the same way I would treat the 5%, that was a statement of division.
I haven't even heard. I did not know that this had come up again.
Really?
I didn't know it had gone into second reading. So thank you for mentioning it. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard. To think that these people can like raid this country, destroy this country, and then ask for immunity.
Isn't democracy the government of the people, by the people, for the people?
That's what it should be.
And at what point did we give the power within this democracy, of this democracy, to the people we have voted?
The Constitution is not we, the people, as we have it today. It's not we, the people, that promulgate. That Constitution is not us.
It has nothing to do with it.
It's something that was foisted on us.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now, and that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like
Alibaba
now?
Plus TV Africa, we're feeling good. No time to dull, everybody feeling alright.
Make music and people are still buying. Sometimes I look myself minimal IO.
Akpala music is for mature-minded people. I got DMs sometimes from Malawi, like,
sleeping early.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Goal 10 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals speaks largely about eliminating inequality amongst countries and peoples. The United Nations clearly recognizes that businesses can also exacerbate inequality by being complicit in perpetuating biases and discrimination. The question, however, is, how exactly does this resonate with Nigeria? Lagos is the most populous city in Nigeria and has millions of persons. Among these are little persons also, often found in Osborn in Ikoyi. They are trying to make a living as they grapple with inequality and discrimination because of their physical appearances. Wisdom Abba and his wife Joanne are one of the little persons who moved from other parts of the country into Lagos to make a living by getting employed despite their physical inadequacies. They say that in Lagos, they had hoped to win the battle against discrimination, but this fight, however, seems to be a lost one as they are constantly marginalized by some employers while hunting for jobs.
Sometimes, somebody will promise me at where I'm selling market, because we drive car, we say we find work for me. I will pull up on that person. At last, the person will know. They will not find a job because promise me. Many of them.
When I went to look for a job, they said they can't give me a job, that I'm too short. They said I should go.
This couple is not the only little person seeking an end to discrimination in job hunting. Nkubi and Shapali are celebrity broadcasters. They too say that they have had a painful taste of societal rejection.
I got called up for an interview. One of the management now walked up to me and told me that, look, I am sincerely very sorry. You are not the kind of person we are looking for.
My sister, growing up, she'll be like, Daddy, where do you get this thing from?
Though Shapali comes across as a very confident woman, she says growing up was torturous.
I'm talking to you, I don't know my mom till now. She ran away because I am a dog.
She adds that her self-esteem was dealt a devastating blow for even thinking of marrying a tall man and begetting tall offspring as her mother-in-law rejected her.
I had a relationship that the guy, took me home to the mom. And I was there in their living room, seated, and the guy went to call the mom. The mom came and was like, where? Sorry, oh my dear, sorry. Where is the wife? My son said he brought. And I was like, it's me. I said, stop joking now. How will it be you? My son came up to come that he brought somebody. I was not accepted.
Bash and Iyatokpe are 9-to-5 persons. They reveal that they have also been treated with inequality countless times.
My own junior brother, the one that follows me, he also thought I'm kind of like a junior to him. We usually fight every day.
I go one place. I say they find person who go sweep here. They say not true. I say I want to do it. They say, you do it. Which hand do you want to take sweep here?
With only 12 years left to expunge inequality by 2030, only little is known if Nigeria will truly wipe out this menace. But Wisdom and his wife Joanne, Nkubi, Shapali, Bash and Iyatokpe continue to hope that someday they will be treated like every other human being. I am Mary Chinda for Plus TV Africa.
Almost every Nigerian wants to leave the country, but do they understand what it means to be a global citizen?
The reason why people were leaving Nigeria 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and even until now, is essentially because they want to survive. Movement is a human duty, right? You have to move. Part of the biggest problem in Nigeria is we produce what we don't consume, and we consume what we don't produce. There's no economy in the world that can survive on that equation. The idea of running away to another country, undocumented, hiding, compromising your dignity, take baser positions in those societies, marry people you hate, hibernate all your life, dwarf your most important dreams and aspirations, take a compromise in the name of the pursuit of economics, embrace toil, otherwise called hustle, and lose your meaning and your purpose totally. You will play the majority game pretending to be happy, or you'll be sad and miserable for the rest of your life. So my goal, my thinking is that instead of thinking relocation, we should think penetration.
Hello and thank you for staying with us. This is Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories. My name is Elsie Godwin, and I've got my co-anchors with me, Ife Omai and Benia.
Amazing co-anchors, beautiful co-anchors, intelligent.
Do you want to add the other phrase you've been using
since
to say what it is you want instead of mean?
She said it already.
No, not beautiful, not
Which
amazing.
one?
What she was saying before in trying to get a place, like, you know what I mean?
Oh, my broke? You're broke co-anchors. It's okay. It's temporary.
Okay, that's cool.
Temporary. We're making
like
money
the
moves.
spirit.
Just give us a few.
Oh boy.
A few months, maybe. Many months, many months. But you know.
It's all right. There's nothing wrong with that. So you're making moves to get out of wherever it is you are.
Of course.
Okay,
Yeah.
moving on. Burna Boy meets Kanye West in Paris at his Yeezy fashion show. They hugged each other, smiled, and according to bloggers, they showed respect to each other. I don't know how I feel about this one, though.
Why?
No, this is it for me, right? Two artists of repute met at an event and they exchanged pleasantries. Good thing Kanye recognized Burna
Hallelujah.
recognized
You should not.
Kanye, and it is what it is. Burna, we shouldn't downplay who Burna is in the African continent, and Kanye has his eyes in
I
Africa.
told you he's the best.
That's
period.
it.
Anyway, so
You know, Kanye has his eyes in Africa. He definitely is familiar with who Burna Boy is, and so two celebrities met and they exchanged pleasantries. It's no big deal for me. I don't want to start placing anybody above any other because it's an art form, and so what has happened over time is people feel, you know what, we can categorize this art form and say this person is better than this person and put them in different categories. And for me, I feel the art form is a soul, it's not a category. All right, so if people decide to look at it that way, then we'll now say Kanye is bigger than Burna Boy. But in art form in itself, there are actually no categories. Nobody's bigger than anybody. They are all sharing the same vortex of what art is.
So Burna Boy has been done it in
Fidelity is also expressing an art form. He has his own following.
No. See, Burna Boy, he just said you are not the best. Everybody is the best. Is the best.
In what they do.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's a very lovely period.
Amazing that people who appreciate, who still follow.
He's the kind of person that if he was a teacher in school, he would give everybody stars. Like, you did well, you're great, you're best, you're the best, you're the best. All of you are the best, okay? No one is in first, no one is last, no one's bottom. So you're saying here, I think this is also like a big thing because Burna Boy has always been the one to be open about this Ye song, that when he released Ye, he had to admit that he was riding on Kanye West's Jesus Ye thing. So especially Spotify streamlines, he always gives all that credit to Ye, that people actually were looking for Kanye West and then found Burna Boy.
Yeah, that was actually one of the things that blew him finally.
Yeah. Some of that video, there was a Ye conversation that went on at the end of the video. They had some Ye conversation between Burna Boy. Like, it's cool.
So I know that at least from what we have seen, that was an important thing for Burna Boy in terms of meeting Kanye West, and it was kind of cute. I remember when watching it and then he tapped his shoulder. I was going to be like, be careful, because Kanye West is absent. I feel like Kanye West is absent. Why are you touching me? And we've seen, I don't know if it was recently that Davido slapped somebody's chest because he was, so I don't know. For now that I feel like when people are interacting with each other and there's physical contact, I'm always nervous that something might happen or they might not like being touched in that way or
if I'm
something.
Wrong. You listen to trying to say it was a privilege for Burna Boy meeting with Kanye West. Is that what we're trying to say?
I think it's an honor, yes, because you're
vice versa.
No. You used privilege. She used honor.
Yeah.
Honor, okay,
They're
honor,
two
yes,
different
because
things,
like
yeah.
it's vice versa. Burna Boy is also an artist of repute in
Oh my
Africa.
gosh, please,
Yeah,
you
I mean,
cannot like let's
that's
okay,
the
let's
point,
be
that's the
real.
point. Let's not equate them.
Because this
Because they're
lullaby,
both- yeah.
all in this together tune is not realistic. This is
And
somebody
nobody
that
paved the way for me too. Yeah.
this is somebody
But
that
don't hold
is
that against him.
internationally
If that is
accredited.
how-
Holding it
if that is
against
how
him.
it feels,
I'm just,
Elsie.
and I also feel like Kanye West is bigger than Burna Boy.
Of
That's how I
course.
feel.
Are you kidding me?
I don't want.
Do you think that Kanye West, that Burna Boy can pull the same crowd Kanye West can?
Come again.
Do you think that Burna Boy can pull the same crowd that Kanye West can?
Where?
Anywhere.
Okay, so let's forget about where.
that's
Can
what-
Burna Boy hold a constant Sunday service with that crowd?
That is not his thing.
for-
That is not what he wants to do.
Can he pull a crowd, any crowd?
pulling
It
crowds.
doesn't have to in
be
the same
Sunday
capacity
service.
as
That's what I'm saying.
Kanye
I don't wanna
West? Are you
compare-
kidding me?
No, I don't want to compare
Or
them.
streams, or
I'm just saying,
success,
what I'm
or
saying now, based
like-
on this, their meeting, Burna met Kanye, Kanye met Burna.
Case closed, right?
That's it.
Okay, cool.
But
yeah,
I don't want to
Burna
start
met
drawing
Kanye,
lines
Kanye
of
West,
comparison, like
Boy,
Kanye's greater, Burna is lesser.
Okay.
No.
Okay. But the facts will keep staring you at the face, whether you like it or not. So
You
moving on to...
you don't like your own. That's your problem. man.
He's our own. He's a
Tiwa.
Kanye is a Tiwa from the history of history. Let's not forget that these people come from
I
here.
mean, I
but
love
let's not even go
Kanye
into
too.
that.
I mean, that's one of the artists I hold in high repute. Kanye is...
You've made your point,
Okay,
Benny.
thank you very much.
Yeah. So Post Malone admits difficulty in seeking help for mental health struggles. In an interview, he admits that reasons behind him getting face tattoos were likely to come from a place of insecurity. He's working on seeking professional help for his mental health struggles after realizing his lifelong battle with depression could lead him to an early grave. He reveals he has experienced periods of depression since he was a kid, even though at the time they didn't appear to be connected to any particular occurrence in his life.
I gotta give you a Post Malone, right? Not everybody can come up openly to talk about their mental health and depression issues. And many times...
Not just
when
talking about it, also
Yeah.
admitting
Admitting
that
that,
he expresses
yes.
in his
You know,
art,
yeah.
and that he's cool with that, but he's not cool
You
with
know,
sitting with someone face to face to deal with the issue.
And not everybody's going to come out and admit they're also insecure. So I think it's a step to recovery for me. And every time I see Post Malone, I have some butter. Like, there was this day I was in a club. I mean, there were loads of thousands of dollars that was changed, you know, and it was just passing money around people. You could just tell he was stone cold. You know, the way he was looking, they're like, oh, we're not going to wake up one day and find out that the sad news that this guy is gone. And now that he's admitting and, you know, that he has these issues, I think help should start reaching out to him. Not everybody's
He's also
confident
reaching out
enough,
for help
you
as
know, to
well.
say, you know, I'm insecure. Most of the things I do come from my personal insecurities. People don't even admit the fact that they have insecurity in the first place. So to me, I feel it's a huge step to his recovery, and whatever it is he's dealing with, his childhood will be revisited. They need to revisit his childhood. Many things went wrong in his childhood that probably he was not even privy to.
Well, I
you know.
mean, I don't really think so, because from this particular incident, at least in his own words, he was even saying that there is no occurrence to why he's like that.
Yeah.
And we've
know.
talked about it a
He
lot of
wouldn't
the
know.
times.
Do you know, because I say this, right?
No, I don't think...
Let me land. I say this to say, right? There was a health situation that was traced down to kids who grew up in a home where parents were always in physical combat with each other, and their inability to express themselves.
I
as
understand
kids
that,
then,
Benny, but it's not
you know,
every
yeah.
single time that depression is caused
to
by
something.
something.
No, I'm not saying it's
so
every
that,
time,
and that's
yeah.
what I'm saying, that let's not turn that story into his.
Okay.
From his words, he is saying that he's just always been like that. And we've talked a lot on this show about not understanding
Clinical
suicide
depression?
because some people are just predisposed by DNA, not by an effect or an outside occurrence that they're reacting to. By DNA, they are just more you even find it like an hereditary.
Clinical depression?
Yes, a hereditary thing. You find somebody who you tell, like, there's a lot of celebrities that I can't remember anyone now that will say, my mother had it. My mother was depressed, and it's different lives, different stories, different issues. You can say this one, the parents were beating each other. The other child, nothing was happening, but they still had it. So there is people who are just born to be clinically lean towards
depression. But you know,
depression.
we've also established on this table that depression or mental health issues as a whole it's something almost no one has fully understood.
Yeah.
So it is a big deal. You still wonder why a person like a Post Malone that comes from a fairly nice family, normal family
Decent.
would tell you this has been going on for a very long time, that it's not just now. He's always felt insecure. He's always felt like something was wrong, that he, like he was the black sheep, you know. So it's something, I don't think anyone can fully understand it.
I mean,
what we can actually do is
saying,
just
you know,
encourage them to get help and also try to understand. It's not, we shouldn't always try to relate an occurrence to whatever a person is feeling, because, you know, we've also talked about the fact that even people you think they are rich and have everything, and others will say, why are you even depressed? You're good, your life is fine. But it doesn't work like that. They have everything, but they're still swimming in that whatever chemical that is going on in the head, right? So it's not just about
call himself ugly. He had a tattoo his face because he didn't
wants to look better.
But that's a deep thing.
Yeah,
you know?
it is.
I hope it gets better. I appreciate the vulnerability. I think for me, getting vulnerability from men is always refreshing, because I don't see that very often. Men just come, especially gangster men. You know, there's men that are a lot more metrosexual, and this person is kind of gangster, and him coming out to really express this much vulnerability is so healthy and so needed, and such a breath of fresh air for this 2020, especially because 2020 has been
that on
stressful.
social conditioning,
So,
because they taught men to
yes, I'm glad that
assume
he's
what
you know,
they
getting
be.
out of that, and I really hope he gets that help, because especially from someone like Demi Lovato that we've seen over the years facing this thing non-stop, it is a life journey, and it's not going to get there tomorrow or once. Or he might have to deal with it for the rest of his life, and I hope he takes cues from people like Ed Sheeran. I know Ed Sheeran has been one person who has been actively taking actions. He lives far away. He buys the houses around him. He does everything he needs to do to protect his mental state.
Space, yeah. All right, it's time for a quick break, but when we return, I have a feeling we have more mental health issues to discuss. We'll be right back.
Hello, beautiful people. I go by the name Black Bassi, and I am an actor and a musician. Keep watching Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
In a world of overwhelming voices, where everyone has something to say,
it is important that we bring the core issues to the fore.
As we lend our voices to inspire, inform, influence, and provoke your thoughts and action.
We want to hear these issues and know what you are saying. This is not just women talking.
It is an evocative program that touches the core of our existence.
We take on topics some may consider taboo and want to sweep under the carpet.
We understand that what touches one touches all. We know you have a lot to say, so let's hear you.
Welcome back. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. Olimos pushes for social media change in the wake of Caroline Flake's suicide. She's not allowed to put out... Caroline's suicide. He says people should be accountable for what they say online. I like...
social media trolls. You know, again, it's...
But can we solve that, really?
You can't. There's nothing you can do about it, except we're going to say the entire social media and
he's trying to put the responsibility on
you know,
the owners of this platform, like, you know their names, Mark, Jack, blah, 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 but can they really stop it?
Yeah. He needs to understand something, that when something bad happens to someone, like when you lose someone, and I've experienced that so many times, and I was saying that in the office newsroom that this week, a lot of people have been dying. And I haven't necessarily felt bad this week, even though I know a lot of people have died. And that's just because they haven't affected my space. But last 2 weeks, I had a friend that died and I couldn't even like function properly. And I think that's what you need to also understand with him, is that this person was special to you, but it's not special to everyone.
Yeah.
And not everyone is going to carry your matter that delicately. Like, you cannot assume for someone, even if I was close to the person, how I would react to her mourning will be very different from yours. So it's from a good place, and I understand it, but it's very unrealistic.
You know, I just want to take it from the point that people should be accountable for what it is you say to people on social media.
Who's holding them accountable, though?
And how many can you hold accountable?
Then again,
Regardless,
you owe yourself the duty to safeguard yourself also.
True.
I don't do the blogs. I don't. You will never catch me on the blog because you have, most of the time, you have more than half the people that who don't know you, who don't have any personal relations with you. They just want to say stuff. I mean, data is so cheap. Anybody can afford it. Any dumbo out there can afford it. And as long as they can just put their fingers
I need to correct something.
to their keyboard.
I knew you were going to... They're not usually poor people.
I didn't say poor people are not dumbos. I'm saying
data is cheap, and
anybody can afford data. You can afford data, 15-hour data, 100-hour data.
But you know, another thing is that also on social media, you find that people actually have second accounts. I've noticed that thing a lot. And then they go to these like second accounts. I'll say that it's like funny
Anonymous.
names. And then you can't see, they have like maybe 40 following, 41 followers, like it's not really an active account. And then they say everything that they need to say. That is what the platform is built for. I don't know how you can cipher out trolls.
You can't end trolling. It's like saying you want to put a stop to bullying. As long as the world remains, there will always be bullies.
But regardless, I think we should also be able to tell people, at least start from the community we have now, people watching, to say, mind what you say to people online. Because you think it's just, you're trying to be savage, that's the word, right? Your savageness can cause someone to take his or her life wherever they are.
But you also just said it now. Who's going to hold them accountable?
But I think that's what Olimos is trying to push out. That even if it's an unrealistic thing, you can still put that message out there. That guys, like, yes, I couldn't relate to her death or a lot of other people who have died. But you're a human being and you know how it feels like to lose someone. So just have some empathy. And that message might not have a domino effect that touches everybody's lives, but it could touch one or two people. I mean, for me, I haven't really talked about it, but it kind of reminded me that as I'm going on social media, not for her particularly, but it was a reminder, like, just tread carefully.
But
and
if
maybe not.
everyone starts treading carefully on social media, what would it look like?
I think it will be fine.
Social media for social good. I mean, you mustn't be.
I don't think it would be boring.
I think it's just about the world and the life.
You don't have to be you don't have to be toxic trolls for social media to be fun.
You have to be creatively savage. Yeah. But then you're
You
savage.
can be petty.
Creatively savage. You're still savage.
That is it.
But if you have to be savage on on death matters, I feel like
it's just like, for every joke that we think is funny, it is not funny to some people. So I think that's just it. Nothing can be done.
I mean, it's just the individual. It's just you. I mean, what gets to you, what you're allowed to get to you. You got to guard yourself. I mean, from all of this. People on social media street, people ain't got no chills. They don't care what they say to you. They really don't care.
And it's not even just social media, to be honest. I feel like everybody thinks that. It's just that in real life, I wouldn't be able to say it. And on Twitter, I'll be able to just tweet out that second thought. I can't count how many times people have been crying over serious matters. And I find it funny. And I cannot help myself. But in physical life, I'll just be like, hold it. Maybe on Twitter, I'll just be able to be like, No. So it really depends.
No, but what's a word? Spoken rating, they still have their effect on you, man. So we just want to be careful out there.
Just try to build yourself in this journey of self-discovery, like we mentioned yesterday. All right, moving on to the next story. It is spiritually dangerous to touch your child after having sex with a man. According to ex-BB Niger housemate Gifty, touching your kids after engaging in sexual intercourse with a man who is not their father is spiritually dangerous. And
I would like to know what she's reading, or what she's smoking, or what she's digesting. I'd like to know where this is coming from, because I don't understand it.
But then I think it's just a
thing of hygiene. Like when you're done,
a thing of hygiene.
Yeah, just for hygiene. In case you've got hepatitis B from, whatever, just go wash your hands, have a bath.
By having your bath in there, whatever it is you will have contacted by the relation.
Did you notice that she said whether you're single or married? Yeah. So I don't understand how a married woman is supposed to be. I don't know.
She's making a defense for, I don't know.
Oh, okay. It's interesting how people spiritualize sex here in this part of the world. I remember even growing up, they'll have things like spiritual husband, having sex in your dream. Like, we do that a lot. We fetishize and like spiritualize
but the
sex.
African man is fetish. So the African man is fetish. I mean, to some people, I'm sorry, it's just as physical as the engagement.
Of course, as peeing, as hugging, as doing a handshake.
So I don't know what Gifty was trying to say. I don't know if she was trying to be very deep and spiritual, but it's just a whole lot about that, Ash. I don't get it. matter
missed
to
me. It didn't hit it for
However,
me.
like I was saying, from a medical stance and hygiene, if you do it, please wash your hands.
Oh wow.
Have your
It's
bath.
dirty?
Pee, like
Is
they
it
always say, you
dirty?
pee
Is it-
first
is it
and you
dirty
shower.
act? I
Are
don't
you
get it,
supposed to be spreading somebody else's
But what if you
sperm
showered
around?
before having sex? You already.
I know
I'm
you
saying,
shower
I'm
again
saying,
after
I mean-
having. Like,
even
it's just-
if it was like
yeah,
10
I
a.m.,
mean,
4 a.m. Okay.
Why are you carrying your child at 4 a.m.? The child is sleeping. So by the time the child is up, I mean, let's
Okay.
move. I think we should move on.
Kill.
Let's move on to more important conversations, right?
Less.
Okay, so media personality Gbemi Olateru Olagbegi has started a conversation which we think is quite interesting. She says the love of your life is a fraudster or scammer and you just found out. You thought he or she had a successful business, but it's just a clever fund. Your partner has no plan to quit. What's your next move? Let's start with the corporate Malia, which is Beniak.
But I don't know. Is this a sub? Is this personal?
It's just a question. She's just throwing it
Not
out
personal,
there.
because I know her husband.
Okay,
so
great.
yeah.
So, the point is that there was a period of dating, right? Or the love of your life. Before you both of you started going out, you must have known this person to a great extent. I mean, you must have seen them in their element, what they do or what they don't do.
Remember, there's
And
a
so-
funds business.
No, but this is it, right? If you're very, well, I don't know. I'm not involved in fraud, so I don't know how much of it you can cover up when you're involved
People
in
can
it.
cover a lot.
You can cover a lot. What are you on about?
So, you don't know, and you found out.
What
It's
do
quite-
you
it's
do,
quite
Benny?
unfortunate.
You found
It's quite
out your
unfortunate.
kind of girlfriend.
Are you going to break up?
Yeah.
Well, are you saying
You're married.
Are you saying the love of my life? Or
Yeah,
am I the fraudster or she's the fraudster?
She's the fraudster.
She's the fraudster.
The size to it. I want to find out what exactly the problem is. I want to know why. Why are you doing this in the first place?
Oh my goodness.
And then at the end of the day, I'm sorry. At the end of the day, I'm going to ask you to discontinue.
She's not planning on
she's not
discontinuing.
planning.
And then I'm sorry. I'm not going to get myself mixed up with you
So
and get
you're
into
going
trouble.
for a divorce?
We're done. Sorry, we're so done. Yeah.
It's
so
a,
over. It's
a
over.
hard one.
It's not
I
hard.
put myself in the situation. I don't think, to be honest with you, I don't think I'll leave immediately. The way I'm wired, I'll probably go with it till you
enjoy the
hooked me in the
proceeds,
throat and I can't
It's
anymore.
not just about the proceeds.
Have you seen the series Breaking Bad?
Yes.
Okay.
Obviously, I don't think it's that dramatic. That's a lot more comicalized.
Because you just said you would go with it, you would just break up immediately.
When I mean go with it, I'm not saying go with the business because I
For
wasn't
Breaking
in.
Bad, it is different because he did not start as a fraudster. He
True.
was already
That's it. You
married.
didn't know this person was a fraudster.
No,
So
he
the more
wasn't
you
a
say-
fraudster for the better
it was
part
a
of his
school
life.
teacher. Yeah, it was a school teacher.
This
started
person
at
is
some point.
different. This
But
person
this
is
one-
a good scammer because I've also been scammed. I've been I've been in love with somebody who I'm just thinking of myself right now, my fiance right now. I found out that he's a scammer.
What would you do?
I don't think I would be able to leave immediately because I'm already very
Eventually?
emotionally attached. But I know that as soon as I find out, the relationship is already done. But I will stall in terms of I'm not gonna say I'm gonna immediately break up with that. I'm not. I'm gonna try and figure out what it is and
No,
my
it's
my
definitely
life
gonna
will
be
be
immediately. You
also
my life
try
will be
to fix
altered.
him.
Try
Exactly.
to fix it, try to solve it, try to see how bad it is legally, and if I'm protected, I'll be thinking about all of that stuff. I'm not going to be protected.
Legally.
You know, what is this thing? And I think also depends on the measure of scamming we're talking about.
And also the country involved.
Wow.
It's scamming. I mean, it's whatever level it is, it's still scamming. It's scamming.
Yeah, and I said the
it doesn't
country
really matter.
involved as well.
True. Because,
Yeah, the whole process might not be abrupt, because again, the danger in that is that okay, let me try and see, let me change your mind. You know, let me see if I can
but
make
will
a
you,
stop.
you know, the most interesting question is that will you rat them out?
No, I won't do that. I won't do
Yeah,
it.
you
No, I'm
won't
not
do
going to do
that.
that. I'll just save myself.
From the
Yes,
situation.
from whatever
yeah.
the
I mean, you
end might
have to
be.
go.
So
This
it won't be
is-
a turn to decay.
That's it. I mean,
All right. I think that's how wrap
Wow.
up this episode of Tea
Wow.
Time. Thank you for watching, and you can watch this conversation all over again by visiting our YouTube channel, +TV Africa, and please do subscribe. You can also watch Tea Time on R2 TV and in London on Ben Television. My thank you as always to go to my co-anchors, Ife Omai and Beniak, and the entire production team. Thank you for watching +TV Africa's Tea Time. My name is Elsie Godwin. Do stay with us.
Ndị be anyị, ana m ekene unu. Nnọọ.
The moment he came with that
message of you don't expect me to treat the 97% the same way I would treat the 5%. That was a statement of division.
I haven't even heard. I did not know that this had come up again.
Really?
I didn't know it had gone into
it's all of
second reading. So thank you for mentioning it. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard. To think that these people can like raid this country, destroy this country, and then ask for immunity.
Isn't democracy the government of the people, by the people, for the people?
That's what it should be.
And at what point did we give the power within this democracy, of this democracy, to the people we have voted?
The Constitution is not we, the people, as we have it today. It's not we, the people, that promulgate. That Constitution is not us.
It has nothing to do with
It's something that was foisted on us.
Seize it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. By no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Almost every Nigerian wants to leave the country, but do they understand what it means to be a global citizen?
The reason why people were leaving Nigeria 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and even until now, is essentially because they want to survive. Movement is a human duty, right? You have to move. Part of the biggest problem in Nigeria is we produce what we don't consume, and we consume what we don't produce. There's no economy in the world that can survive on that equation. The idea of running away to another country, undocumented, hiding, compromising your dignity, take baser positions in those societies, marry people you hate, hibernate all your life, dwarf your most important dreams and aspirations, take a compromise in the name of the pursuit of economics, embrace toil, otherwise called hustle, and lose your meaning and your purpose totally. You will play the majority game pretending to be happy, or you'll be sad and miserable for the rest of your life. So my goal, my thinking is that instead of thinking relocation, we should think penetration.
My country people, you do well say you join us inside news on the hour for Plus TV Africa. And this one, Adam Tori, we want some give on until the very o'clock. My name, na Destiny Momo. And we go start the news where they reach us now. Say the Supreme Court, they don't dismiss Emeka Ihedioha applicate to take a review in removal as a governor for Imo State. And we go bring on more details as it is hot. And the Ogun House of Assembly on Tuesday don't pass a bill for one law to establish the Ogun State Security Network Agency and Amotekun Corps. The majority leader, Yusuf Sherif, has been done present the report for the Committee on Top Security and Strategy during by plenary inside Abeokuta. Sherif Iyan said the committee been recommended, say the bill is supposed they passed as it take they approved by the Conference of Speakers for Southwest Legislature. The majority leader now moved the motion for the adoption for the report, and it is seconded by Musefiul Amidi, a member for the House. And the motion being still supported by the whole House. Sherif thereafter he moved the motion for the third reading. And the lawmaker Yan say Amotekun go stop criminal activities like a kidnap, a robbery, cultism, plus terrorism. And Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Yusuf Buratai, yesterday vowed say violent crime and for the Niger Delta where they demand the military intervention go they squarely dealt with. And he restates the commitment for the military to take a flush out criminal elements inside the region. And when he made a yarn for the commissioning for the headquarters of the 63 Brigade complex and the official operationalization for the brigade inside Asaba, Buratai said the success for Operation Crocodile Small for indicates he say all the military they battle ready for criminal elements inside the region. And when he made a yarn, Buratai still thank the state government sake of them provide expanse for land along the Benin Asaba Onitsha highway for the brigade and their battalions. The Borno State Commissioner for Women Affairs, Hajiya Zuwera Gambo, on behalf of the state government, don't receive about 25 repentant members for Boko Haram insurgents with their wives plus pikins them from Maiduguri. The repentant insurgents drop their arms, they give the troop inside the Niger Republic and then land inside the Maiduguri International Airport with military aircraft and then Congo Bulunkutu Rehabilitation Center. The coordinator for the Safe Corridor Program, Major General Bamidele Shafa, when he hand over the repentant insurgents, said the federal government Operation Safe Corridor Program go treat the before insurgents them, and he still encourage other insurgents for the bush to make them surrender. Hajiya Zuwera Gambo, when the yarn they give talk men as the heart they receive the surrendered Boko Haram, they say the rehabilitative center don't ready to rehabilitate plus de-radicalize the returnee, plus still give them all the support, plus educate, plus psychosocial support before then go reunite them with their family people. And plus TV Africa being follow Kabir Adamu, will be security expert Yan on top of the matter.
It actually started in 2014 under former President Goodluck Jonathan when they launched the countering violent extremism mechanism. Now, that mechanism has under it a component called Operation Safe Corridor. And the idea of that operation is to de-radicalize repentant Boko Haram members, make sure they are completely de-radicalized, and then release them to the society. My understanding of that framework is that civilian experts would use knowledge, psychological, economical, social, political knowledge, put those repentant terrorists through those skills acquisition sets and other mechanisms. And then once they are confirmed, then they will now release them. The concept of countering violent extremism, and it is meant to take care of that particular concern. The school of thought that believes that terrorism should not be dealt with through military approach alone, for the simple reason that it is a homegrown issue. So I think that is where the key lies. The government needs to explain more to Nigerians that this is not the hierarchy, top hierarchy of the terrorist group. My understanding is that there are 4 ladders in the hierarchy of the terrorists, and this only affects those members that perhaps are not in those ideological hierarchy, who are far gone, as it were, who are responsible for those type of killings. You cannot, and I repeat this, you cannot, quote and unquote, forgive or talk to those ideological hierarchy, groups of terrorists that are behind the killings, as it were. I'm supportive of the counter-violent extremism mechanism. Like I mentioned earlier on, that mechanism is internationally recognized and is approved. But is that what Nigeria is currently implementing? We need more information from the government to understand exactly what the government is doing. And unless that kind of information is made available, then it's difficult to endorse this or not.
And the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, say they don't carry personnel go the notorious Abuja-Kaduna Highway to see the safety of motorists plus communities when they along the road corridor, they very, very safe. And the State Commandant Kaduna Babangida Dusema Matruwe this year gave talk men inside the Kaduna, the state capital, as then take a mark the 2020 International Civil Defense Day, and we get the theme Civil Defense as a first aider for every house. And Oga Dusema Yan say the state command is ready to combat kidnappers plus bandits from the popular highway.
The current deployment of personnel to Golden Acres, located in kilometer 52, Kaduna-Abuja Expressway, and Operation Thunder Strike and Operation Yagi, among others, are intense security, which is yielding gradually result, and even though much is expected from it. But from the little contribution we are able to make, people of Kaduna State could testify that we are making a lot of impact. Statutorily, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps is tasked by law to provide 24-hour surveillance on critical and national infrastructures to prevent same from activities of the vandals.
And workers for the Federal Capital Territory Water Board don't threaten to cut water supply for the nation capital if their general manager Aliyu Nahuche and no day sacked for the next 3 weeks. The worker do with no-go-gree protest for the Water Board headquarters inside Abuja and sake of allegation for fraud, overstay for service plus insensitivity for their welfare from Aliyu Nahuche. The workers have been then they factionalize the sake of one group who stay for the background with the banners where they indicate support for Nahuche. Chairman for the FCTA, Aliyu Maradu Yan, said the union they inside the talks with the FCTA authorities, and then they hope to say their grievances go they looked into and before the expiration for the ultimatum. And the Minister for Water Resources, Suleiman Adamudo, and the media managers to take join the campaign to end the shitty for outside by 2025. And the Minister for One-Day Sensitization Forum with the media managers inside Abuja say over 47 million Niger people still they do this year waka. And with only a few local government areas for Cross River, Bauchi, Jigawa, Benue, plus Plateau states, and when they don't confirm it, they say they don't end the practice. And the media make them help them and do this waka to the public when they join within the Palava Fit course for person health.
So far, 20 NGAs, local government authorities, that is, in Cross River, Bauchi, Jigawa, Benue, and Osun states, have achieved open defecation-free status, up from one local government authority in April 2017. The Ministry, through the Department of Water Quality Control and Sanitation, has constructed 106 sanitation IT facilities in the Northeast, North Central, and Southwest regions, domesticated the production of hydrogen sulfide mines of the National Water Quality Reference Laboratory, developed and submitted a country report on global analysis and assessments of sanitation and drinking water to the World Health Organization.
Recently, we officially partnered with the States on the open defecation free roadmap for 2022. This is very an important step, since political will at that talk will be very important. We will not happen without the implementation of local levels. Our private sector members have already scheduled one-on-one meeting with the Honorable Minister, where they present their measurable commitments and plans for their contribution.
And socio-economic rights plus accountability project SERAP, they don't call on Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to immediately sharply obey Monday court judgment where they order all hospitals inside the state to stop the practice where then they by force of husbands to donate blood as a condi for their pregnant wife to take access antenatal care. The judgment has been delivered by Justice Ralia Tadebi for the Lagos State High Court inside the Keja, and we describe the practice to say they unconscionable, arbitrary, unfair, plus saying a violation for Section 38(1) for the 1999 Constitution and guarantees citizens the right to life. And inside one statement during by Tuesday from the Deputy Director Kolawole Oludare, and Serap hailed the judgment to say if they obey him, say he go inch Nigeria closer to the attainment for the sustainable development goals. And Governor Ben Ayare for Cross River don't swear in Justice Morris Energy as the acting chief judge and for the state, and sake of the non-conformity for the Justice Ekon Ikpeme as the substantive chief judge for the state from the Cross River House of Assembly during my Monday. Ayare yarn on Tuesday inside the Calabar said the swearing in for Justice Energy the critical sake of law and nature say it above vacuum. And in congratulate the acting chief judge for her appointment and Yanam to dispense justice without a fear or favor. And the Disability Rights Advocacy Center, DRSC, don't call on Nigeria people, make them change the way then they see the people when they know fit to use all their body to do everything. The Oga of DRSC, Irene Patrick Ogbogu, Ian give talk men for 1-2-day training section for media practitioners for the sexual plus reproductive health and the right of women and the girls, and when they know fit to they use all their body do everything. Mrs. Patrick Ogbogu said then get a negative stereotype for these people with disabilities for the public space, especially for their sexual orientation plus the sexual wants.
The purpose of training the media is so that they can reach the people and let the people know that they need to stop discriminating against persons with disabilities. They need to support persons with disabilities in the attainment of their sexual and reproductive health and rights. They need to also be a voice, to join the advocacy for inclusive health services, access to sexual and reproductive health for persons with disabilities, especially women and girls, and generally to end discrimination and reduce all forms of violence against persons with disabilities, especially women and girls. There's this notion in our society that persons with disabilities are asexual. This means that they cannot have sex or they do not have sex or sexual feelings, And this can be quite detrimental and counterproductive because it affects the way we view them. So you find areas where a woman with a disability, for instance, is sterilized because she's had multiple pregnancies in a number of years, and so the doctor on his own decides to sterilize her and cut her tubes without her knowledge, without her consent, just because they feel like she shouldn't be having sex, talk less of getting pregnant.
And the news will continue after the small break. Will they come back now? And inside about African news, Libya Eastern-based government where they linked to military commander Khalifa Haftar opened one embassy inside Syria on Tuesday and then called for the two countries make them unite, form their common fight against the Turkey-backed militant groups. And Syria don't face resistance from Turkish forces allied to rebels for northeast. And Libya gets two governments, one day based for the capital Tripoli and a day widely recognized internationally, and another one day based inside the east. Eastern commander Haftar don't launch one assault to take capture Tripoli, and their fighting force where they aligned with the government there where they back militarily by Turkey. And Senegal, the health minister on Monday took the first case for coronavirus for the country and the second case for sub-Saharan African after they confirmed one for Niger last week. The plenty spread for the new coronavirus, they don't carry people fear go up as they make it government to step up control measures, plus they send the global financial market to take enter dive. Health Minister Abdoulaye Diop Sarr tell reporters to say the patient now one French man when he stay Senegal and when he show back from one skiing holiday inside France or during by February 26 for one Air Senegal flight. And he passed one temperature check for the capital Dakar main airport as he showed back, but he gets a fever 2 days later. Information where they come now our Obodo Tori. Will they come back? And inside the Bodo Tori, Turkey don't shoot down one Syrian government warplane on Tuesday, sake of northwest Syria. A fight don't intensify inside the recent week, sake of Turkish forces don't intervene for the battle on top of the last remaining area under rebel control. And at the third Syrian warplane, Turkey don't shoot down since Sunday inside the escalate campaign against the President Bashar al-Assad force, we threatened to bring NATO member Turkey into direct confronted with Assad superpower ally Russia. And with more than 1 million refugees where they amassed since December on top of the Turkish border, the battle for Idlib don't bring within the United Nations fears fit the worst humanitarian crisis for the 9-year-old Syrian civil war. Plus, the World Health Organization, WHO, Regional Director for Africa, and Mashidiso Moeti, Yan say African countries don't confirm a case for coronavirus or COVID-19. The virus don't stop to be threat and it don't become reality for the continent. And Moeti inside the statement, Yan says Senegal reported their first case for COVID-19 and during by Monday to become the 4th African country to confirm the virus. According by her, then they work with the countries inside the region to make sure same measures they collaborate to take a container further spread for the virus. And information will come next now our business story. Will come back now. And inside business story, South Africa don't enter their second recession inside the 2 years for the final quarter for last year. And sake of agriculture, transport and construction contract and data we then show on Tuesday. Statistics for South Africa, they say the economy is shrink to 1.4% for the fourth quarter and sake of a revised 0.8% contraction for the third quarter. Economists, they don't predict contraction for 0.1% inside the quarter-on-quarter and seasonally adjusted terms. And South Africa don't struggle to come out from economic badness for 2 years since Cyril Ramaphosa became president and with the promise of sweeping reforms. And the Treasury don't cut to 2020 economic growth forecast. They go reach 0.9%. International airline Emirates, they ask staff and make them take unpaid leave for up to 1 month, and this for time due to the sharp spread for coronavirus. We don't lead to flights cancelled around the world. Emirates don't cancel flight to Iran, Bahrain, and to most of China sake of the virus. Plus, countries around the world don't place a strict restriction for entry of foreigners. And when he explained the reason for their decide, the Chief Operating Officer Abdel El Reda inside a statement on Tuesday, Yan said the airline gets more resources than waiting they need as a result of cutting frequencies or to take a cancelled flight to some destinations. The airline industry, largest global body IATA, on Monday, Yan Middle Eastern government to give support to airlines and sake of them they try to manage the impact for the outbreak. And still for front on Top Plus TV Africa News, now our roundup on top entertainment plus sports news. We'll come back just now. And inside entertainment, Woody Allen memoir go finally they published for US next month, April 2020, after multiple publishers been reject them last year. But for Grand Central, where they publish one branch for Hatchet Book Group, go release the book with the titled A Proposal for Nothing. And after ongoing allegations, we say the movie maker molesting adopted daughter, Thailand Pharaoh, a prompt book bosses make them snub the autobiography. The book is a comprehensive account of in life, and both personal plus professional, and then describing work inside film, theater, television, nightclub plus print, appropriate for nothing. Say it could still be published inside Canada, Italy, France, Germany and Spain, plus other countries then. The Oscar-winning director of film career don't suffer a series of setbacks since 2018, and when claimed they say in sexually assault Thailand, and when she been there 7 years. It resurfaced sake of her journalist brother Ronam attempt to expose and disgrace the movie mogul Harvey Weinstein claim on top of misconduct plus a sexual assault inside 2017. And also we take end entertainment news, the very best on Top Sports. They come after this small break. And inside sports, AFC Bournemouth forward Jordan Ibe done they banned from driving for 16 months. And after in driving, car enter coffee shop and then fine him £7,500 sake of in cause serious damage. The 24-year-old England international admitted for the charge for careless driving and then find him guilty for one count sake of say he failed to stop after the accident for one count hearing inside February. And then give him a 16-month driving disqualification plus a 12-month community order for one hearing from Bromley Magistrate Court earlier today. And the Minister for Youth and Sports, Sunday Diary, don't say they will still do the National Sports Festival and when they call Edo 2020 as they take a plan. And even with the rumor say they carry and go front sake of the coronavirus case when they report for the Obodo. As they yarn through the Sports Ministry, Oga of the Planning Committee, Peter Nelson, the minister said the ministry don't tell the setting up of isolated centers to take charge for any case for the virus. And said the Edo State government, they work to see, say, bege no day during by the festival, and they can't tell the ministry say they don't already they do to inspect the venue plus the facilities. And then said the Edo State National Sports Festival was shelled during by 22nd of March go reach 1st of April inside Edo State capital. And as we'll take a match break on top of news on the hour today. And for more information, I beg you follow us at Plus TV Africa on top of Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And it will make a bonga sense if you subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. And we will come back later with more hot stories and we'll make a background headlines. On a well done. My name, na Destiny Momo.
Almost every Nigerian wants to leave the country, but do they understand what it means to be a global citizen?
The reason why people were leaving Nigeria 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and even until now, is essentially because they want to survive. Movement is a human duty, right? You have to move. Part of the biggest problem in Nigeria is we produce what we don't consume, and we consume what we don't produce. There's no economy in the world that can survive on that equation. The idea of running away to another country, undocumented, hiding, compromising your dignity, take baser positions in those societies, marry people you hate, hibernate all your life, dwarf your most important dreams and aspirations, take a compromise in the name of the pursuit of economics, embrace toil, otherwise called hustle, and lose your meaning and your purpose totally. You will play the majority game pretending to be happy, or you'll be sad and miserable for the rest of your life. So my goal, my thinking is that instead of thinking relocation, we should think penetration.
Ndibanye, ana mekene uno. None.
The moment he came with that message of you don't expect me to treat the 97% the same way I would treat the 5%. That was a statement of division.
I haven't even heard. I did not know that this had come up again.
Really?
I didn't know it had gone into second reading. So thank you for mentioning it. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard. To think that these people can raid this country, destroy this country, and then ask for immunity.
Isn't democracy the government of the people, by the people, for the people?
That's what it should be.
And at what point did we give the power within this democracy, of this democracy, to the people we have voted?
The Constitution is not we, the people, as we have it today. It's not we, the people, that promulgate. That Constitution is not us.
It has nothing to do with
It's something that was foisted on us.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Today on the show, we feature one of Africa's most talented fashion designer who left the worlds of consultancy to follow his passion in fashion designing. He prefers to call himself a tailor. He is Ugo Monye.
My guys, they do well. You know? So let me explain something about the kind of work we do here. My name is Ugo Monye. I always tell everyone that I'm a tailor. Well, you could call me. You can also call me a fashion designer because I believe I do both. I'm an image consultant. I do that too. I do all that, but I prefer to call myself a tailor. I mean, there's dignity in that handcraft. So I love it. So when you see today, when you see people, everyone says, once you say, what do you do for a living? Here, I'm a fashion designer. Everyone says I'm a fashion designer. Me, I'm a tailor. I'm very cool with it. I love the name. I've never had an issue with the name because I've always loved it, even when there was no glory in it. Now today, everyone likes the idea of being into fashion. I remember when I wanted to start. In fact, let me give you a brief history about myself. Of course, I went to school like everyone else. I went to secondary school in Lagos, Federal Government College, Ijaniki. I was in Ijaniki, finished from Ijaniki. I was supposed to go to the UK to study fine and applied arts, but at that point in time, because I'm an artist. So my parents thought that it would be cool for me to go and develop more in that area. And I said, no way, that I wanted to be a businessman. So because that time there was no glory in artists. All you see them on the streets, on the express, and you see their paintings on the road and their phone numbers. That's all you see that time. So in my head, that was because I was young, that's the only thing I could think about. There was no glory in any of those things. There was no even glory in being a tailor, So at that time, my parents also, my mom had a fashion business, and I still didn't see my dad was a businessman, and I wanted to be a businessman because the guy had a lot of money. Well, at the time, he had a lot of money, So I wanted to be like him, So I saw, to me, there was more future in being a businessman as opposed to being a tailor. Being a tailor was just Surah, the tailor, Boban, Shokoto, that kind of thing. But there was more to it. So when I entered university, I started reading a lot about your talents, your gifts, your calling. I started trying to develop all those things, and I realized that it was your calling in life is tied to the talent God has placed in you. So I started realizing all that, and I started trying to find out what that was and develop it, and that was it. I knew that I was gifted with arts, and I found myself in school criticizing what people used to wear, and I'll say, okay, this is how it should be. I'll draw it. This is how it should be. That's not how it's supposed to be. This is how it's supposed to be, and that's how I found myself here. I never knew that it was going to be like this. Okay, so I started doing, after school, I got a job as a strategy consultant, as an analyst. So being a consultant, we're working on different projects, turnaround, strategy, feasibility, different strategy stuff. Because I was basically doing strategy consulting. That's what I was doing. So I was formulating strategies for different companies, So at some point while I was still there, I remember one day, because the CEO of the company is someone who always over-delivers in everything he does, That's the way he trained me, and everybody else. So if we're supposed to deliver a particular document on Friday, by Wednesday we'll deliver that document. He said it's always better to over-deliver than to under-deliver. So I had already started my fashion business from school, so I was doing strategy consulting and I was still doing fashion business at the time, small. That was just, little by little. And then I decided I felt that I needed to take it further, so I wanted to go to learn how to make clothes. Mind you, I could make clothes from when my mom was in the business. I could make it, I could do stuff with my hands, but I never learned it officially how to actually make clothes. But I could do it based on what I'd been watching people do. So I said, no, let me go and take this, to the next level. Let me go and learn it. So I went to a local fashion school in Nigeria here. So to learn how to, I actually resigned from the company to learn how to sew. And at the time, I didn't have money at all, I didn't have money, so I resigned. I didn't even have enough money to pay for the school, but I resigned and used everything I had. I spoke to the guy who owned the school that, can you teach me how to make dresses? Because at that time it was female clothes I was designing and making. Can you teach me how to make dresses? And he said, no problem. And I told him how much I had. He said, I shouldn't worry, that before you finish, you would have made the money to complete your school fees. And I said, no problem, thank you. And true, before I finished my course, I'd already made the money, I'd paid him his full money. So that was pretty much it. That was how I now left consulting to go into tailoring full time. And that's where I am now. This is my store, right? Now, the challenges we face in our business is actually inventory, and that's why one of the things right here. It will shock you how much money you can. It will shock you how much you are losing if you don't keep proper stock of the things you have. Up to the thread, fabrics, and everything. So that's why if you look at here, everything is properly arranged, from fabrics to linings to estate to everything is properly arranged and tagged. So this is one of the places. This is basically our stand. We have our chairman here. This is one of the guy that makes sure everything happens the way it's supposed to happen. Human beings are our second major problems. For me, that's been my major. I think it's my first major problem, followed by inventory, having to deal with people, because when you're hiring people, especially in quotes, tailors in Nigeria they don't feel that their job is something of dignity. They do not appreciate, they don't know what they have. If you go to the UK and you see a tailor in the UK, he's so proud. They'll tell you, I'm a tailor, I work with so. In Nigeria, as I said before, they'll tell you, I'm sorry, excuse me, are you calling me? I'm not a tailor, I'm a fashion designer. And I have people come to meet me every day, they say they want to work for me. These guys are tailors. They say they want to work for me. I say, okay, so what do you do? You say, I'm a fashion designer. I say, okay, sorry, we're not looking for fashion designers. I say, no, sir, I'm also a tailor. I said, which one are you? You need to choose one, So they don't feel, they are not proud of the work. That is why they don't even want to even dress for the job. You need to look even good when you're going to work. If you see someone going to the bank now, you see the way they look nice. Because they're going to the bank. Because they carry, even though these tailors make more money than the bankers. These tailors actually make more money than the bankers. But because they are not proud of it. So because they are not proud of it, they don't take the work seriously. So that's one of my major problems. We keep training and retraining. Coming up with new things. Doing what has never been done before. To me, that's one of the highlights of my. There's joy when you create. When you know that you have created something and you know that and that's what keeps me going constantly. Yes, Ugomoye is a fantastic designer. Ugomoye is a fantastic tailor. Now we're moving from that to say, okay, everyone knows, okay, Ugomoye is a fantastic designer. Everyone knows Ugomoye is a fantastic tailor. But I don't want to be that tailor, that designer who has fantastic designs, but when you come close to his clothes, the clothes are not as fantastic close up as to how it looks from afar. fine from afar, but when you come close to it, it's far from fine. Me, everything excites me about fashion, about tailoring, about being in this business. Like even for many years, I make money, I don't make money, I'm broke. You see me, I'm always happy because when I started, I did not start because of money. So basically, this is what we do here. Iron, tag buttons, make sure that there are no threads. Make sure that there are no threads hanging around. These are buttonhole machines, whipping. So we just make sure, this is actually the heart of the matter. This is where my heart is. If I was going to work here as even the chief innovator of this brand, this is where my heart, this is where my office is. Because at the end of the day, if you sew a fantastic outfit, but it's not properly finished, the outfit is not fantastic. No matter how mad the design is, no matter how the sewing is, if they don't iron it properly, if the press button is not properly fixed, you know, because us, there are ways we like our things being, there's finesse in, you need to add finesse to everything. You cannot just do things anyhow. So even the way you stitch your press button, even if people are not seeing it, to me, that's that's what's more, you can see I'm already talking with passion. Because to me, that's what's most important for me. The part that people don't see, a lot of people neglect it. Every single thing. Well, I'm more into detail than anything. I'm more into detail than design. So you see that everything, the spacing has to be almost exact. Not one is bigger than the other. Everything has to be almost the same thing. Look at this line. See the next line. See this line. See the next line. Everything has to be almost the same thing. I didn't select the best one. I just selected a random one. I've not even seen this. But this is the training they got from here. You understand? Look at everything. Do you understand? It has to be almost everything. Look at this. So it's the perfection that we're talking about. Look at that. Look at that. Everything has to be the same thing. Most places that you go to, if you go to maybe Sikira on the side of some shop, on the side shop somewhere, you see once they bring in material, the first thing they do, they just look at the material, they can just throw it somewhere. It can never, in capital letter, never happen here. Not possible. You cannot see someone that will just throw material anywhere. I would literally flip. Someone would think it was more than that. They would think it was, this cannot just, because you can't just be upset because the guy just threw fabric. I can be upset because the guy just threw fabric, even if it's Ankara, because it shows that if you don't respect that material, how do you want to sew it and sew it perfectly without issues? It's not possible. But the same way you respect very expensive material, even those people that treat material like that, they don't respect very expensive material unless the person tells them, look, I bought this material, this. But still, the kind of respect, they'll just respect it small because you have told them that it is expensive. But the kind of respect you're supposed to give, the kind of respect you give that one, you should give anyone. Because here, what we teach all our staff it's not about even us. It's about you. It's about developing yourself to become a better person. It's to become a better tailor. At the end of the day, you're going to leave here a greater tailor, a greater staff, a greater person because of all these things that you have imbibed. It's not about me. It's not about Ugomo. It's about you. It's about you as a person developing yourself. Respect. There's no how you can be a great tailor without respect for material. There's no way.
I've learned a lot throughout the time I've been here. It has really changed my view of life, fashion, people, most especially customer service. The way we attend to our customer is our joy. Like, we always want them to come back with a good report about us. And then again, with our work, we always want it perfect. Working here has made me change the way I think, the way I dress, the way I dress people, and it has given me a different view about life.
Working here with Mr. Ogomoye in Ogomoye Tailoring Company, I would say it has really, really helped me a lot. Like, I know Mr. Ogomoye as a perfectionist. Everybody will say nobody's a perfectionist, but this is actually the very first time I'm seeing somebody that is a perfectionist. From the lines to the way you speak, the way you carry yourself, everything has to be perfect. So working here has really, really changed my mindset about so many things. Like, I need to own up to my own mistakes, not making excuses for it. I have to be excellent. Punctuality has to be the number one. You need to be punctual. As a manager here, I need to be punctual to actually set example for people to follow up. Like, if I can't be punctual, it means every other person following my footsteps will not be punctual. And I know him as somebody that says, okay, I'll be at the office at 9, and at 9 o'clock he's already seated. So here, punctuality is key. Excellence is, I don't even know the experience, I don't even know what the word to actually use for it, but I've really, really, really gained a lot. I have respect for fabric. Like, whatever it is you're doing, if you don't have respect for fabric, it's going to actually be a mess up. It means, like, you need to respect the fabric itself, the color, the way you're handling it, the way, like, the fabric is like your wife. The way you carry your wife, that's the way we carry fabrics here. So for me, you need to have respect for fabric. And before now, honestly, I didn't know that. But working here has really, really helped me. Like, I know how to talk to people. We treat every customer that walks in here as the only customer we have. We want them to feel, okay, it's just about me. It's me, nobody else. It's all about. It's just about the customer. We treat you like family. We want you to know that we have value for you. You're very important to us. And we don't treat any other person like, okay, we're giving this person a preferential treatment and we're giving this person less. So we treat everybody as one and we'll make you feel at home when you come here. Like, I think I've been here once and there was a consultation and there was a little boy here. And I was surprised. My boss was really gisting with this guy, like, and I'm like, whoa, are you serious? And he just made the boy feel at home. They were gisting, they were talking about stuff, and I really, really appreciated that day. And for me, it's a plus to me. Like, when I'm not here tomorrow, I know how to treat people the same way he does. So for me, it has really, really impacted my life.
Yeah, this is not your regular 9 to 5. This is my life. My name is Ogomoye.
Every day on Not Your 9 to 5 show, we feature individuals who have left their primary disciplines and ventured into something completely new. Today, we feature Monalisa Abimbola Aze, who is a seasoned lawyer, court bar in 1985, practiced for over 17 years before venturing into her own business, Mona Matthews, that deals with products made in Nigeria, products, shoes and handbags. If you like, you can say from a lawyer to a cobbler and an advocate of made in Nigeria products.
I've always been like an artistic person, and then I come from a family of like really stylish women, my grandmom, my mom, you know, my aunties and all of that. So fashion, styling has always sort of like been part of my DNA. But doing it as a business actually came because I couldn't find shoes that I liked in my size. My feet are very wide, and I have one foot that is also wider than the other one. So it was just getting more and more difficult. And I found out that people who were selling things in Nigeria and even in Europe were buying them from China, you know, and they were no longer using like real leather for a lot of the stuff we're getting, particularly in Nigeria. So prior to that, if I got real leather shoes, maybe the bigger foot, the leather would stretch a bit and it would fit. But with a lot of synthetic things out there, it just wasn't working. And then when I did eventually find something, I didn't like it, you know. So I then simultaneously noticed that Nigerian men in particular were wearing real leather sandals, real leather slippers, you know, and I started asking questions, and I found out that quite a lot of local shoemakers were making shoes for men, mostly for men. So I now got a shoemaker, and then I started designing shoes for myself, you know, and then people saw the shoes I was making for myself, and they're like, oh, these are nice, where'd you get them? I'm like, I made them. What do you mean you made them? I was like, I designed them and got them made for me. You know, no, I'd like a pair, I'd like a pair, I'd like a pair. From there, you know, people started showing interest, and then I did it for a while, you know, and then I dumped it because I wasn't serious about it. Then I think I turned 39, and I started thinking to myself, you know, I really do want to do something significant, just something different, you know, get out of the regular, you know. I wanted something that people would remember me for, you know, that kind of thing, make an impression, not just pass through life, you know. And I was practicing law, but I'd also dabbled into a few things because, like I said, I'm an artistic person, so I'd gone in and out of, you know, arty things, so to speak, organized concerts, a lot of music things, you know, and all of that. So I got to like a crossroad, like, you know, what do you want to do with your life and all of that? And a friend advised me to pray. He was my pastor. He asked me to pray about it, and I prayed about it. And I felt like, oh, to go make shoes. You know. And that's how I started the business. We have our ready-to-wear line. So you can come into the store or showroom and pick up a pair or 2 or 10 in your size, buy presents for people, you know, and all of that. The other thing that we do is that, and we have shoes for men, you know, so these are like our line, party line, people who have, you know, dressy things they want to wear with traditional outfits, you know, or you want to wear some of these like for office wear, you can wear with a suit. You can also wear it with buba and shokoto. You know, you can come in and shop, or you can come in and place an order. Say you have a party coming up, you know, like our female shoes. Every part of it is like cut, like the sole, you know. We have to cut the sole. This sole comes like a flat sheet, so you have to cut it into shape. You have to cut the insole, you know, wrap it. You have to prepare the uppers, you know, and then even this. So one pair, if you're just doing one pair start to finish, can take you 4-5 hours depending on the style and the details of the shoes. Mona Matthews is 18 years this January. When we first started, it was getting visibility, but thank God now we're online, we're on Instagram, we're on Facebook, we have a website, you know, so as long as, you know, we're Mona Matthews, searching for us, Google is your friend, as they say, you know, so we've been able to overcome that. We have testimonies of clients who have worn our shoes for 10 years, and they're still wearing them, you know. There are a few tanneries in the north that tan leather from the beginning to the finished product, you know. But the quantities that they demand that we buy are so huge that for the size of our company, we can't afford to buy. And we want to have the variety, you know, because the way we fashion our business is like a family store. So a couple can come in, they can buy something for their teenage son, they can buy something for their mother, you know. But so we can't produce thousands and thousands of pairs of just one color of one design and all of that. So that's part of the challenge that we have at the moment. But I like to look at these things as opportunities for growth. The most exciting bit of it, I think, is the fact that I am an artistic person and I am able to express that in my work, you know. At the same time, I'm bringing solutions to people's needs. I call myself the footwear solution provider. There are loads of people that have either large feet or they have extremely narrow feet. So in my creativity and all of that, I factor all of those things and I bring out designs that look nice, are comfortable and elegant, you know, all at the same time. And so when you see your clients wearing the things that you sat down to design and factor all of that, it's really a blessing. I doubt that I will go back to law full time anytime soon. However, I never say never. You never know what's out there, you know. So I keep my ears open, my eyes on the Lord, and I trust Him whichever way He leads. I'm really passionate about Made in Nigeria. I feel aggrieved that we import practically everything. Thank God that now we're producing rice and some other products, you know. But I don't think it's enough to just produce the raw material. I think we have to, whatever we're producing, we should take it to the finished product, what the consumers can use. And Nigeria actually produces one of the best types of leather in the world, and it's a shame that we would then be importing every kind of footwear that we use in the country, you know. So I'm an advocate for us processing our raw materials in Nigeria and adding value to it before we begin to export them or sell them to other people. As you can see, I'm wearing my Mona Matthews sneakers. This is not your regular 9 to 5, but I'm so pleased with what I do.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Hello and many thanks for joining us in News in the Hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are some of the stories making the headlines. My name is Felicity Ezewike. We begin the news with information reaching us that the Supreme Court has dismissed Emeka Hedioha's application to review his removal as governor of Imo State. We'll bring you more details as we get them. The Ogun State House of Assembly on Tuesday passed a bill for a law to establish the Ogun State Security Network Agency and Amotekun Corps. The Majority Leader, Yusuf Sharif, had presented the report of the Committee on Security and Strategy during plenary in Abeokuta. Sharif stated that the committee recommended that the bill be passed as approved by the Conference of Speakers of Southwest Legislature. The Majority Leader moved the motion for the adoption of the report, and it was seconded by Musefi Lamidi, a member of the House, and the motion was also supported by the whole House. Sharif thereafter moved the motion for the third reading. The lawmaker stated that the Amotekun would curb criminal activities such as kidnapping, robbery, courtesan, and terrorism. Still in security matters, Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General Tukur Buratai has vowed that violent crimes in the Niger Delta demanding military intervention would be squarely dealt with, stating the commitment of the military to flush out criminal elements in the region. Speaking at the commissioning of the headquarters of the 63 Brigade Complex and the official operationalization of the brigade in Asaba, Buratai said the success of Operation Crocodile Small 4 was an indication that the military was battle-ready for criminal elements in the region. Speaking further, Buratai also thanked the state government for providing an expanse of land along the Benin-Asaba-Onitsha highway for the brigade and its battalions. About 25 repentant members of the Boko Haram insurgents with their wives and children have been received in Maiduguri by the Borno State Commissioner for Women Affairs, Hajiya Zuwaira Gambo, on behalf of the state government. The repentant insurgents laid down their arms to the troops in Niger Republic. They landed at the Maiduguri International Airport with military aircraft and headed to Bulunkutu Rehabilitation Center. Handing over the repentant insurgents, the coordinator of the Safe Corridor Program, Major General Bamidele Shafa, said the former insurgents will be well rehabilitated by the federal government Operation Safe Corridor Program. He also encouraged other insurgents in the bush to surrender. Speaking to newsmen while receiving the surrendered Boko Haram, the Hajiya said the rehabilitation center is ready to rehabilitate and de-radicalize the returnees and also provides the necessary support and education as well as psychosocial support before reuniting them with their families. Plus TV Africa spoke with a security expert, Kabir Adamu, on this.
It actually started in 2014 under former President Goodluck Jonathan when they launched the Countering Violent Extremism mechanism. Now, that mechanism has under it a component called Operation Safe Corridor. And the idea of that, operation is to de-radicalize repentant Boko Haram members, make sure they are completely de-radicalized, and then release them to the society. My understanding of that framework is that civilian experts would use knowledge, psychological, economical, social, political knowledge, put those repentant terrorists through those skills acquisition.
Of the Federal Capital Territory Water Board have threatened to cut water supply in the nation's capital if their general manager, Aliyu Nahuche, is not sacked in the next 3 weeks. The workers staged a protest at the Water Board headquarters in Abuja over allegations of fraud, overstay in service and insensitivity to their welfare by Aliyu Nahuche. The workers, however, seem factionalized as a group stayed in the background with banners indicating support for the managing director. Chairman of the Workers' Union in the FCT, Aliyu Maradu, said the union is in talks with the FCTA authorities and is hoping that all their grievances will be looked into before the expiration of the ultimatum. And the Minister of Water Resources, Suleiman Adamu, has tasked the media managers to join the campaign to end open defecation by 2025. The minister, during a one-day sensitization forum with media managers in Abuja, said over 47 million Nigerians still practice the trend, with only few local government areas in Cross River, Bauchi, Jigawa, Benue and Plateau states certified to have ended the practice. He tasked the media to help in carrying the message to the public, including its consequences and health implications.
Up from one local government authority in April 2017, the Ministry, through the Department of Water Quality Control and Sanitation, has constructed 106 sanitation hygiene facilities in the Northeast, North Central and Southwest regions, domesticated the production of hydrogen sulfide ions of the National Water Quality Reference Laboratory, developed and submitted a country report on global analysis and assessments of sanitation and drinking water to the World Health Organization.
Recently, we officially partnered with Ekiti State on the open education free roadmap for 2022. This is very an important step, since political will at that talk will be very important. Will not happen without the implementation of local levels. Our private sector members have already scheduled one-on-one meeting with the Honorable Minister, where they present their measurable commitments and plans for their contribution.
Still in the news, the Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has called on the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to immediately obey Monday's court judgment ordering all hospitals in the state to stop the practice of mandating husbands to donate blood as a condition for their pregnant wives to access antenatal care. The judgment was delivered by Justice Ralied Adebiyi of the Lagos State High Court in Ikeja, who described the practice as unconscionable, arbitrary, unfair, and a violation of Section 38, subsection 1 of the 1999 Constitution, which guarantees citizens' right to life. In a statement on Tuesday by its Deputy Director, Kalawole Uluwadare, SERAP hailed the judgment, saying if obeyed, it would inch Nigeria closer to the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. Governor Ben Ayade of Cross River has sworn in Justice Maurice Energy as the acting chief judge of the state. This followed the non-confirmation of Justice Akon Ikbeme as the substantive chief judge of the state by the Cross River House of Assembly on Monday. Ayade said on Tuesday in Calabar that the swearing-in of Justice Energy was imperative as law and nature abhor vacuum. He congratulated the acting chief judge on his appointment and urged him to dispense justice without fear or favor. The Disability Rights Advocacy Center, DRAC, has called on Nigerians to change their perspective of persons living with disabilities. The executive director of DRAC, Irene Patrick Ogbogu, spoke to newsmen during a two-day training session for media practitioners on the sexual and reproductive health and rights of women and girls living with disability. Mrs. Patrick Ogbogu says there is a negative stereotype on persons living with disabilities in the public space, especially regarding their sexual orientation and sexual wants.
The purpose of training the media is so that they can reach the people and let the people know that they need to stop discriminating against persons with disabilities. They need to support persons with disabilities in the attainment of their sexual and reproductive health and rights. They need to also be a voice, to join the advocacy for inclusive health services, access to sexual and reproductive health for persons with disabilities, especially women and girls, and generally to end discrimination and reduce all forms of violence against persons with disabilities, especially women and girls. There's this notion in our society that persons with disabilities are asexual. This means that they cannot have sex or they do not have sex or sexual feelings. And this can be quite detrimental and counterproductive because it affects the way we view them. So you find areas where a woman with a disability, for instance, is sterilized because she's had multiple pregnancies in a number of years. And so the doctor on his own decides to sterilize her and cut her tubes without her knowledge, without her consent, just because they feel like she shouldn't be having sex, talk less of getting pregnant.
The news will continue after this very short break. Don't go away. And from other parts of Africa, and widely measures and sending global financial markets into a dive. The patient is a Frenchman who lives in Senegal and came back from a skiing holiday in France on February 26 on an Air Senegal flight, the health minister told reporters. He passed the temperature check at the capital Dakar's main airport on his return, but developed a fever 2 days later. Up next is our foreign news.
Welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways.
Coronavirus, it's a viral infection. And the new coronavirus that we're all talking about, novel coronavirus, it's part of a family of various coronaviruses that do exist.
If anybody is not prepared right now, I would say it's carelessness, because it is something we all knew was going to come.
Symptoms to look out for, the main ones are cough, high fever, and respiratory distress. That just means breathing difficulties.
I will say no country is prepared for coronavirus as it is.
Really? Prevention is key, and hand hygiene is key when we are talking about this.
Alcohol does not kill it. You just need to take a lot of water.
So
taking a lot of
hydrate
water,
your system.
Hydrate yourself.
There is no cure right now. The only thing that we have to help us right now, prevention.
Awesome.
Turkey shut down a Syrian government warplane on Tuesday over northwest Syria, where fighting has intensified in recent weeks as Turkish forces have intervened in the fight over the last remaining area under rebel control. It was the third Syrian warplane Turkey has shot down since Sunday in an escalating campaign against President Bashar al-Assad's forces that threatened to bring NATO member Turkey into direct confrontation with Assad's superpower ally Russia. With more than 1 million refugees amassing since December on the Turkish border, the battle for Idlib has brought what the United Nations fear might be the worst humanitarian crisis of the 9-year-old Syrian civil war. The World Health Organization, WHO's Regional Director for Africa, Matshidiso Moiti, says as African countries confirm cases of coronavirus, COVID-19, the virus ceases to be a threat and becomes a reality on the continent. Moiti, in a statement, said Senegal reported its first case of COVID-19 on Monday, becoming the 4th African country to confirm the virus. According to her, they are working with countries in the region to ensure that measures are taken to contain further spread of the virus. Coming up after this break is our business news. And in business, South Africa has entered its second recession in 2 years in the final quarter of last year as agriculture, transport and construction contracted, data showed on Tuesday. Statistics South Africa, Stats SA, said the economy shrunk 1.4% in the fourth quarter, following a revised 0.8% contraction in the third quarter. Economists had predicted a contraction of 0.1% in quarter-on-quarter and seasonally adjusted terms. South Africa has struggled to emerge from an economic slump in the 2 years since Cyril Ramaphosa became president, promising sweeping reforms. And the Treasury has cut 2020 economic growth forecast to 0.9%. Still ahead on Plus TV Africa News is a roundup on entertainment and sports. Our conversation on One-on-One today is with Dr. Charles Omole, a trainer and strategist to businesses and governments across Europe, Middle East and Africa.
To get into the reins of leadership, it won't be given to us. We've got to go and get it.
How do we begin to change the narrative when it comes to leadership in this country?
Well, that's a very excellent question. It is true there is a leadership crisis, but it's not just a Nigerian problem. It's an African problem. the trajectory of all African countries have largely been the same, which is downwards, in the last 30, 40 years. These are people who have not managed 2 people in their life, some of them, and they want to be president of a 200 million, for them to even have the audacity that, because the Constitution says you have the right to, doesn't mean you should.
Premieres this Friday at 12:30 p.m. with a repeat broadcast on Sunday at 9:30 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Woody Allen's memoir will finally be published in the U.S. next month, April 2020, after multiple publishers reportedly rejected that last year. Bosses at Grand Central Publishing, a branch of Hachette Book Group, will release the book titled Apropos of Nothing. After ongoing allegations, the movie maker molested his adopted daughter, Dylan Farrow, prompted book bosses to snub the autobiography. This book is a comprehensive account of his life, both personal and professional, and describes his works in film, theater, television, nightclubs, and print. Apropos of Nothing will also be published in Canada, Italy, France, Germany, and Spain, amongst many other countries. The Oscar-winning director's film career has suffered a series of setbacks since 2018, when he claimed he was sexually assaulted Dylan when she was only 7, resurfaced following her journalist brother Rowan's attempt to expose disgraced movie mogul Harvey Weinstein's alleged misconduct and sexual assaults in 2017. And that is on entertainment. The very best in sports right after this.
AFC Bournemouth forward Jordan Ibe has been banned from driving for 16 months after driving his car into a coffee shop and has been fined £7,500 for causing serious damage. The 24-year-old England international admitted to the charge of careless driving and was found guilty of 1 count of failing to stop after the accident at a court hearing in February. He was handed a 16-month driving disqualification and 12-month community order at a hearing at Bromley Magistrate Court earlier today. And that's our news roundup of events at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do please join us again. From all of us, thank you very much for watching.
Almost every Nigerian wants to leave the country. But do they understand what it means to be a global citizen?
The reason why people were leaving Nigeria 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and even until now, is essentially because they want to survive. Movement is a human duty, right? You have to move. Part of the biggest problem in Nigeria is we produce what we don't consume, and we consume what we don't produce. There's no economy in the world that can survive on that equation. The idea of running away to another country, undocumented, hiding, compromising your dignity, take baser positions in those societies, marry people you hate, hibernate all your life, dwarf your most important dreams and aspirations, take a compromise in the name of the pursuit of economics, embrace toil, otherwise called hustle, and lose your meaning and your purpose totally. You will play the majority game pretending to be happy, or you'll be sad and miserable for the rest of your life. So my goal, my thinking is that instead of thinking relocation, we should think penetration.
Ndị be anyị, ana m ekene unu. None.
The moment he came with that message of you don't expect me to treat the 97% the same way I would treat the 5%. That was a statement of division.
I haven't even heard. I did not know that this had come up again.
Really?
I didn't know it had gone into second reading. So thank you for mentioning it. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard. To think that these people can raid this country, destroy this country, and then ask for immunity.
Isn't democracy the government of the people, by the people, for the people?
That's what it should be.
And at what point did we give the power within this democracy, of this democracy, to the people we have voted?
The Constitution is not we, the people, as we have it today. It's not we, the people, that promulgate. That Constitution is not us.
It has nothing to do with it.
It's something that was foisted on us.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
To an extent, the reading culture of Nigerians is not too good. A lot of people believe that every other thing is much more important than buying a book to read. Apart from the fact that people just want to read books for the purpose of passing their exams or going through school, hardly do people believe that reading outside that purpose still will help them to an extent.
It's been full of ups and downs. Nigerians don't read. I dare to disagree because, we're 16K followers strong on our Instagram account, on other platforms as well. We also have a huge following. So if at all people are not interested in books in Nigeria, we don't have people follow in the first place. And it's so exciting to find out that there are so many people outside of Lagos in deep core parts of Nigeria that are buying and shopping for us, and they are just so excited that, oh, this book is locally available and it's sort of like within reach for them. So it's been exciting. It could be better, but again, we do it for the culture, you do it for the passion, and hopefully more stakeholders get interested in it, and it gets better. I got into selling books because I was very passionate about it, and then I was hungry to find other people like me. I wanted to connect with them, and the kind of books that fascinated me were not, I could hardly find people around who were excited about them as well. So at the time, when I interact with people within my age range, they're either talking about some foreign authors that write books outside of the context that I'm familiar with. So I wanted to meet with other young people, other people of like minds who were excited about the kind of books that I liked. And that was basically how it all began. And then beyond that also, I definitely used to go to some website online to find out what books are first to reckon with internationally. And then most of those books are not available locally, so I had to either shop from some big names out there. And then I thought, if these books are available and people are actually talking about them, reviewing them, perhaps there might be young people or people in Nigeria as well that would really want to read about them. So I end up bringing a few copies, see if I can circulate within my circle, publicize, use social media, and see how far it goes. And so that was how it all started.
It's actually more like born out of inspiration, and then the drive to bring books closer to people, because at some points that I loved reading, I found it hard getting the kind of books I really always wanted to read. So it was like, you could get this for other people, and then it's been there for me. So I'm having fun doing what I'm doing, and I'm the fact that I can have access to books too as a bookseller is fantastic for me. Yeah, it's been profitable. It's how you do the business that makes it profitable for you. So it's been profitable. It may not be the best of the businesses in the country or in the world, especially maybe in this part of the world, knowing fully well the attitude to reading and education generally, and then even government's attitude to education, So, but still, there are still people who know that without education, they wouldn't be where they are. And then even if they are not educated, they get the best of educated people to work for them. So that means education, which comes through reading of books, is a key and vital role in this life.
It has enhanced reading, but what I realize is that even for those who normally would not like to buy a Bible before, because of the ability to read their Bibles from their phones. A lot of people are beginning to dump reading Bibles on their phones with buying regular Bibles, because they've seen the importance of having to carry a Bible or read a hard copy Bible. When people read from their phones, most times they can't easily go back or even highlight certain things. But with the hard copy Bible, they are able to do some highlighting, go back, make references and all that. So technology, to an extent, it has its own advantage and its own disadvantage to our business. Advantages are the fact that people could, read at any time they want to, in the dark, wherever. But disadvantage is the fact that it's handy, when you have your books on your media, electronic media. But for those who still cherish the hard copy books, they still come back, to pick up the hard copy books from us. A lot of Nigerians are writing more because virtually on a daily basis we get new books from Nigerian writers, asking that Latana should carry their books. It's a bit challenging, but at the same time we try to encourage them, to review their books and then accept it for display on our shelves.
We still battle with issues of piracy. There are times where royalties are not paid the way they are supposed to. Publishing houses don't put enough effort to promoting books the way they are supposed to. So that way books and people are not even aware that some Nigerian authors are writing really, really good books. I think sometimes more books written by Nigerian authors are sort of like accepted in the Western world better than they are locally. And also, in terms of marketing, publicity, locally, more effort still needs to be put in place to help us combat issues of piracy and then ensure that people are more able to access so many of these books as well locally.
For book lovers, I say keep reading because you know already what you are gaining from reading. And then for governments, give more allocation to education. Allocation to education is very important, and you can't have a government that just places less emphasis on education, and every year you expect your people to be better, and then there are fightings. Any small thing, any little thing, there's fights, and it's all because of the level of exposure and education of the people, and it's playing a role in every facet of the economy, every facet of the society, because people are not well enlightened about their rights, about the opportunities that they can actually get, and many of those things come in through parts of education, and reading is part of it.
Many thanks for joining us on the show today. This is Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa, the show that brings out the juice and the stories breaking in the world of sports. I've got Sarafina Napoleon on the show today, and I've also got Okpeoluwa Adebari, and we'll unbundle the stories right here from everything going on in the world of sports from last night, and of course to look forward to what will happen later today in the world of sports. Good to have you here, Sarafina.
Hi, good morning to you, Doka. Thank you for having me.
I love your hair. What's the
I
inspiration?
really don't get this I love your hair thing because this was the hair I was wearing last week when I came
Yeah, but
here.
it looks different.
Because I had to style it in a different way today.
Yeah, so why do we have to see different? Women know how to be very creative with hairstyles. Unlike men, when we have a haircut, it's that way until we have the next haircut.
I think my mood determines how I look. Yeah, sometimes I wake up in the morning, I don't feel like doing anything, so I just decide to just go with that look. When you see me, you're like, something is totally off with Sarafina, so that's it.
So what mood are you in today?
Super, super excited.
Super excited. Should I ask more questions?
No, please. You don't want to know.
Okay. When she says that, we need to run away. We're good to have you here, Adebari.
Thank you very much. That was a pleasure being here.
Yeah, and Sarafina, Adebari is an Arsenal fan, and whenever anything good happens to Arsenal, he celebrates. And he was also, I think he threw a party when Watford beats Liverpool. As an Arsenal fan, I'm wondering, what are these guys really celebrating?
Unbeaten run, that's the only thing they have right now. Wow. Yeah, they cannot win the league, they cannot win the FA Cup, they cannot win anything, so they can't even win the Europa League.
So the only glory they have is the unbeaten run.
And just leave it for them. It used to be the top four, but it's no longer the top four. Now it's just unbeaten. So, and talking about Arsenal, the one club jersey I can never put on is an Arsenal jersey. I can never do
Shots
that.
fired.
Wow, wow.
Shots fired.
I'll just, 3 words.
Yeah.
For invincible is untouchable.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay. We're going to talk about Arsenal later, but let's talk about the news that broke last night concerning Lobby Stars. And we learned that the team bus carrying players back from Tailoring went up in flames, and many sustained injuries while trying to get out through every available window or door. And the cause of the fire is still unknown. We tried reaching the chairman of the club, Mike Idoko, to no avail, but I'm sure we'll get through to him much later and know the cause of the fire. Now, my major concern, yes, the team bus got burnt, and I'm glad none of the players, none of the team members we didn't record any death in that one, so thank God for that. But yes, how players get to travel from point A to point B to play a football match is really amazes me. We've seen this happen over time in the other leagues. Some of them have customized buses, well taken care of. Some of them even fly to match venues. But right here in the MPFL, our players travel by road, and we know how the roads are totally bad. And some of these buses, I don't know how much of checks they put on these buses to know if the buses are in good condition to carry these players. I've been fortunate to see one of the team buses, I can't remember the club now, and it was looking so bad. And I'm wondering, why can't we even take care of our players? Why can't we take care of our clubs and the Nigerian Professional Football League?
First of all, I think I'll have to go the usual line. All glory be to God that it was not worse than what we saw last night. But then again, you look at our league, we're not there yet. It's still, for me, I think it's still work in progress. Definitely we'll get there. You want to compare our league to the top leagues in Europe, talking about the Premier League, the Spanish La Liga, and the rest of it. They all started from somewhere. For them to get to the present state they are at this point is as a result of what hard work and a lot of investment. You give it time. But the only problem we have right here is the fact that even with the time we've given into our league, we are yet to actually see traces of progress. Yes, that is more reason why we see away victories and we are super excited, simply because we are not used to seeing these things happen in our league. And it's down to the fact that, how do you explain that a team will be traveling all the way from the northern part to the eastern part by road, and you go away from home, you get that victory, everybody is happy, simply because we know the condition of the road. In short, I'll tell you that 60% of our teams, they go by road from one part of the country to the other part of the country. So it's something that we really need to pay attention to. And I really will not blame these clubs for wanting to go by road to different places to go play games, simply because of the fact that, one, you want to ask about funding. How is that? Are these clubs properly funded? That is one big question, because you cannot take away the money from football. Football and money, it's all about money. If you want the sports to grow, you need to invest money in it. And how do you invest this money? It's the bigger problem. This is a league where most time we've seen cases of players coming to complain of being owed salaries and the rest of it. So it's just work in progress. I just hope that someday we'll get there.
Hoping that someday we'll get there, because we keep talking about the Nigerian Professional Football League and the marketability of the league. If companies can come in to sponsor or own some of these clubs side, I think some of these problems will be at a reduced level. We've seen clubs like Arsenal, Manchester United, Manchester City, and the likes. They are a marketable club. Now, how many clubs in Nigeria Professional Football League are sellable? How many of them would command huge profit for businesses in Nigeria? I think it's really, really on the downside. But if we begin to look into this, I think it will be a way to also boost the Nigerian league.
Yes, it will be a way, but then you need to ask yourself a question. What do they stand to gain?
True.
What is the state of Nigerian football currently, not just in terms of the quality of football, but what goes on off the pitch, the security of the players, the well-being of the players in general, and talking about sports as a business in Nigeria? What do they stand to gain? They would have tabled all these factors and looked into it, and they'll try and weigh their options and see what can happen. What value can they add? Basically, what can they gain from it as well? So it's not just about trying to improve the state of the football clubs and football generally in Nigeria, but then they also need to have something that they are going to gain in return.
I just hope that we'll get there someday where we'll have a bigger league where money will be flowing from left, right, and center, and these players will surely be happy playing football in Nigeria, and of course cases like this will be reduced. Now from there, let's go over to what's happening. Of course, still on the matter, we'll get to talk to the chairman of the club, Mike Idoko, to let us know, give us an update of what's happening, and the players who have sustained injuries, if they are being taken care of presently. Now let's go over to the deadly coronavirus that broke out. That was last month. It was first discovered in Chinese village of Wuhan late December last year, and it has caused chaos in the world at large, proving to be a mass destructive weapon. And the deadly virus has eaten almost the entirety of the world in economy, religion, education, and sports. And our focus is the sports world and how it has been affected by the deadly virus. Now, a lot of sporting activities have been postponed, but the big question, Sarafina, is focusing on the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. They are not even saying that it will be postponed or any sort of information has been given on that, but what we're hearing is it will go ahead, it will go ahead. There's no fear of the coronavirus in Tokyo 2020 Olympics, and I'm wondering, why are they going on with this?
I think, first of all, we need to establish the fact that in life, we all live in uncertainty. We really don't know what's going to happen the next moment. So the organizers at this point, they know that, okay, this thing is, we've established the fact that there is actually coronavirus. True. But we're also not going easy on it. We're trying to make sure we get everything done, trying to make sure that, yes, coronavirus is in town, but we're going to try and see how we can put preventive measures on board. Because you look at Tokyo 2020, it's going to be a huge blow if it doesn't go on. That is it. But in as much as you want this competition to go on, you also want to look out for athletes that will be coming to participate, looking out for everyone. It takes a lot to organize just a 3-day competition, let alone for talking about the Olympics at this point. So I totally understand where the local organizing committees they've been coming from keep saying that the Olympics will go on. We all are still hoping and praying that before then we must have been able to get the cure, if possible, know how to curtail the whole coronavirus thing. Yeah. So that's just the only thing we're praying for and hoping for at this point. But whether you like it or not, the thing is coronavirus is here and it's actually costing a lot of people. Because as a sport person, I remember the game between Juventus and Inter Milan. At first, there was this story that was supposed to be played behind closed doors. And before you know it, they decided to postpone the game, which I am in total support of it. Because you cannot have a game as big as Inter Milan versus Juventus looking at their standings on the table, and you would want to play it behind closed doors. It's not going to work.
True.
So that is it. So they are trying to make sure they put everything into place to make sure that the tournament goes on. For me, I have this positive feeling that Tokyo 2020 is going to be a huge success.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, in spite of the coronavirus.
You know, I'm looking at it from this angle. Yes, it's one of the biggest sporting events ever. It's the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. And if the coronavirus situation still goes on till that period, I fear that it might be cancelled, because if you go on with the Olympics, imagine the number of people who travel to Japan, Tokyo, to go to the venue of the Olympics. Imagine if there's any reported case of coronavirus breaking out at the Olympics, of course.
Now, it's a 50-50 thing. The coronavirus is here, but then again, the tournament is later, months later from
Definitely.
now. Yeah, so I think it will be out of place if the organizing committee comes out and say, simply because of coronavirus, this tournament is not going to hold. Because they still have months to curtail, and if possible, bring an end to the whole coronavirus thing. So I think that is the reason why they are really not saying anything about it being postponed. Because definitely, if I think the Olympics should hold between June, July, to the end of June to July. Now that is a long time. In as much as you want to say, yeah, it's just a few months from now, but anything can happen within split second. Now this is me looking at it from a different perspective at this point. Now, you look at the preparations and everything. Tokyo 2020 is going to come, and if by June there's really no progress as regards how to curtail the virus, then they can actually say, okay, we're going to put this on hold till whenever we're able to get everything under control. So for now, it's going to hold simply because we hope that before then if by June nothing concrete comes up, at that point, then they will know that, yes, because you know one of the reasons why they cannot come out to say it's not going to hold is because of the fact that some teams are yet to qualify. We're still seeing qualifiers ongoing. So when you come out and say it's not going to hold, then what will happen to those qualifiers?
Exactly.
So why not let these qualifiers take its due course? Then after the whole thing, when you're setting up the number of teams that will be there, and if nothing happens, then you can decide to say, okay, we're putting it on hold, or we're going to go on with the tournament.
Now, talking about the qualifiers, a couple of these qualifiers have been postponed as well until further notice, of course, until there's an information that there's, and I heard this morning that there's a vaccine that can actually cure the virus, but it's still being reported, not confirmed yet. But I just hope that we get things in order, and for the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, it goes on as planned, and we have one of the best Olympics ever. And yes, we're supporting Team Nigeria, and I have to be patriotic in this one, that will go there and win a couple of medals and come back home as champions. But I know that in football, we're not represented in that one. And boxing is still shaky. If the Boxing Federation get their act together, the boxers can actually travel by May to France to seek qualification for the Olympic tournament. Now let's go over to Everton and talk about the boss, Carlo Ancelotti. He has been charged by the English football governing body for misconduct after he was sent off in Sunday's fixture against Manchester United. That game ended 1-1, and the Italian approached the referee, Chris Kavanagh, at the final whistle after Dominic Calvert-Lewin's late goal was ruled out for an offside. And for Ancelotti, he will not get a touchline ban, but will be fined £8,000 if he accepts the charge before Thursday's deadline. Now, this game ended 1-1. And I watched the replay of that late goal over and over and over again. I'm not a referee.
Yeah.
I'm not a video assistant referee as well. But then, in my own opinion, I think that goal was a clear goal. Why would you rule it off for an offside? Because the player who was on the floor took his leg off the ball when the ball was deflected by Maguire into the net. And I'm wondering, where did they get this call right or wrong?
I feel they got it wrong because he was not in obstruction of play. He saw the ball incoming and immediately he went away. You know, he was down because of a collision, trying to lace up his boots and get back. He saw the ball coming. He made way for the ball. So he was not obstructing the ball in any way. So I
and he wasn't obstructing the goalkeeper as well.
He wasn't obstructing the goalkeeper either. So I believe that was a wrong call. And I believe that is another case of human error from VAR. Now, after the review, I expected another official statement letting us know that, okay, you know what, we are wrong. This is as a result of human error. But you know, after what happened with Giovanni Lo Celso a few weeks ago, I believe they'll be thinking to themselves, you know what, we fell short a few weeks back. Are we going to be falling short again? And this now brings more question to the validity of VAR. You know, the fact that you have a referee at the back looking at the screen, we're still prone to human error.
True.
So then what is the use of VAR? And you know, the VAR rules are so stringent with offside especially, a lot of ridiculous things. Your nail could keep you offside, your armpits could keep you offside, and it's really starting to harm the game. I believe they need to take a look at this again, review, and come back with better rules that will suit the game, because they are taking a lot out of the game, especially when it comes to celebrations as well, killing the vibe of the game, which is not needed. So I feel like FIFA need to review VAR.
Yeah, very true. It needs to be reviewed. And that game, I think, for Everton and, of course, Ancelotti, it really hurt them the most because they thought they ran away with that victory, but, of course, ended 1-1. But to me, honestly, I think the VAR generally needs to be reviewed, and the referees need to be allowed to look at the side monitors. I don't know why they would not just go to the side monitors to look for themselves and make a decision.
There's this popular saying in Pigeon Palace, they say that a person when no girls ban, no for girls ban mama. When the whole VAR thing was being introduced, at first I said, it's going to be a huge problem because first of all, the referees in England, they're nowhere.
True.
So when you bring in these referees and you bring in this technology, how do you expect both of them to work together? That is the problem, because I really do not understand how you would want to justify the fact and say that that goal would not stand. Yes, I'm a Manchester United fan, but I will not support that because the said player was on the pitch, was on the floor.
Yeah.
David De Gea was standing. So how would you say he was obstructing? He was covering the vision of the goalkeeper. Now, that aside, I've always talked about the fact that the VAR in England is probably suffering from low battery or something.
Wow.
Because I don't understand why you see one call happen in this game, they call it this way, and in the next game it's different. And the interpretation of VAR in England is different from Spain.
True.
So how do you balance it up? I think the problem has to do with England, not just VAR, because the more we keep talking about VAR, I think it makes it look like VAR is the problem. VAR is not the problem, but the way it's being used in England is the problem, not the VAR, because we've seen this in VAR in the Champions League.
True.
We've seen it in the Spanish La Liga. So why are we not getting the same complaint from the Spanish La Liga, just the same way we're getting the same complaint in England?
In England. Well, I think the FA needs to review this at the end of the season and make sure that things are being put in place, because yes, the VAR, we could have a couple of errors in other leagues, but it's not as rampant as we have it in England. So at the end of the season, I think they should go back to the drawing board, look at the VAR and the operators, and find a final means and, of course, a way to make things work for next season. Now, still looking at England, of course, let's go over to the FA Cup and look at Arsenal. They defeated Portsmouth in the FA Cup by 2-0 to qualify for the quarterfinals of that competition, and Sarafina has made it clear that Arsenal will not get to win this FA Cup.
They won't. I'll say it over and over again. They will not win it.
In as much as the fans yesterday, they were singing, we're going to Wembley, we're going to Wembley, and I'm wondering, which of the Wembley are they going to? There's still Chelsea, there's Liverpool, there's, of course, Newcastle United still in the mix in that one, and Okpa is still hoping that they can go to the final of this one and win this tournament.
Well, okay, let's be honest. Let's take aside the fact that I'm an Arsenal fan. And looking at the team performance, it wasn't the best, to be honest, because that's a Premier League team versus a League 2 side.
When you use the word wasn't the best, I think you're trying to sugarcoat it. It was poor.
Okay, yeah, you can say that it was poor.
You can cut them some slack because they were teenagers playing that game. It wasn't the number one Arsenal squad that we see on a regular basis.
True, but then you still had some first-team footballers in the team, like at the back four. You had Pablo Mari making his debut, you had David Luiz, and you had Socrates also. But nonetheless, it should have been much better. I mean, even if they are kids, that
compared
is
to a League One side.
Compared to a League One side, it should have been much better. They didn't create as much chances. They didn't hold the ball as much as they should have. And even when they did create chances, they didn't take all their chances. But nonetheless, they were able to score 2 goals and move on to the quarterfinals. Fine, let's see what they can do at the quarterfinals. And hopefully the tie is favorable for them and they can move on.
Well, if you want to beat the best, you need to, of course, if you want to beat the best, you need to beat the best. So no favors for Arsenal. You need to go all the way tooth and nail all through to the finals, and you get to win this one. Then you can say you're worthy winners of the FA Cup. Well, Socrates Papastathopoulos scored the first goal, and Nketiah has scored the second goal for Arsenal to ensure victory over Portsmouth. Looking at the other games that will be played later today, Chelsea versus Liverpool will go down today, and that's a big one to look forward to. There's Reading versus Sheffield United, and it'll be West Bromwich Albion taking on Newcastle United. I know for Chelsea and Liverpool, I'm not expecting anything less than a cracker from this one, but we're not sure of the kind of players that we'll see in this encounter.
Yeah, when you mentioned cracker, I had to give you another look because with Jurgen Klopp, you're never sure of anything.
True.
It's obvious. The league, number one, the Champions League, number two. Those are the two trophies that if you ask a Jurgen Klopp to pick, it's going to pick, okay, this is what I want, this is what I want this season. And we've seen it over and over again happen. I remember before the winter break, he said he's going to allow his players to go enjoy the winter break. That's going to feed whoever is going to feed in that previous game before the build-up to this one. Yep. Now, it shows you something. Now, Jurgen Klopp might just wake up this morning and say, okay, at this point, I want to go for the UEFA Champions League. I already lost the previous leg, the first leg away at Atletico Madrid. I would want my players to have enough of rest, and whatever happens at the end of the day, I'm going to take it like that. So let me just bring out whoever I want to feel that on this one. But then again, he also might want to look at it from the angle that, yes, it's sure that I'm going to win the Premiership. What stopped me from adding another domestic cup to that one? So it all depends on the starting lineup we see tonight. The players Jurgen Klopp will decide to field against Chelsea tonight to a large extent is going to determine if it's going to be a Liverpool win or not. But for me, I think if I get to see the full squad of the first starting 11 of the usual Liverpool side we used to see, I think it's going to be a walk in the park for Liverpool.
A walk in the park for Liverpool against Chelsea. But of course, it's football, you never can tell. And of course, for Jurgen Klopp, is an unpredictable coach. So let's see what he puts out tonight against Chelsea. Now let's wrap up with boxing, and it's all about the heavyweight boxing, Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder Part 3. It's not like a Hollywood movie, because Deontay Wilder would not just learn a lesson. The first bout, I think he lost it, but of course it ended in a draw. I'm not sure we have anything like win or draw in boxing, but of course it was a draw in that one. The second rematch, of course the first rematch, we saw Tyson Fury beating Deontay Wilder, blue, black, all colors of the rainbow. Now Wilder has said he wants a third try to fight against Tyson Fury. But before we talk about this, we went to the streets to ask people what they thought about having a rematch between Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury. Let's listen to them, and when we come back, we will talk about the big fight coming up in June.
Okay, Wilder, for me, I think Wilder's been running from really worthy opponent right from time, and I think WBC has been shielding him and giving him opponents that they felt okay, that he could actually match them. The last fight between Fury and Wilder, it was a draw, and for me, in my own opinion, I felt Fury won that match, but then it was a draw, and then the rematch now, we all saw what happened. So I feel Fury was better.
Well, it's still going to go the same way. I believe Tyson Fury will still win again.
No chance for Deontay Wilder?
I don't think so.
Tyson Fury already won the match. I don't understand why Wilder is saying he wants a rematch. I mean, it wasn't just a win, it was a beating. I mean, the guy's face was shifting like this. He gave a decade, as in so many memes. I just woke up the next day. I didn't even know about the fight. I just woke up, I started seeing memes. Guy, where they don't turn you into comedy. Why you won't go do rematch again? I bet maybe fight Joshua. I bet we'll come Lagos, come fight, eh? Maybe they go host time. Maybe Nigeria too sucks we get international event.
A potential rematch for Tyson Fury is something I really do not want to happen now, but I'm quite sure if it happens, Tyson Fury is up to the task. The only thing Wilder has is his right punch, and he was able to just disqualify the old right punch idea. He stood all through the fight, the rounds, to just change that narrative. So I don't know what else Wilder is bringing to the ring.
So
yeah,
definitely Wilder has no chance against Fury.
He has no chance. His leg is gonna wobble again.
Wow, his leg will wobble again. He has no chance against Tyson Fury. Sarafina, does he have a chance?
Nah, I don't think so. Going into that bout, I'm going to tell you, that will be the retirement package of Deontay Wilder.
Wow, that would be a tough one. Do you feel the same?
Definitely. But I think for what it's worth, the first match ended in a draw. The last match, Tyson Fury won. Wilder was just want to say, okay, you know what, best out of 3. And let's just see what's going to happen. But definitely, Tyson Fury is in the best shape of his life and his career. And he's very much looking forward to a fight between him and Anthony Joshua to unify all the heavyweight titles in the division. So that is the big one that we all are waiting for and want to watch. But you know what? Wilder is entitled to a rematch. He has triggered the clause. The match will go down, but then after that, the big one is Tyson Fury versus Anthony Joshua. No doubt about that.
I'm looking at Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua. Sarafina, do you think Joshua stands a chance?
From what I saw in the game between the bout between Wilder and Fury, I would tell you that if Fury put up such performance again, I think it's going to come through. But then again, you look at Anthony Joshua going into any bout, it's going to take his time to study Tyson Fury very, very well, pay good attention to him. So it's going to be too close to call. But based on the last fight I saw, I'm going to give it to Tyson.
Giving it to Tyson Fury, and yes, we support Anthony Joshua, but it looks like a huge battle. But of course, we're looking forward to that. I'm hearing it might happen sometime in December.
Yeah.
So it just might be a good Christmas present for all of us right here in Nigeria supporting Anthony Joshua. We all want him to succeed against Tyson Fury, but it's boxing. May the best man win the bout. Well, that's what we'll draw a wrap on today's show. Thank you, Sarafina, for coming.
Thank you for having me, Udoka.
And your hair, as always. Maybe you tell us behind the scenes.
Thank you for giving me this smile, please.
Okay, thanks as always.
Always a pleasure being here. Thank you.
All right, keep it locked down to Plus TV Africa. We'll give you the best when it comes to TV programming. I'm Udoka and Joko. Wishing you the very best of the day.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Our conversation on One today is with Dr. Charles Omole, a trainer and strategist to businesses and governments across Europe, Middle East, and Africa.
To get into the reins of leadership, it won't be given to us. We've got to go and get it.
How do we begin to change the narrative when it comes to leadership in this country?
Well, that's a very excellent question. It is true there is a leadership crisis, but it's not just a Nigerian problem. It's an African problem. The trajectory of all African countries have largely been the same, which is downwards, in the last 30, 40 years. These are people who have not managed two people in their life, some of them, and they want to be president of a 200 million, for them to even have the audacity that, because the Constitution says you have the right to, doesn't mean you should.
Premieres this Friday at 12:30 p.m. with a repeat broadcast on Sunday at 9:30 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Ndị be anyị, ana m ekene unu. None.
The moment he came with that message of you don't expect me to treat the 97% the same way I would treat the 5%, that was a statement of division.
I haven't even heard. I did not know that this had come up again.
Really?
I didn't know it had gone into second reading. So thank you for mentioning it. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard. To think that these people can raid this country, destroy this country, and then ask for immunity.
Isn't democracy the government of the people, by the people, for the people?
That's what it should be.
And at what point did we give the power within this democracy, of this democracy, to the people we have voted?
The Constitution is not we, the people, as we have it today. It's not we, the people, that promulgate. That Constitution is not us.
It has nothing to do with
It's something that was foisted on us.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Like, no question. He's a living legend. Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now, and that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like
Alibaba
now?
Plus TV Africa, we're feeling good. No time to dull, everybody feeling alright.
I still make music and people are still buying. Sometimes I look myself minimal IU.
Apala music is for mature-minded people. I got DMs sometimes from Malawi, like,
Sleeping early.
Emeka Ihedioha loses once again as the Supreme Court has refused to restore him as the governor of Imo State. And the Kaduna State Governor, Nasir El-Rufai, says no to any possibility of amnesty and negotiations with bandits in the state. This is Plus Politics, and I am Felicity Ezewike. You're welcome. Now, the Supreme Court, in a decision by a panel of justices led by Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Tanko Muhammad, has reiterated the judgment it gave on January 14, which declared Hope Uzodinma of the All Progressive Congress APC as the legally elected governor of Imo State. The Apex Court stated that there is no constitutional provision for setting aside an earlier Supreme Court judgment and that the verdict of the Supreme Court is a finality. Joining us to have a conversation on this via telephone is legal practitioner Raymond Nkanebe. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Felicity, for this opportunity.
Straight up, there were missed expectations to what the Supreme Court would do with this very seemingly novel situation. What was your expectations before this ruling, and what is your reaction now as we have a ruling?
Thank you very much. My expectation was that the Supreme Court would have used the rare opportunity to redeem itself in its decision over the Imo State gubernatorial election. Unfortunately, with what we are hearing today, the court has refused to enter that very rare moment of glory. But for the dissenting judgment of one of the judges that sat in the panel, I mean Justice Chima Sentus Nweze, for me, he is the person who has given a judgment that accords with the popular will of the people of Imo State, who filed out on the 9th of March 2019 to vote for Governor Emeka Ihedioha.
Let me interject here and ask you about that particular dissenting voice of Justice Nweze. Now, he is saying that there was need for the Supreme Court to review its position. When you juxtapose that to the other 6 justices who said that, I mean, they cannot review a decision of the Supreme Court, of what relevance is his position in the larger scheme of things now?
Well, unfortunately, a dissenting judgment is not the judgment of the court. The rule or the principle is that however articulate, profound, or erudite a dissenting judgment may be, it does not form the opinion of the court. Be that as it may, dissenting judgments, as we have seen in our jurisprudence, have always been it has always led to a departure or helped to build the jurisprudence in subsequent cases. So whereas the other 6 judges have refused to bow to the principle of finality of the court decision without adverting its mind to circumstances whereby they can depart from those decisions, what Nweze has shown is that justice must be done at all times, even though the heavens may fall.
What is that? I mean, going forward, what will history be saying about this case? We'll come to some other questions that are coming up, but what will history be saying about this case? This is the Supreme Court. To the layman, it is the final bus stop when it comes to legal matters and the quest for justice. We have this seemingly final decision that doesn't look like it is final from where I'm standing, a lot of Nigerians as well.
Well, it's very, very, very unfortunate. Like I told you, I thought the court would have used the opportunity of this application to redeem itself. Unfortunately, the court has refused to seize that opportunity. I've felt the pulse of Nigerians, and the popular opinion is that the current judiciary, as led by Justice Tanko Mohammed, has not quite been the kind of judiciary that you would expect in a nascent democracy as ours. But be that as it may, we hope that in subsequent cases, the Supreme Court will also have the opportunity to depart from this decision, because one of the accepted instances where the court can do that is where such a case comes before it again, and then the court will now have the opportunity, this time within its appellate jurisdiction, to now depart from that decision.
Let me ask you this question, just for those that might have missed the point. You seem not to be very happy with the decision of the Supreme Court. Could you take us down memory lane and explain the reasons why this review was called for in the first place?
Okay. The review was called for against the backdrop of the fact that the judgment of the court on the 14th of January seemed not to accord with verifiable facts and the principle of elections. What am I trying to say? The number of votes that the Supreme Court returned for Hope Uzodinma, after adding the votes from the so-called 388 polling units, exceeded the total number of accredited voters. Now, in the principle of elections, it does not stand to reason that total votes cast should exceed total accredited voters. That is outright fallacy, right? Secondly, Section 179, subsection 2 of our Constitution provides that before a person can be returned as the winner of an election, he must have scored the total number of lawful votes cast, and also 1/4 of the votes cast in 2/3 majority of the state. Now, Imo State has 27 local governments. 2/3 of 27 local governments is 18 local government areas. Hope Uzodinma did not win up to 18 number of local government areas. So what is the basis for returning him? Thirdly, having added the votes from the so-called 388 polling units, the Supreme Court did not consider it fit to now assess the spread of these votes against the number of local governments in Imo State. Having not done all of this, the Supreme Court could not have endorsed a lawful or a valid return of Hope Uzodinma. So it was against this backdrop that Emeka Ihedioha and his lawyers felt they should go back to the court and point out this fact to them so that they may be impelled to take a second look at their decision and now correct some of these jurisprudential flaws. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court has said they're not going to do that because by being the final court of the land, they cannot be heard or seen going back or sitting on appeal over its own decisions.
So it basically means, if I understand you, it basically means that the court did not review the case as presented, but just dismissed it outright.
They didn't. And in my, if I might say this, in an opinion I wrote last week, what I said, it is not a must that the Supreme Court, after making this review, must return Emeka Ihedioha. It will be sufficient if the court could further justify the decision it entered on the 14th of January. You understand? But the Supreme Court has failed to do either of these, preferring to rely on the argument of technicality. That is to say, being the final court, it cannot be heard or seen reviewing its own decision. Well, very unfortunate.
On the flip side of this conversation, you and I agree that the Supreme Court is the final court in the land. Let's look at it from their position as well. Is it safe to say that before now, the questions has been, if this review is allowed to go through, it's going to open a floodgate of more questions and more review of the Supreme Court decision. Wouldn't that cause chaos in the land when the final court is no longer the final court?
Well, for me, that is quite a technical argument. Now, let me concede that the Supreme Court is the final court of the land by virtue of the provision of Section 235 of the 1999 Constitution. But the Supreme Court rules, Order 8, Rule 16 of the Supreme Court rules, has given it the inherent powers to review its decision on a number of grounds. That is to say, where the judgment was procured by fraud or deceit, where the judgment was procured by misrepresentation of facts, right? In such a situation, an aggrieved party who goes back to the court, the Supreme Court is entitled to look at it again. Now, the circumstances of this case is a clear case of misrepresentation of facts, which the Supreme Court ought to have looked at. So it is not a question of whether to open the floodgate or not. It is a question of justice, and justice, being a social value, must at all times be recognized by that court. Justice must always be done and seem to be done.
Okay, I think I'll give a rest to that and just ask you, what are the lessons, or should I say, this whole situation seems to be a sore point or a learning curve for the Nigerian judiciary. What would you say to that?
I agree absolutely. Like I made reference to an article I wrote last week, and I recommended that this situation is born out of the fact that our Supreme Court is very, very, very overburdened. That court is the most overburdened court throughout the whole world. You have few number of judges doing the work arising from every part of this country. Hello?
Yes, I'm with you.
So I believe what is happening today, while we are having judgments which do not look like judgments of Supreme Court, is because the manpower of that court is seriously deficit. So I believe its time has come for us to increase the number of judges of that court so that they can be properly equipped to do serious legal work over matters that come to them. You understand? So I think this is what this case has shown us, and the National Assembly might want to amend the Constitution to increase the maximum number of judges of that court. As of today, the Constitution says the court should not have not more than 21 justices. I think the number of cases in the country at this time is enough for that court to have at least 40 judges. Understand? If we can expand the number of judges of that court, we can leverage on this manpower to do serious legal work. But even beyond that, I think the time has come for our judges to adopt a very activist disposition, because our democracy is still a very evolving one. So you need judges who are what we call creative judges, who should have an eye for the reality on ground in the society and use their judgment, their vantage points as judges or final judges to effect some of the social change which has been lacking in this country for a long time.
All right. What do you foretell that the history book will say about this whole scenario, this whole development, this whole debate about the supremacy of the Supreme Court? What do you foretell the history book will say?
Well, I don't think the history would be, if for anything, the history would be that at some point in Nigeria's history, the Supreme Court refused to act like what a Supreme Court would act like. Though we have seen this court in a number of cases act in that fashion, like we saw in the case of Amechi vs. Wike in 2007, where the court rose up and stamped out impunity at that time. But I believe, unfortunately, the step the court has taken in recent years have not been quite what you would expect from a Supreme Court. So I believe this should be a moment of personal reflection for the court to look back at its glory days and see how it can bring back the book of those days.
All right, let me just, this one is, what are the next steps now that the drama seems to have screeched to a halt? Whether we like it or not, there is a finality to the decision of the Supreme Court as announced today. So now that it has screeched to a halt, what are the next steps?
The thing there is, I must commend former Governor Emeka Ifedioha, who throughout the period of this legal battle have conducted himself in a very, like a true Democrat, whom he is. Have watched his language throughout this. He has always spoken in a very civil tone and demeanor. I think he will, in the next few hours, he's going to address his supporters, telling them to accept this as the ultimate will of God, so that we can have peace and stability in Imo State. You understand? He's still quite a young politician. Tomorrow he can still give his shot at the leadership of that state. And for Mr. Hope Uzodinma,
yes, I was going to ask you, what would be the task before him now that he can breathe a sign of relief that there will be no further litigation to his position, rather, as the governor of the state?
Yes. Well, I will hope he is going to toe the path of the man in Bayelsa State, Governor Doyediri, who, conscious of how he came to power, you understand, has treaded in a very civil and peaceful manner, trying to call all parties to shift their sword and come together to work to build the state. Since at the end of the day, what matters is the interest of the people of that state. So I'll expect Hope Uzodinma to also speak in that manner, call persons from the PDP to come together and let them see how they can build and develop Imo State. Because at the end of the day, what is at stake here is not who rules Imo State, but the welfare of people of that state.
All right, before I allow you go on this segment of the program, I'd like to ask about the projects that were embarked upon by the very short tenure of Emeka Ihedioha. I personally saw some myself when I visited the state briefly last month. Will there be a conclusion, or will we see a case of abandoned projects in Imo State?
That would depend much on Hope Uzodima's governance, how he wants to go about governance in that state. But I don't think, in terms of infrastructure, there is little Ihedioha has actually done. You understand? He has actually commenced to. I don't think there will be a clear case of projects who are almost 50% done being abandoned. So I hope Hope Uzodima will also try to continue some of these projects to avoid these incidents of abandoned projects all over the place.
I want to thank you very much for your time with us this evening.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
All right, we'll take a short break now, and when we return, Kaduna State Governor talks tough against bandits in his state. Just stay with us. Our conversation on One-on-One today is with Dr. Charles Omole, a trainer and strategist to businesses and governments across Europe, Middle East and Africa.
To get into the reins of leadership, it won't be given to us. We've got to go and get it.
How do we begin to change the narrative when it comes to leadership in this country?
Well, that's a very excellent question. It is true there is a leadership crisis, but it's not just a Nigerian problem. It's an African problem. The trajectory of all African countries have largely been the same, which is downwards, in the last 30, 40 years. These are people who have not managed two people in their life, some of them, and they want to be president of a 200 million, for them to even have the audacity that, because the Constitution says you have the right to, doesn't mean you should.
Premieres this Friday at 12:30 p.m. with a repeat broadcast on Sunday at 9:30 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now, and that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like
Alibaba
now?
Plus TV Africa, we're feeling good. No time to dull, everybody feeling alright.
Still make music and people are still buying. Sometimes I look myself minimal IU.
Akpala music is for mature minded people. I got DMs sometimes from Malawi like
sleeping early.
Ndibanye, ana mekene uno. None.
The moment he came with that message of you don't expect me to treat the 97% the same way I would treat the 5%. That was a statement of division.
I haven't even heard. I did not know that this had come up again. Really? I didn't know it had gone into second reading. So thank you for mentioning it. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard. To think that these people can raid this country, destroy this country, and then ask for immunity.
Isn't democracy the government of the people, by the people, for the people?
That's what it should be.
And at what point did we give the power within this democracy, of this democracy, to the people we have voted?
The Constitution is not we, the people, as we have it today. It's not we, the people, that promulgate. That Constitution is not us.
It has nothing to do with it.
It's something that was foisted on us.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
The Kaduna State Governor, Nasir El-Rufai, has expressed zero tolerance for bandits, as he stated that the Kaduna State government will not give amnesty to bandits, nor will they negotiate with them. He also apologized to the people of the state over the recent attacks in 3 local government areas in which scores of people were killed. I will be having a guest join us via telephone in a bit, security expert. But before he does, let's take a look at this video.
Weeks after gunmen attacked Bakali village in Giwa local government of Kaduna State, killing 13 family members and 8 others. There was another fresh attack on Kerewa, Ngwa Musa, and Zariyawa community in Igabi and Giwa local government of the state. Over 50 persons lost their lives. Sorrow and tears pervaded the atmosphere, as many of the residents were seen mourning for their dead and loved ones. The governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, visited the affected communities to mourn with those in pain, arriving after a mass burial in company of security officials. Governor El-Rufai assured residents that those found culpable will not go unpunished.
In Kaduna State, we have zero tolerance for bandits. We don't give them amnesty. We don't negotiate with them. We have asked the security agencies to just wipe them out.
He, however, asked for the forgiveness of the residents for failing to protect them from the hands of criminals and improving in the security situation in the state.
The responsibility for protecting these people rests squarely on my shoulders and that of my colleagues. I also came to apologize for our failure to fully protect them. We are doing the best we can, and we are hoping that this banditry will end.
Idong Joseph, Plus TV Africa.
The situation with banditry is a worrying one. I have with me in the studio political analyst Lulu Elegbe. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good evening.
Good evening. And we also have joining us via telephone, like I intimated you before now, Peter Aigbedion. He is a security expert. Thank you very much for joining us, Peter.
Thank you, Felicity. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening. All right. The governor is saying there is zero tolerance for banditry in the state. But I want us to start the conversation by clearing up what that banditry actually means. Because a councillor in a local government, a local council area in that state, spoke to Voice of America and said his words, and I quote, "These men, these killers are Boko Haram. They stormed our village, killing indiscriminately. They spared no one, the young, the old, even the Amajiris were not spared." I want us to clear the narrative. Are these bandits or Boko Haram insurgents, do you think? I ask because it completely changes the conversation about whether amnesty comes into the scenario.
Yeah, so I think it's, again, for me, it's one of these issues that I think it's a false narrative, because when we start to say that the people that carried out these attacks are bandits, I think it almost takes away from the seriousness of the situation, because these aren't bandits, these are terrorists. I don't know whether or not they're Boko Haram, but any group of people that comes into a village or comes into a town and kills people on the kind of scale that we're talking about, that's not banditry. That's terrorism. There's no other word for it. It's not, we're not talking, I mean, when you talk about banditry, this thing started, banditry, you're thinking about bootlegging in the 20s in the US, that sort of thing. This is not the kind of thing we're talking about here. We're talking about people that go almost undisturbed, are able to go into towns heavily armed, killing innocent men, women, children. So when we start to say that these are bandits, no, they're not. I don't know if they're Boko Haram, but the treatment of the federal government or the state governments or the security agencies generally, the way they should handle this is the way in which you would handle any other terrorist atrocity going on in the country.
We'll come to you on that. But let's bring Peter in and get his perspective on this. Are they bandits or are these terrorists? Because the narrative is seemingly being watered down when people coming and kill in the manner that we saw in Kaduna State.
I agree that the scale on which we're witnessing this bloodletting is one that makes us it would be remiss of us to use any other word apart from terrorism. This is pure, sheer, unadulterated terrorism. If you can attack and kill 50 people, and I heard that there were over 100 of them that rode into the town over the course of the night and the early morning, and they carried out these attacks for over 2 hours and moved on like they did. The modus operandi is similar to that of Boko Haram. Boko Haram has not come out to claim responsibility, but 2 plus 2 is still 4. And from what we can tell, this was premeditated. It was not accidental. But from what I've heard as well, they carried out these attacks as reprisal on the communities for aiding the military in their operations against them. So I believe that definitely this is not just the act of a group of bandits. This is organized crime of the highest level, and their callousness is on a scale that is, I mean, it's not unprecedented, but it's heart-rending. 50 lives, one life is too much to lose. How much more 50 lives? So I don't like that government is trying to water that narrative by just claiming bandits. It gives the rest of the country a belief that, like we have seen before, or seen sentiments of that nature, that they are deliberately watching this thing down because it is a tribal or a religious war.
Okay, so the both of you seem to agree that the word bandits or banditry waters down the gravity of the brutality of the attack. So when you now bring into the conversation the fact that the governor is saying that he's not going to get into amnesty with these bandits, you take it back to the fact that there is already a bill in the Senate providing for the rehabilitation of repentant Boko Haram terrorists. Doesn't that invalidate the position of the Kaduna State government?
Well, it depends on how you look at it, because first of all, I think the main thing to remember is really that they're not calling these guys terrorists. They're not calling them Boko Haram members. They're calling them bandits.
How do you distinguish?
That's my point, and I think that's Peter's point as well. If you look at the way Boko Haram has operated in the last few years, they go into towns in numbers, they carry out these attacks and they disappear, and somewhere down the line the security agencies turn up. That's exactly what's happened here. So even if you're not going to say that, even if you're not willing to say that, okay, these are definitely Boko Haram people, at the very least, these are terrorists. So when you talk about the bill in the Senate at the moment, talking about amnesty and rehabilitation, I get that everywhere in the world that has an issue with terrorism, you don't defeat, because terrorism is a mindset. It goes beyond the violence. There's a mindset attached to it. So the simple meaning of that is you can't defeat terrorism with only military force. It doesn't work because of the mindset. So there has to be the softer human angle, which is where the de-radicalization program comes in. Now, the problem with this is, the problem with the way it's been implemented, based on what I've seen of the bill in the Senate, is it has language that almost seems like you are rewarding these people for the things they've done. Someone asked me recently, how is that different from the amnesty for Niger Delta militants? I said they're two completely different things. Niger Delta militants weren't killing indiscriminately this way. They were agitating for improvements in their communities because of what had happened with oil. And what they were doing was blowing up pipelines more than they were doing anything else. Yes, they carried out kidnappings and things like that, but these guys are going into towns and wiping out entire families. That's something completely different. It's not the same thing.
Okay, let's look at some of the issues on the ground that was raised basically from the visit of the governor. He said something about the communication strategy. Peter, I'm coming to you now. He said that there was poor GSM network connection in that area. If I'm to get him right, he said the security agencies are doing the best they can, but they find it difficult to get to remote areas in good time to make a prompt intervention. 50 people died because of this lack of communication. Is there something wrong? Because a whole lot of money has been expended in ensuring that military gets the best equipment, communication gadgets to ensure that they're able to communicate. Aren't there other ways in the 21st century that information can pass through to the military in order to stop this situation from occurring?
Let me take it piece by piece. First of all, I think the governor, for him to have come out to make that statement, I wouldn't give him much credence or lend credence to what he has said, because I've not heard it from the military commanders. I've not heard any of the military or police spokesmen come out to say something of that nature. Maybe he may be privileged to see some reports that give him that belief, but I mean, it is my knowledge, and I want to say this with the most respect for his office. I believe it is ridiculous. Here's another reason. You have a Navy fleet that goes into deep waters where GSM networks do not really work well. Yet they're able to communicate for miles and miles far away from different ships and different naval assets. And there's no GSM mast within those regions. Secondly, and this is where I want to talk about strategy. If you look at it, this is asymmetrical warfare. We understand, and if we've seen that this community is cooperating with the military, giving them reports about the insurgents looking around the area, it would have been the wise thing to do to at least provide some measure of protection, a buffer, to prevent this from happening the way it happened. For this to happen, and with over hours and hours, nothing was done. Nobody. I understand the governor said that some of the security agencies came in to mitigate what was happening. But in the first place, they should have realized that the possibility of reprisal attacks being carried out against communities that were helpful was high. Again, it also shows that intelligence is leaking from within the security system. Because if the insurgents are attacking the communities for helping the military, then that means that there's information from inside the military that's leaking as well. There are moves within the system that are also communicating this information to the terrorists. So I'm concerned that the governor is handling this matter with big gloves, and his tone, from what he's saying, he's not being generous with the truth. That's the least I'll say.
Okay, let's look at the much publicized apology to the people of Kaduna State, heartfelt one at that, for his inability to actually protect them, which is his primary responsibility, and adds to the condolence by the presidency to the people of that state, and the promise that they will beef up security. We'll come to that, or they will implement more strategies. We'll come to that in a bit. But isn't it time that the narrative on when we have violence like this go beyond commiserating with the people that lost a family, admitting faults, to situations where we can have a scenario where we don't have this violence in the first instance, and then the government comes and say, this is what we did. These are the people who've apprehended. We saved 50 lives.
Yeah, and I agree with you. It goes back to what I keep saying, that the reason a lot of these things happen is a lack of consequences. Because if you ask how many terrorists or bandits have been arrested in the last 12 months, how many have you heard of that have been arrested? How many have you heard of that have been prosecuted? How many have you heard of that have been jailed? I can't even remember any. They probably are, but I cannot remember. So when you have a situation when people know that they can do things like this and get away with it, there's no disincentive for them. So when the government comes out and says we condemn the statement, issues apologies, that's all well and good, but the reality is that for the victims, it feels hollow, because every time this happens, you hear a statement of condemnation. And these days, unfortunately, it doesn't mean much anymore. That's because that town that has been attacked, or those villages that have been attacked,
previously,
they are not. No, even these particular ones. Yes, security will probably be beefed up there in the next few days, few weeks. But if the military leaves there tomorrow, or if they leave there next week, those people are still vulnerable to another attack. So it's not a question of apologizing, or if you go after the people that are committing. And what I've never understood is why it's so hard, it's so difficult to apprehend these people, because in some cases they are coming into these towns in convoys. And if you remember, the northeast, even though Kaduna is northwest, but many of these areas are some of the most militarized regions in the country. So when you have convoys of trucks, of motorbikes, of different cars heading in one direction, where do you think they're going? Where are they going from? So I think it sort of goes back to this issue of state policing and community policing, because to be fair to the military, they are stretched and they're in different parts of the country carrying out different tasks. So they need that intelligence. The only way they can get that is through community policing. You can't do it. You can't get it any other way.
Okay, I want to squeeze in this question to Peter before we have to wrap things up. And it's a reaction from a former senator, that's Shehu Sani, who happens to be from that area, from the north. He is unhappy with the killings and has attacked northern governors for what he said. And I'm going to read what he said. He said, playing the ostrich, afraid of confronting the federal government and taking independent action to protect their people. End of quote. In this case, how would they go about this without shattering the seeming working cordial relationship between the executive and the state governors?
Well, I want to look at it from what the governor has said. He has taken responsibility for this. Typically, if you were serious about this, I remember a time in this country where state of emergency was imposed on Plateau State, and the bloodletting was not even close to what we're experiencing on this scale. Typically, I would suggest the federal government should use a state of emergency to certain areas in this theater of madness or what that's going on. But knowing the way these things have been handled with political undertones, probably will not happen. I don't know that there's a way that this matter will be treated other than being treated with consequences where there's error and there's the likelihood that leads to loss of lives like this. One life lost is too much of a price for any human being to pay. We stop politicizing these issues. I believe it's within the federal government to do what they're doing, but there should be consequences. People have been clamoring for months for the strategy change, for the heads of the service chiefs to be either rotated or to be removed outrightly. I believe we're losing people every day. It's not just people on the civilian side. We're losing people in the army, people who are in the military. General Baba died a few weeks ago. There are people who are sacrificing their lives, and is a price too heavy, too expensive for their families and for the country in general. The government should step up, do what is needful. Technology is also available. These areas, we even have we have allies in security, other countries who are willing to give us security access like drones, man-on-man, to fly by these regions, to be able to give hour-by-hour report on what's going on. Even our Nigerian Air Force can fly sorties over the region. So I believe government should do what is important to do and stop this matter with kid gloves.
All right, Peter, thank you very much for joining us on the program.
Thank you.
And of course, Lulu, thank you very much for making it on time.
Thanks.
Pleasure to have you. All right, and thank you for staying with us, but we're not done yet. We'll take our plots reports now, and when we return, I'll be giving my take. To stay with us.
About 25 repentant Boko Haram insurgents, along with their wives and children, have been received in Maiduguri by the Borno State Commissioner for Women Affairs, Hajiya Zuwaira Gambo, on behalf of the state government. They landed in Maiduguri International Airport with military aircraft and headed to Bolunkutu Rehabilitation Center. Handing over the repentant insurgents, the coordinator of the Safe Corridor Program, Major General Bamdele Shafar, said the former insurgents will be well rehabilitated by the federal government and also encouraged other insurgents in the bush to surrender.
Open hand, to drop their weapons and then brave peace for for the betterment of all of us. Thank you and God bless.
They are Nigerians first and foremost. And they are Nigerians that have decided to behave according to the dictates of our constitution and abide by the rules and laws of this nation. They have lived out of the shores of this country and have been brought here to be reunited with their families. So ours at the Bulunkutu Rehabilitation Center is to provide them with the psychosocial support, to feed them, to clothe them, and give them some basic form of education on behalf of the government of Borno State. This is a center that His Excellency the Governor, Professor Babagana Umar Zulu, gives so much attention to and provides us with the necessary support to ensure that these guests are rehabilitated and given the required training in various skills and then reunited with their families.
Though not vast in matters of the law, I had hoped for some clarification to issues raised that questioned the decision of the Supreme Court. I did not get it, so as the layman that I am, I will take what is given. The one dissenting judgment by Justice Senters Nweze that there is merit in the case for review in the court's judgment on the Imo governorship election. His position makes more sense to me. He is a lone voice in the wilderness, no doubt, a lonely part for anyone to take, but he took it. So I too choose to be brave tonight and say that I agree there was a need for review. But it doesn't really matter now, does it? Whatever our reservations about the entire matter, we must put it to rest and focus on the task of growing Imo State. After all, that's all this is about, right? To serve the people and improve the conditions of their lives. I hope the governor provides quality leadership that will pay tribute to his name, Hope, by the time his 4-year tenure is up, to help us make sense of this judgment and maybe restore some belief that every disappointment is a blessing in disguise. At least I hope so. And that's my take. As always, we're very appreciative of your time with us on the program. We'll be happy to hear from you, your thoughts and our conversations here. So do please share them using @PlusTV Africa on social media platforms, most convenient for you. Until next time, be well. Our conversation on One-on-One today is with Dr. Charles Omole, a trainer and strategist to businesses and governments across Europe, Middle East and Africa.
To get into the reins of leadership, it won't be given to us. We've got to go and get it.
How do we begin to change the narrative when it comes to leadership in this country?
Well, that's a very excellent question. It is true there is a leadership crisis, but it's not just a Nigerian problem. It's an African problem. The trajectory of all African countries have largely been the same, which is downwards, in the last 30, 40 years. These are people who have not managed 2 people in their life, some of them, and they want to be president of a 200 million, for them to even have the audacity that, because the Constitution says you have the right to, doesn't mean you should.
Premieres this Friday at 12:30 p.m. with a repeat broadcast on Sunday at 9:30 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Ndị be anyị, ana m ekene unu. None.
The moment he came with that message of you don't expect me to treat the 97% the same way I would treat the 5%, that was a statement of division.
I haven't even heard. I did not know that this had come up again.
Really?
I didn't know it had gone into second reading. So thank you for mentioning it. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard. To think that these people can raid this country, destroy this country, and then ask for immunity.
Isn't democracy the government of the people, by the people, for the people?
That's what it should be.
And at what point did we give the power within this democracy, of this democracy, to the people we have voted.
The Constitution is not we, the people, as we have it today. It's not we, the people, that promulgate. That Constitution is not us.
It has nothing to do with
It's something that was foisted on us.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now, and that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like an
Alibaba
now?
Plus TV Africa, we're feeling good. No time to dull, everybody feeling alright.
Make music and people are still buying. Sometimes I look myself minimal IU.
Akpala music is for mature-minded people. I got DMs sometimes from Malawi, like,
sleeping early.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
PWD is turning waste PET bottles into construction materials.
Lagos produces about 30,000 tons of plastics waste in just a day, and only 30% of that is recycled.
Every time you pass a pile of plastics, you pass a job opportunity.
At a first glance, this garage doesn't look like a factory, but more like a scrapyard. However, these young Africans have found success as they convert plastic waste to bricks for construction.
PWD initiative is a project that came out from a project called Recreate. We started from the collection process first, collecting PET bottles from our environment. And then we now decided, oh, okay, what can we do with these bottles? We're like, we can actually make something valuable from it. So that's how the idea of PWD actually came.
We discovered that plastics were a big problem in the environment. But what everybody knew the problem as was plastic pollution. Now, we took a closer look to find out what was the root cause of plastic waste pollution, and we discovered that it was improper plastic waste disposal. And let me make it practical. 1 kg of waste plastics is equal to 50 bottles. Now, can you imagine how many bottles is created? 30 tons. Like, just picture it, imagine. So we saw this as a problem, and a problem that really needed a solution. There was no innovation in the recycling industry. What most recycling companies would do is they would gather the waste and send it off to foreign countries to convert. So we had no innovation here, and that was where we came in.
This innovative group have found a solution to addressing the bedeviling issue of environmental pollution caused by the large mass of non-degradable plastic waste and, in effect, creating more sustainable and durable construction materials.
We met Standard Organization of Nigeria to test our bricks. They gave us validation that it's actually stronger than the conventional one by compressive strength, water absorption, and a lot of other tests. So it's really an amazing project, and we actually are excited towards the impact it will have in Nigeria and also the world at large.
If you take a look at the building industry, cement is the most significant material you use, right? And replacing that with plastics, because once you're building something, you need a binding agent, that is cement. Now, we replace that binding agent for plastics. This is where the first stage of the production starts. So here we get a lot of plastics from different women that have been cooking for us. Over 20 women have gathered this amount of plastics for us. So now that he has gotten it into the sack, we just weigh it, then he transfers it into the production pan. So the beauty about this is we don't even have to clean these plastics because they are waste plastics. If we clean them, they're not waste plastics anymore. They are now processed materials. So production is very easy. Here he's now transferring the plastics inside. As you can see, it's turning to color black. So why it's black is because the plastics are burning. So it burns to an extent where it has reached its elastic limit. So then we can start putting the sand inside. So as we keep putting plastics, we wait till everything is liquid. So right now it's getting to about 260 degrees. So as he's pouring the sand into the mixture, it gets kind of thick. So constantly we keep stirring over and over and over again. So it gets to that viscous level because we just observe to an extent where we know, okay, it's ready for us to pour inside. For us to mass produce this, we have to come up with a better production process. So we came up with a machine prototype. One of our team members, a mechanical engineering student, designed a machine that can mix the ratio to which we wanted. This machine is being heated up by an electric power supply. It consumes about 24 kilowatts per hour. So that's a lot of energy to get these plastics into the state that we want. So for now, this is what we use, and it has been working well for us. So we shake it for any air molecules to escape. From the few tests we conducted, the compressive strength was 3 times higher than the normal concrete bricks, which means you can use these bricks for bridges, for construction sites that required a lot of machines that have a lot of weight, because in different parts of certain communities, you have a lot of machines go there and they damage the road. So if you have a brick this strong in those areas, which means that it would increase the lifespan, it would increase the duration to which there is road maintenance.
Plastics are especially problematic if not collected and managed properly. They do not biodegrade and could take 500 years or more to fully decompose. Hence the need for initiatives such as this, which leaves us in a better environment, creating more sustainable building materials and shrinking unemployment figures. For Plus TV Africa, Irene Ubani.
Plus TV Africa News at this hour. Emeka Ihedioha loses again as Supreme Court declined to set aside Imo judgment that declared Hope Uzodinma winner. Court confirms Footwear Nasimbe landslide electoral victory as Togo's president. And on the foreign scene, World Health Organization says coronavirus, a reality in Africa, no longer a threat. Hello and many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are some of the stories making the headlines. My name is Felicity Ezewike. President Muhammadu Buhari says stronger diplomatic ties with Hellenic Republic and Republic of Cuba will boost Nigeria's ongoing efforts at diversifying the economy, improving global competitiveness, and repositioning the country to play more leading roles. In a statement in Abuja on Tuesday, Femi Falana, the president's spokesman, said President Buhari stated this when he received letters of credence from the ambassador of Hellenic Republic to Nigeria at the presidential villa in Abuja. The Nigerian leader said the long-standing diplomatic and business relations with the country would be strengthened for mutual benefit, noting that the most global challenges will need collective efforts for lasting solutions. In his remarks, the ambassador said business ties between Nigeria and Hellenic Republic, also known as Greece, had been long, particularly the flour mills that employed about 50,000 Nigerians at some point in the country's history. While receiving the letters of credence of the ambassador of Cuba to Nigeria, President Buhari said the cultural similarities between both countries should serve as impetus for working together, especially on trade. The Supreme Court has dismissed the application of People's Democratic Party's Emeka Ihedioha, seeking an overturn of the Apex Court's January the 14th judgment, which nullified the electoral victory of Ihedioha and ordered that a certificate of return be issued to Senator Hope Uzodinma of the All Progressive Congress. 6 out of the justices that sat on the panel unanimously agreed that the decision of the Apex Court, led by Justice Tanko Mohammed, should stand, while Justice Santos Weze gave a disagree. Our correspondent, Amadine Uyi, reports.
This had generated tension as no election dispute resolved by the Supreme Court of Nigeria had been set aside by the Apex Court in the past. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, had revealed that a 7-man panel of Supreme Court justices, led by Justice Tanko Mohammed, had been misled by the All Progressives Congress, APC, and so the judgment should be reversed. However, after several weeks of bickering by both political parties and postponement by the Supreme Court, the Apex Court finally made its decision known.
Today, Supreme Court has affirmed its decision that Hope Uzodinma was legitimately elected the governor of Imo State. It has refused the application to set aside its judgment as an abuse of court process. We want to appreciate the Supreme Court, and we also want to appreciate our colleagues on the other side. This is essence of having a court. Instead of resorting to violence or self-help, they have come before the court.
The Supreme Court 6-1 dismissed the application on the ground that it lacked merit, that the Supreme Court does not have the jurisdiction to review its judgment or set aside its judgment, unless on certain exceptional grounds, which none of those grounds was playing out in that case.
Counsels involved in the case say it was clear that the Supreme Court displayed the highest form of independence, as the judgment by the 7-man panel had 1 out of 7, Justice Chima Nweze, recant on his earlier decision and take the side of the PDP.
The fundamental issue is that it shows the independence of each justice of the Supreme Court in determining issues before them. One of the justices dissented. So as far as he is concerned, he found that the decision ought to have been set aside, and he set it aside. What is then the implication of his decision? The implication of the decision is that he expressed his opinion, but then the majority carried the day. In other words, the authority for whatever it is now is the decision of the 6 justices that will not be the authority for subsequent application that will come.
Some believe that with the new judgment, the case has finally been resolved, and there is no hope for further appeal.
The court has spoken twice that Uzodinma is the governor of Imo State. I want to appeal to everybody to go back and work with him. The Supreme Court will not speak a third time on this matter.
If any other person brings any application similar to this, we rely on the decision just delivered today to be an authority for us to ask the court not to the majority. So that's the issue.
Many say justice should not only be done, but to be seen to be done. Now that the Supreme Court has served its own dose of justice, it is hoped that governance can now resume in Imo State. Amadin Uyu, Plus TV Africa.
Staying with that story, the National Chairman of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Adams Oshomole, has commended the judgment of the Supreme Court on the Imo State governorship election. The chairman said the judgment of the Apex Court has affirmed that the choice of the people of Imo State has been respected. He spoke to reporters on Tuesday, moments after the Supreme Court dismissed the application of Emeka Ihedioha. Joining us via telephone is Abuja Bureau Chief Amadin Uyi to give us an update on what he saw today at the Supreme Court. Do we have him?
Now, you recall that since the judgment which occurred on the 14th of January, there had been so much tension. The PDP had insisted that the Supreme Court had to look back at that judgment. And when you watch other events leading to today's final ruling by the Supreme Court, there was so much tension. So some felt that if the Supreme Court reversed its decision, it would cause a crisis in Imo State and also cause a crisis in the Supreme Court, because the PDP had threatened last week that it would also seek the consent of the Supreme Court to look at all elections in the past, including the election of President Muhammadu Buhari. So definitely all parties involved in the case, there was tension as the Supreme Court was filled to the brim. First of all, the Supreme Court adjourned that it would deliver its ruling by 3 p.m. and giving people the impression that it was going to do a very, very thorough work. But by 3 p.m. when the Supreme Court reconvened, they said that there was no need to reverse their last judgment, that there was no constitutional provision for the Supreme Court to reverse a ruling it has carried out. And looking at the only criteria, the only provisions that would put the Supreme Court in that position to do so was not met in the case. Felicity.
Quickly, Amadine, were you able to observe reaction from the Ihedioha camp at the court?
Yes, they were disappointed. Many of them did not want to speak because they had so much hope that the Supreme Court will reverse that decision. Because if you go back to the Electoral Act says that anytime voting is more than the registered voters, that election had to be cancelled. But the big question is, when the case first went to the Supreme Court, did the lawyers, the counsel to Emeka Ihedioha, did they insist? Because the Supreme Court will act on the prayers of the petitioner, of what the complainant wants. And when Senator Hope Uzodinma insisted that his votes were cancelled in disregard to the Electoral Act, many thought that the lawyers in the camp of Emeka Ihedioha would insist for a forensic analysis. So the case was a very controversial one, and both parties knew that the judgment of the Supreme Court would go anyway. But I think now that the Apex Court has given its position on the matter, everybody will sheath their swords and governance can begin in Imo State.
Thank you very much, Amadine, for your contribution. All right, moving on now. The crisis in Edo State All Progressive Congress APC has taken a turn for the worse as battle between both factions has shifted to the Royal Palace. This followed events last week when one of the palace chiefs, Utete Omo Osage, led the Osakpikon Society to the residence of the state APC secretary, Lole Oka, to lay curses on the party chieftain. However, in a swift reaction, the palace of the Benin monarch has suspended Omo Sage with immediate effect, saying the action was without the approval of the palace. A senior-ranking palace chief, Osaro Ida, while speaking to newsmen in Benin City, says the chief acted on his own volition. Apologize for that mix-up. We move on to the story that you saw the clip on. That's health officials in Lagos State have quarantined a Chinese national shortly after he arrived in the country via an Ethiopian airline plane. The Commissioner for Health in the state, Akin Abayomi, disclosed this to reporters on Tuesday. The Chinese citizen was accosted at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport after he was made to go through the mandatory screening for those coming into the country. He was moved to the Lagos State Isolation Center, where he was being treated for the novel coronavirus. However, the result of the test is yet to be established. The House of Representatives on Tuesday resolved that the National Assembly should suspend plenary for 2 weeks to enable the management to install facilities to screen and detect coronavirus. This was sequel to the unanimous adoption of an amendment moved by the minority leader Ndudi Elumelu. The lawmaker moved the amendment, saying that there were no facilities to check people entering the National Assembly complex to detect coronavirus. He said that anybody infected could walk into the premises, shake hands with the people, and spread the virus. He urged the Committee on Health and other relevant committees to ensure compliance. Deputy Speaker Ahmed Wase then mandated all relevant committees of the House to ensure compliance. The Ondo State House of Assembly on Tuesday passed a bill for a law to establish the State Security Network Agency and Amoteku Corps bill. The Assembly on February 18 deliberated on the bill and committed it to the House Committee on Security Matters after scaling through first and second reading and had its public hearing on February 24. The majority leader, Jamiu Maito, had moved a motion for the bill to be submitted by the chairman of the House Committee on Security Matters, and it was seconded by a member representing Ilaje 2. Bode Adeyelu read the bill for the third hearing, with the majority leader moving the motion for its passage, while it was seconded by Leonard Akiri Bido and the deputy minority leader. Also, the Oyo State House of Assembly on Tuesday passed the Oyo State Security Network Agency Bill 2020, codenamed Operation Amotekun. The lawmakers, in their dressing, had showed their readiness for the day's business, as the majority of them wore customized outfits in the shade of leopard skin. The session started with a clause-by-clause consideration of the bill before its eventual third reading and final adoption and passage. The Lagos State House of Assembly at plenary on Tuesday passed the bill to create Amoteku Corps as a special unit of the Lagos State Neighborhood Safety Corps. It passed the bill after taking the third reading of the amendment to the Lagos State Neighborhood Safety Corps Agency Law 2019. The amendment bill had successfully gone through all the different stages of lawmaking, which includes first, second reading, holding public hearing, laying and presenting committee's report, adoption of report by House, third reading, and finally passage. Away from the Amoteku bill, the Kaduna State government has apologized to residents of affected communities in both Igabi and Giwa local government areas of the state for failing to protect them from armed bandits and gunmen. The governor, Nasir El-Rufai, while visiting the communities after recent attacks, says it is the duty of the state to ensure the protection of their lives and property. He, however, assured them that the state would do all it can to fish out the culprits and ensure they were adequately dealt with. Our correspondent, Idong Joseph, reports.
Only a few weeks after gunmen attacked Bakali village in Giwa local government of Kaduna State, killing 13 family members and 8 others, there was another fresh attack on Kerewa, Ngwa Musa, and Zariyawa community in Igabi and Giwa local government of the state. Over 50 persons lost their lives. Sorrow and tears pervaded the atmosphere, as many of the residents were seen mourning for their dead and loved ones. The the governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, visited the affected communities to mourn with those in pain. Arriving after a mass burial in company of security officials, Governor El-Rufai assured residents that those found culpable will not go unpunished.
In Kaduna State, we have zero tolerance for bandits. We don't give them amnesty. We don't negotiate with them. We have asked the security agencies to just wipe them out.
He, however, asked for the forgiveness of the residents for failing to protect them from the hands of criminals and improving in the security situation in the state.
The responsibility for protecting these people rests squarely on my shoulders and that of my colleagues. I also came to apologize for our failure to fully protect them. We are doing the best we can, and we are hoping that this banditry will end.
Idong Joseph, Plus TV, Africa.
Still ahead, World Health Organization says coronavirus is a reality in Africa, no longer a threat. This and more after this break. Togo's President Faure Gnassingbe has won re-election with 71% of the vote. Final results from the Constitutional Court showed on Tuesday, extending his 15-year rule and a family dynasty that began when his father took power in 1967 coup. Despite widespread disaffection and protest calling for him to step down, a fractured opposition struggled to launch a concerted campaign to unseat President Gnassingbe. China has provided Egypt with 1,000 thermal detectors along with the updated version of the technical documents, Health Minister Hala Zaid said during a visit to China. Egypt is fully confident that China, as a superpower, will defeat coronavirus at the earliest time possible. Health and Population Minister Hala Zaid made her remarks during a press conference held at the Egyptian Embassy in Beijing on the fringe of her visit to China upon the directives of President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi to show solidarity with the Chinese people against the novel coronavirus outbreak. She said her current visit coincided with President Sisi's decision to mark a number of Egyptian landmarks in the colors of the Japanese flag in a humanitarian gesture of solidarity with the Chinese people. Up next is our foreign news. President Vladimir Putin wants to amend the constitution to make it illegal for Russia to give away any part of its territory to a foreign power, a proposal likely to irritate Japan and Ukraine that have territorial disputes with Moscow. The amendment is one of an array of constitutional changes proposed by President Putin as part of a shake-up of the political system that critics say may be designed to keep him in power after he is due to leave the Kremlin in 2024. He has dominated Russian politics for 2 decades, submitted his proposed amendment to Parliament on Monday. If adopted, the territorial amendment would make it unconstitutional for President Putin or any of his successor in the Kremlin to give ground in territorial rows with Japan and Ukraine without first changing the constitution. Russia annexed the Black Sea Peninsula of Crimea from Ukraine in 2014. World Health Organization, WHO's Regional Director for Africa, Matshidiso Moti, says as African countries confirm cases of coronavirus, that's COVID-19, the virus ceases to be a threat and becomes a reality on the continent. Moti, in a statement, said Senegal reported its first case of COVID-19 on Monday, becoming the 4th African country to confirm the virus. According to her, they are working with countries in the region to ensure that measures are taken to contain further spread of the virus.
The capacity of countries to address this outbreak has improved extremely in the last few months. So point of entry, screening, for example, surveillance, laboratory capacity, and therefore we're able to build on this.
Up next, South African economy plunges into recession. That's in our business news after this break.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
And in business, South Africa entered its second recession in 2 years in the final quarter of last year as agriculture, transport and construction contracted, data showed on Tuesday. Statistics South Africa, Stats SA, said the economy shrunk 1.4% in the fourth quarter, following a revised 0.8% contraction in the third quarter. Economists had predicted a contraction of 0.1% in quarter-on-quarter and seasonally adjusted terms. South Africa has struggled to emerge from an economic slump in the 2 years since Cyril Ramaphosa became president, promising sweeping reforms. And the Treasury has cut 2020 economic growth forecast to 0.9%. International airline Emirates is asking staff to take unpaid leave for up to a month at a time due to the rapid spreading coronavirus that has led to flight cancellations around the world. Emirates has cancelled flights to Iran, Bahrain, and to most of China because of the virus, and countries around the world have placed strict restrictions on entry of foreigners. Explaining the reason for the decision, Chief Operating Officer Adel Reda, in a statement on Tuesday, said the airline has more resources than it needs as a result of cutting frequencies or cancelling flights to some destinations. The airline industry's largest global body, IATA, on Monday urged Middle Eastern governments to provide support to airlines as they try to manage the impact of the outbreak. Still ahead of Plus TV Africa News is a roundup in sports. To stay with us.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
The International Olympic Committee, IOC, on Tuesday gave further unequivocal backing to this summer's Tokyo Olympics, urging athletes to prepare full steam despite the coronavirus threat. On Tuesday, Japan's Olympics Minister Shioko Hashimoto had said that details within Tokyo's contract with the IOC could be interpreted as allowing a postponement until the end of the year. The Olympic body said on Tuesday there was no plan B and that the Games would take place in their allotted time slot.
Following a very comprehensive discussion today in the Executive Board,
the IOC remains fully committed to the success of the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020. There is a task force in place since mid-February, and following the regular information from this task force, which consists of the IOC, the organizing committee, the host city of Tokyo, the government of Japan, and in particular the World Health Organization, we remain very confident with regard to the success of these Olympic Games Tokyo 2020. I would like to thank everybody in this task force for the very constructive way of cooperation. Of course, we will continue this regular consultation with this joint task force to be able to address any development which may occur. I would like to encourage all the athletes to continue their preparation for the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020 with great confidence and with full steam.
And that's how we wrap things up at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel. That is also at Plus TV Africa. We will be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do please join us again. From all of us, thank you for watching.
Almost every Nigerian wants to leave the country, but do they understand what it means to be a global citizen?
The reason why people were leaving Nigeria 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and even till now, is essentially because they want to survive. Movement is a human duty, right? You have to move. Part of the biggest problem in Nigeria is we produce what we don't consume, and we consume what we don't produce. There's no economy in the world that can survive on that equation. The idea of running away to another country, undocumented, hiding, compromising your dignity, take baser positions in those societies, marry people you hate, hibernate all your life, dwarf your most important dreams and aspirations, take a compromise in the name of the pursuit of economics, embrace toil, otherwise called hustle, and lose your meaning and your purpose totally. You will play the majority game pretending to be happy, or you'll be sad and miserable for the rest of your life. So my goal, my thinking is that instead of thinking relocation, we should think penetration.
Hello and welcome to One-on-One on Plus TV Africa. I'm Elsie Godwin. On this episode, we are one-on-one with an elder statesman, an accomplished engineer, broadcaster, pastor, and a former Director General of the Nigerian Television Authority, Pashingo Wigwe. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, so
it's my pleasure to be here.
Just celebrated 59 years of independence. So where were you when we gained independence?
I was in Britain. Actually, I was at the BBC when we had independence.
Okay.
And I watched the transition on the television. Yes. So that was what it was. I wasn't in Nigeria then. I was a young man, just still continuing my studies. Yes.
So how did you celebrate? Was it a thing of pride for you at the time?
Well, pride, I wouldn't say it was a thing of pride. We were merely changing from one stage to the other. I didn't know what the future had in stock for us. My concern then was to get myself accomplished, to see how I fit into the whole system. That was how I felt at that point in time, because I didn't know the implication. I was such a young man. Yes.
So what would you say the implications have been so far?
Yeah, the implication later on I got to realize is that now we took on our destiny into our hands, and what we make of it will depend entirely on us. Well, we've seen the development, we've seen the transformation from 1960, 61 to 70, 71, 80, 81. I think it's therefore all to say. Yes.
So what would you say we've achieved? Have we achieved the purpose of Nigeria, or we are still lacking behind?
I think we are just growing. We're just growing. We haven't attained it yet. We're just growing. Because I remember at that time, as soon as we finished school, most of us were itching to come back to Nigeria. For those of us who were youth then, we saw it as an opportunity of stepping into the shoes that the expatriates were going to leave behind, because you saw them in the offices, you saw, like we, the engineers, you saw your chief engineer, you saw your senior engineers, expatriates, you saw them, and you admired those positions, and then you aspired to get to those positions. So we saw that those positions were ours, just if we did some hard work, if we had some hard work, we'd get there. That was how we saw it then. We didn't see the political implications then.
So in growing, you said Nigeria is growing. Some would say we are retrogressing at this point. Would you say we are garnering momentum, or we're just really going backwards?
I would say we're growing, but for some of us, I don't know, maybe we're impatient. We don't think we're growing as fast as we should.
Okay.
Particularly so when you look at other countries that would probably have said we're in the same position as we were at that point in time. So some of us would think we're not growing as fast as we should. When you check the rate of growth, as soon as we had independence, it was fast. Maybe it was not unexpected, because you would see that a lot of us were gaining scholarships to go and read, and it was a thing of joy for us. But those scholarships are not coming that fast now as they used to. I think it's natural. Rate of growth will change with time.
Are you one of those who believe Nigeria should have stayed with the parliamentary way of government than what we have now?
Well, yes and no. Yes, in the sense that the amount of money you spend in parliamentary system is not as high as in the presidential system. And then the prime minister did not wield as much power as the president now, was quite a lot under control. And so if you had a president that needed, or a prime minister that needed control, that was the best system. But if you had a prime minister that, does not get intoxicated with power, all right, presidential system is good. Because you see, for presidential system, one thing you will notice is that you have the control that is built in. You have, for instance, the judiciary, and then you have the parliamentary, the assembly. But then, from our experiences, it is possible for the president to really get these people under control. Yes. But if really those people have their, they're able to exercise the powers which are, supposed to own as a result of the Constitution, then presidential system is very good. But the expenses of running the presidential system is great. Whereas with the parliamentary system, the Prime Minister is very well under control. I'm seeing what is happening in Britain. We're watching. And you see, much as the Prime Minister want to move the way he want to move, you find the Assembly is holding him under check. He cannot move that fast.
But which one would you choose, naturally?
Right now,
for Nigeria, looking at the state of the nation.
I think I want the parliamentary system.
Parliamentary system.
Yeah, the Prime Minister, the President or Prime Minister will be strictly under control.
Okay, talking about the cost of running the government now, because some will say, you're saying Nigeria is broke, but the cost of running this government is really high.
Yes.
Is there anything that can be done right now to salvage the situation?
You want to cut perhaps the salary of the senators and people in the National Assembly, apart from cutting their salary, unless, of course, you want to make them, not full-time. Now, perhaps when you look at these two options, maybe if you make them part-time, that would help considerably. But if you make them part-time, whether they'll be able to fulfill the purposes for which they are there will be another challenge. Yes. Unless, of course, if you make them full-time and then they agree on their own to now cut down the salaries they are earning, that may help. But then when you consider that you have 36 governors, you have state houses of assembly, it is quite a challenge. It's quite a challenge.
Now, looking at the cost of running the government, that aside, and then looking at how it seems like our politicians are becoming power hungry, would you say switching back to parliamentary should be on the table?
I think they should consider it. They should really talk about them. And they'll be able to get, they'll get some truths out of them, because when they talk about them, they will see the pros and the cons of both of them, and they should be able to take a decision in the interest of the nation. Yes. Because if we get broke, it's going to be something very serious, really. If we get broke, there'll be anarchy. Because when a country becomes totally poor, particularly at that time, haven't tested wealth, it becomes difficult. When we hadn't tested wealth and Nigeria was what it was easy for us. We had adjusted to poverty, so to say. But having tested wealth and you now get broke, it's a bit dangerous. Yes. So we have to be very careful.
All right, let's go for a very quick break, but when we come back, we'll definitely continue this conversation with Pa Wigwe. We'll be right back. Welcome back. This is Plus TV Africa, and we're one-on-one with Pa Wigwe. Okay, so talking about the country and where we are now, and then some are talking about diversification, some are talking about being marginalized. Do you think the conversation about Biafra and IPOB should be considered or even tolerated at this time?
We're not talking about being tolerated or not being tolerated. You see, when people do make such agitations, they're expressing their minds. So all you actually require is a fair-minded head to ensure that things are evenly distributed. Now, when you talk about agitation of people like Biafra and all that type of thing, it had not been there all along. If you have a fair-minded head of state and you have an inclusive government, those agitations will immediately drop.
Okay.
That's what I think. That's what I believe.
So do you think this government has not been inclusive enough?
At a point in time, they didn't appear to be inclusive, but I can see a lot of improvement coming up. I see a lot of improvement at this point in time. Yes.
At what point did you start noticing this improvement? Because in July, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're part of the Christian Elders under the National Christian Elders Forum.
Yes.
And recently wrote to the British Parliament on alleged Buhari's secret agenda. So you were mentioned as a member of this forum. Why do you think that letter was necessary?
I can't remember that letter exactly.
Okay.
I can't remember that exactly. But, you know, what had happened during the first term, you had a situation where ministers were coming from a particular area of the country. This second term, there was a lot of difference. Appointments. You know, a lot of other people were being included. Yes. This second term, as at now, I was telling somebody yesterday, I noticed some improvement in security. And if it continues this way, agitations will stop. I believe it.
If you have a chance to advise Mr. President now,
Yes,
what would you say to him?
No, he should run an open government, inclusive government, let the National Assembly have a free hand, let the judiciary have a free hand, independent hand, so that if at any point in time you think you have been marginalized or whatever reason you have for taking up any matter, you know that at least you have a neutral party that will look at it and give you justice. Yes.
But so far, looking at the cases we have on ground in the court of law, would you say the judiciary is being open-minded or running on a free hand?
What cases are you having in mind?
Okay, so we have the one for Footwear, which is the latest one.
The Footwear case. The Footwear case, I think, is a bit touchy. I think once the court has made a pronouncement, we should abide by the rule of law.
Okay.
Yes, because they say the rule of man is very dangerous. The court has made a pronouncement. Let's abide by the rule of law.
All right. So taking it back to education, people say the dumbing down of our education is one of the things that have caused our failure, quote and unquote. I know some will say Nigeria is growing. We have not failed. It's still a process. But would you say there is problem in the education sector in Nigeria?
I think there is a problem in the education sector. In the education sector, the education sector has to be competitive. If we must be challenging the world, if we must move further. Challenging in the sense that you don't, if a particular part of the country is down, you don't pull down the rest of the country. All you do is to build up the part that is down so that they compete with the other areas that are up. For instance, making a cutoff point into secondary schools, you know, different from state to state, I don't think is the best way to approach it.
Okay.
Because take, for instance, you look at a family. If you find a child that is very brilliant, the other one is not doing too well, what you do is to focus on the one that is not doing too well, pull him up so that he'll be doing well. Then, of course, you'll be in a position to attain a higher standard. But if you now do it in such a way that sometimes, you know, the very brilliant ones are denied admission because you want to create room for those who are not that bright. Clearly, what you are doing is to just create room for mediocrity. Yes. So for that reason, I believe the our education system has dropped considerably. Our education standards have dropped considerably. It wasn't so. When we faced challenges outside, in the days of old, Nigerians were very bright. Even though we have a few stars out, but it's not as, you know, as we used to have it in those days. You know, had good. For instance, if you became a graduate from Ibadan, talking about the 60s and the 70s, you competed very well with people from Cambridge and Oxford.
So when would you say this standard dropped?
The standard dropped when we started discrimination, you know, in admission, as you know, based on the state you are coming from. That was when the standard started dropping. You weren't encouraging, you know, people to work diligently to attain that standard. Rather, you were discouraging those who were having very high standards, so that those, you know, the poor ones were able to get in. It's not good.
Okay, in talking about education, there are varying opinions. Some tell you that education is really expensive, and at this stage, if we want quality education, then we should not expect free education.
Yes.
Do you agree with that point of view?
Well, you have to have an idea of what money we make really. Education is expensive, but we know that illiteracy is worse than we wouldn't want to try illiteracy. And therefore, we'll do everything to make sure our education is at the best we can get in this country.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about broadcasting. You were DG at the NTA. What was it like at the time when you were DG?
I was DG NTA at that time. We still had military government. It wasn't a democracy. It was a lot different. It was, even on that, we had some freedom as well. Journalism, you know, is very risky. I'm sure you know, you have embarked on it. Particularly when you sit where I'm sitting and say what I'm saying. But then if I say what I'm saying and you broadcast what they expect you not to broadcast, you are in trouble as well. So you see, particularly so when the government is paying, he's the one that is paying the piper. And that is why, in fact, now that you have private television stations like this one, you have the type of freedom that NTA doesn't enjoy.
Do we really have the freedom?
To some extent, you have the freedom. That NTA would never have. You see, and let me tell you, those who will not allow the freedom, those who will not allow the freedom in their own system, enjoy this freedom. Because you see, they run to you to use you. In very many occasions, because they have NTA in their chains, they have the government organs in their chains. Viewers, prefer, the private setup because you are freer. You broadcast what NTA cannot broadcast.
Okay.
Yes. So you find that NTA at that point in time was virtually the sole organization. They didn't have all that freedom. They were in chains. They were in chains to a very large extent.
Okay.
Yes.
So
you don't want me to be specific now.
Oh, well, I'll be glad if you can be specific.
I guess you don't want me to be specific at this point in time. Because I would remember on a particular occasion, I was stopped from broadcasting a particular issue. In fact, the event took place, I was there. On my way to my house, I got a telephone call. That tape will not see the light of day. But then the news chaps have taken it into the studio. To save my head, I had to go to the station. Can I have that tape? I took the tape and went and locked it up in my house. You can see what I'm talking about. It was as bad as that.
Okay, so looking at journalism of then and now, would you say that journalists are doing enough, considering that you say they have a level of freedom that the NTA don't have? Are they doing enough in the society?
Within limits. They're not doing enough because they are doing self-censorship. They're ensuring that they don't have their neck in the gallows. They're not doing enough. Because journalists, if you think they're doing enough, how many of them have spoken about the young man that the court has set free, but then the government is holding him? There was a time when journalists were very bold. They would write about it. They would write about it. They would cry about it. You see it on a daily basis.
All right, let's go for another break. But when we come back, we'll definitely carry on this conversation. We'll be right back. So comparing NTA that you were part of at the time and the NTA of now, would you say they are the same?
They can't be the same.
Why not?
It's difficult to be the same.
Okay, so what are the differences?
What is happening now? NTA, for instance, I gather, in fact, As they make their money, they send everything there. It goes through a budget. And when you go through a budget and controlled by people who don't have experience in running the organization, it's like asking an illiterate to lead somebody who is read, a blinded to lead, you know. Because you find a situation, broadcasting is very expensive. The type of money you will spend here, it will take NTA a lot of struggle to be able to spend, have that money to spend, because the control is from outside.
Okay.
That's why I think it cannot be the same. The control is now tighter. Here it's difficult for the DG to just go head hunt, because sometimes you need some special staff. You go head hunt. Here it is not that easy in NTA. At our time, you know, during our days, it was a lot easier. Your board understands immediately, because a lot of those members of the board are professionals. Yes. So the times differ. Those controlling the system now are different from what it used to be in our time.
As Nigerians, would you say we are losing our values and culture as a people?
I think so, because there's a lot of infiltration of Western values into our country. Two, a lot of us are trained abroad, and at a particular point in time when you should really inculcate these values into our people, they're abroad, receiving training. Different culture. Cultures that have been eroded completely from what they used to be. Because in our days, for instance, I would say our culture was very much akin to the culture in Britain. What was bad here was most of them were bad there. But you can see a dichotomy now all over the place. So I think there is some bit of erosion of our culture, our values, as a result of incursion of Western culture into this place.
Have you seen the news on the Search for Grade documentary?
I've seen it, yes.
Okay, so what has happened to Christendom? Because we've had series of accusations pointing to people that are supposed to be the ones we look up to when we want to talk about morals.
Right.
You know, so where did we get it wrong? Why are we having this type of fingers being pointed at this set of people?
You seem to have dropped into our conversation yesterday. We're chatting and talking about what has happened to our values, erosion into our culture, and the sex for grade, which has now gone into the universities and all that. Now, I think something has gone wrong all round, including the churches. Those who should be upholding this, those who should be speaking to authorities where they go wrong, those who should be talking to the people where they go wrong. And what has also happened is the fact that most people don't even believe in what they preach anymore. Then you begin to ask, is there anything they know about the faith that you don't know? Why is it that they have become hypocrites? They preach one thing and do something else. But still, there are good ones. And this is why, but what has happened is that the bad ones are far, they are having more impact. People want to go to them rather than stay with the good ones. You see, it's like there are certain things which churches preach. And you say, these people are hypocrites. I will not go to this church. See what they are asking. You have a choice of the church you go to or the mosque you go to. You have a choice, don't you? Yes. And that choice is purely dependent on what you hear there. Sometimes they are very hard on you. You say you won't go there again. Doesn't it happen? Haven't you rejected certain churches based on the fact that you think they're very hard? This is what is happening. People are not compelled. They make their choices where they go to. And because you have the bad ones, people who don't even care how the ladies appear, people who don't care how the men appear, the previous ones. So some people are settled with those ones. But you come to the one that is very critical, people don't want to go there.
But is this about appearance and the teachings now?
Appearance, teachings, all right? Appearance, because you can't rule out appearance.
Because Dr. Boniface, for example, was a pastor in Footwear, and I don't think Footwear can be categorized as that kind of gathering that condoned any kind of appearance.
Right.
But there was a bad egg.
Jesus had 12 disciples, and there was a Judas. There was a Judas. So even in the best of churches, the only time you will have the ideal church is when we get there. But right here, you have a good church, very big church, at that end of that same church where they're preaching sound gospel. So somebody is preaching something else. This is what happens.
Is there anything that can be done?
Well, what is it that can be done? What it is that can be done is tough. It's tough. It is a tough situation. Because there is no way you can, it's only God that can really control the situation perfectly. Every human endeavor must have one fault or the other. Preach as much as you can. In fact, sometimes even the bad ones are less. But you see, they exercise it. People love them. They love them more than they love the good ones because of what they hear. So the only thing is, if you excommunicate them, they go and start their own church, people will still flock to them.
Okay, so our time is almost over. Before I let you go, family life, you're 85. And you have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren.
Yes.
How does it feel to achieve all this at this age now?
I give thanks to God every day. First thing I do every day gives me so much joy. And just a few weeks ago, with my grandchildren, big grandchildren, they were thrilling me outside this country on a holiday. It was such a joy to me. My only prayer is that as they grow, may they make a difference wherever they are. May they not join the flock. Because at the point in time, even right now, they're completely out of your control. So you just have to pray that in fact that which you have built into them, that they will live by it and make an impact in society wherever they are led to stay.
Do you think people still care about family values?
Most people don't. Most people don't. I think most people don't, and that is the pity of it all. And that is why we are derailing. If most people care, they'll wonder, they'll want to know what their children do, particularly at those impressionable ages, the period they are in secondary schools, right from their youth to that time. People will follow closely. But again, the values of the external world has influenced us so much. In my days, if your child moved out there and did what you don't expect him to do or had to do, your neighbor would correct that child and report the child to you. In our days, if my father told me, I'm going to tell your headmaster this you are doing, I'd be scared, Steve. It's not so. If anybody touches my child outside now, I'll go to court. So you find that the system is completely disrupted. Children don't get the type of control they should get, particularly at impressionable age, to build into them the type of values they should live along with till they die.
All right, thank you so much, sir. It's been a pleasure and an honor chatting with you.
It is my joy to be here.
All right, we've been speaking with elder statesman Pa Shingo Wigwe, and he's touched on politics, family values, and even the Christendom. Thank you for watching, and you can always subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa, to catch up on interesting conversations such as this one. My name is Elsie Godwin. See you later.
Our conversation on One-on-One today is with Dr. Charles Omole, a trainer and strategist to businesses and governments across Europe, Middle East and Africa.
To get into the reins of leadership, it won't be given to us. We've got to go and get it.
How do we begin to change the narrative when it comes to leadership in this country?
Well, that's a very excellent question. It is true there is a leadership crisis, but it's not just a Nigerian problem. It's an African problem. The trajectory of all African countries have largely been the same, which is downwards, in the last 30, 40 years. These are people who have not managed two people in their lives, some of them, and they want to be president of a 200 million, for them to even have the audacity that, because the Constitution says you have the right to, doesn't mean you should.
Premieres this Friday at 12:30 p.m. with a repeat broadcast on Sunday at 9:30 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Ndị be anyị, ana m ekene unu. None.
The moment he came with that message of you don't expect me to treat the 97% the same way I would treat the 5%, that was a statement of division.
I haven't even heard. I did not know that this had come up again.
Really?
I didn't know it had gone into second reading. So thank you for mentioning it. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard. To think that these people can raid this country, destroy this country, and then ask for immunity.
Isn't democracy the government of the people, by the people, for the people?
That's what it should be.
And at what point did we give the power within this democracy, of this democracy, to the people we have voted?
The Constitution is not we, the people, as we have it today. It's not we, the people, that promulgate. That Constitution is not us.
It has nothing to do with it.
It's something that was foisted on us.
On Top Plus TV African News for this hour, Emeka Ihedioha don't lose again. A sake of a Supreme Court, agree remove Imo judgment and really declare Hope Uzodinma as winner. And court don't confirm it for Nasingbe landslide electoral victory as a Togo presido. And on top of Bodo World Health Organization, Don say coronavirus is a reality inside Africa and not be just the ordinary threat. My country people, you do well say you join us inside news for the hour inside the Plus TV Africa. And this one then Tori we want some give on until the very o'clock. My name na Destiny Momo. And President Muhammadu Buhari says stronger diplomatic ties with the Hellenic Republic plus the Republic of Cuba. It could bolster Nigeria's ongoing effort to diversify the economy, to improve global competitiveness plus to reposition the country to play more leading roles. Inside one statement for Abuja on Tuesday, Femi Adesina, the Presido spokesman, say President Buhari stated this one when he received letters for credence from the ambassador of Hellenic Republic to Obodo Naija, Loanes Plotas, for the presidential villa Abuja. The Nigerian leader Ian say long-standing diplomatic plus business relation with the country, go dey strengthened for mutual benefits. Plus say most global challenges go need collective effort to take it to lasting solution. And inside in remark, the ambassador Ian say business ties between Obodo Naija and the Hellenic Republic, aka Greece, don't dey long, particularly the flour mill we employ about 50,000 Nigerians for some point inside the country history. And when they received the letter for credence for the ambassador of Cuba to Obodo Naija, Clara Margarita Pulido Escandel, President Buhari, and say the cultural similarity between both two countries is supposed to serve as impetus for working together, especially for trade. And the Supreme Court during by Tuesday don't dismiss one applicant where they filed by Emeka Ihedioha for the People's Democratic Party (PDP) and where they yarn them to review one judgment on top Imo governorship where declared Hope Uzodinma for the All Progressive Congress as the winner for the March 9, 2019 election. The former governor and the PDP don't approach the court after the Apex Court for January 14 to take a nullifying victory and 6 out of the 7-member panel already led by CJ and Tanko Mohammed and it is delivered by Justice Kayode Ariwola. He dismissed the suit to sake of it no get truth. And Justice C.C. Nweze get one different opinion. Our talk person, Amadine Uyi, get the report.
The case had generated tension as no election dispute resolved by the Supreme Court of Nigeria had been set aside by the Apex Court in the past. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, had revealed that a 7-man panel of Supreme Court justices, led by Justice Tanko Mohammed, had been misled by the All Progressives Congress, APC, and so the judgment should be reversed. However, after several weeks of bickering by both political parties and postponement by the Supreme Court, the Apex Court finally made its decision known.
Today, the Supreme Court has affirmed its decision that Hope Uzodinma was legitimately elected the governor of Imo State. It has refused the application to set aside its judgment as an abuse of court process. We want to appreciate the Supreme Court, and we also want to appreciate our colleagues on the other side. This is essence of having a court. Instead of resorting to violence or self-help, they have come before the court.
The Supreme Court 6-1 dismissed the application on the ground that it lacked merit, that the Supreme Court does not have the jurisdiction to review its judgment or set aside its judgment, unless on certain exceptional grounds, which none of those grounds was playing out in that case.
Counsels involved in the case say it was clear that the Supreme Court displayed the highest form of independence, as the judgment by the 7-man panel had 1 out of 7, Justice Chima Nweze, recant on his earlier decision and take the side of the PDP.
The fundamental issue is that it shows the independence of each justice of the Supreme Court in determining issues before them. One of the justices dissented. So as far as he is concerned, he found that the decision ought to have been set aside, and he set it aside. What is then the implication of his decision? The implication of the decision is that he expressed his opinion, but then the majority carried the day. In other words, the authority for whatever it is now is the decision of the 6 justices that will not be the authority for subsequent application that will come.
Some believe that with the new judgment, the case has finally been resolved, and there is no hope for further appeal.
The court has spoken twice that Uzodinma is the governor of Imo State. I want to appeal to everybody to go back and work with him. The Supreme Court will not speak a third time on this matter.
If any other person brings any application similar to this, we rely on the decision just delivered today to be an authority for us to ask the court not to the majority. So that's the issue.
Many say justice should not only be done, but to be seen to be done. Now that the Supreme Court has served its own dose of justice, it is hoped that governance can now resume in Imo State. Amadine Uyi, Plus TV Africa.
And the National Chairman for the All Progressive Congress, the APC, Adam Soshomole, don't remove a cap for the judgment for the Supreme Court for inside the Imo State governorship election. The Chairman Yan said the judgment for the Apex Court, he don't confirm it to say the choice for the people of Imo State, he don't be respected. And he yan this to reporters on Tuesday, moments after the Supreme Court dismissed the applicant for Emeka Ihedioha. And the crisis inside Edo State All Progressive Congress, the APC, don't wear another khaki and we stronger pass before and sake of a battle between both factions, they don't shift to go to the Royal Palace. And this now sake of event last week when one of the palace chief, Utete Omo Osage, leading the Osokpikan Society to the residents of the state, APC Secretary Loli Oka, to lay course for the party chieftain, even serve a swift reaction. The palace for the Benin monarch don't suspend Omo Osage with immediate effect. Say the action no get the approval for the palace. One senior ranking palace chief, Osaro Ida, and when he been the yarn to newsmen inside Benin City, yarn say the chief, he act on his own volition.
To do anything, as you know, is property of the palace of Benin. And for anybody to do anything with that, the officers of Africa, he must seek the permission of His Majesty. In this instance, the palace was not aware nor informed of the development. Subsequently, the chief who led them to the event, known as Chief Utete Omo Osagi, the Obadolagboyo Benin, hereby suspended from palace activities until further notice.
And health officials inside the Lagos state don't quarantine one Chinese national shortly after him entered the country via Ethiopian airline plane. The Commissioner for Health inside the state, Akin Abayomi, disclosed this year to reporters during by Tuesday. And the Chinese citizen been there accosted for the Murtala Mohammed International Airport after they make them to go through the mandatory screening for those where they come inside Wiobodo. And they move on to the Lagos State Isolation Center where they test them for the novel coronavirus. However, the results for the test never be established. And the House of Representatives on Tuesday don't agree, say National Assembly is supposed to suspend plenary for 2 weeks so that they go fit to use management to install facilities to take a screen to detect coronavirus. This matter now the outcome to the unanimous adoption for the amendment where they moved by the minority leader Ndudi Elumelu. The lawmaker moved the amendment in Yan say no facilities to take check people where they enter the National Assembly complex to take detect coronavirus. And in Yan say anybody where they infected fit to waka into the premises to shake hands with the people constantly spread the virus. And in Yan the committee on top of health and other relevant committees to make sure say compliance a day. And Deputy Speaker Ahmed was still mandates all relevant committees for the House to make sure say compliance a day. The Ondo State House of Assembly on Tuesday passed one bill for one law to establish the State Security Network Agency and a Motekun Court bill. The Assembly for February 18 been deliberating on top of the bill and a committee to the House, a committee on top security matters after it scaled through first plus second reading and doing public hearing for February 24. The majority leader, Jamiu Maito, been done move one motion for the bill today submitted by the chairman for the House Committee on top of security matters, Ololade Begudu, and it is seconded by Favor Temoemo and where they represent Ilaje too. But they Adelu read the bill for third reading with the majority leader and we move the motion for the passage, and while it is seconded by Leonard Akinribido, the deputy minority leader. And the Ondo State House of Assembly on Tuesday passed one bill for law to establish the State Security Network Agency and a Motekun Court bill. The Assembly for February 18 been deliberating on top of the bill and committed to the House Committee on top security matters after it scaled through first plus second reading and doing public hearing for February 24. The majority leader, Jamiu Maito, been done move one motion for the bill today submitted by the chairman of the House Committee on top security matters, Ololade Begudu, and it is seconded by Favor Temoemo, and where they represent Ilaje too. But they read the bill for third reading and with the majority leader where they moved the motion for the passage, while it is seconded by Leonard Akinribido, the deputy minority leader. And the Ogun State House of Assembly on Tuesday don't pass a bill for one law to establish Ogun State Security Network Agency and a Motekun Court. The majority leader, Yusuf Sharif, been done present the report for the Committee on Top Security plus Strategy during by plenary inside Abeokuta. Sharif Yan said the committee been recommended say the bill supposedly pass as it take approved by the Conference for Speakers of Southwest Legislature. The majority leader now moved the motion for the adoption for the report, and it is seconded by Musefiu Lamidi, will be member of the House, and the motion being still supported by the whole House. Sharif thereafter he moved the motion for the third reading, and the lawmaker Yan say Motekun will stop criminal activities like kidnapping, robbery, cultism, plus terrorism. And Lagos State House of Assembly for plenary on Tuesday been passed the bill to create a Motekun Corps as a special unit for the Lagos State Neighborhood Safety Corps. It passed the bill after intake the third reading for the amendment to the Lagos State Neighborhood Safety Corps Agency Law 2019. The amendment bill don't successfully go through all the different stages for lawmaking, include first plus second reading, and it hold a public hearing, conlay plus a representative of a committee report, adoption for report by House, third reading plus a finally passage. And Socio-Economic Right Plus Accountability Project is set up. It don't call on Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to immediately obey Monday court judgment where they order all hospitals inside the state to stop the practice where then they by force husbands to donate blood as a condee for their pregnant wife to take access antenatal care. The judgment has been delivered by Justice Ralia Tadebi for the Lagos State House Court inside the Keja, and we describe the practice, say it is unconscionable, arbitrary, unfair, plus a violation for Section 38(1) of the 1999 Constitution, and we guarantee citizen right to life. And inside one statement on Tuesday from the Deputy Director, Kolawole Oludare, said up hailed the judgment to say if they obey him, it will inch Nigeria closer to the attainment for sustainable development goals. Governor Ben Ayade for Cross River State don't swear in Justice Maurice Energy as the acting chief judge for the state, and sake of the non-conformity for Justice Ekon Ikpeme as the substantive chief judge for the state from the Cross River House of Assembly on Monday. Ayade yarn on Tuesday inside the Calabar said the swearing in of Justice Energy they critical as a law and nature the above vacuum. In congratulobia the acting chief judge for her appointment and in Yanam to dispense justice without a fear plus a favor. And the Kaduna State government, they don't apologize to give residents for Bakali, Kerawa, Ungwa, Musa plus Zariyawa communities where they Igabi plus Giwa local government area for the state, and sake of them no protect them from bandits and gunmen. The governor Nasiru El-Rufai, when they visit the communities after recent attacks here and say the duty for the state is to make sure say the protection of their life and property is they kajad, and he still assured them say the state he go do every to fish out the culprits and make sure say then they adequately dealt with. Our correspondent Idong Joseph reports this yarn.
Only a few weeks after gunmen attacked Bakali village in Giwa local government of Kaduna State, killing 13 family members and 8 others, there was another fresh attack on Kerewa, Ngwa Musa, and Zariyawa community in Igabi and Giwa local government of the state. Over 50 persons lost their lives. Sorrow and tears pervaded the atmosphere, as many of the residents were seen mourning for their dead and loved ones. The governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, visited the affected communities to mourn with those in pain, arriving after a mass burial in company of security officials. Governor El-Rufai assured residents that those found culpable will not go unpunished.
In Kaduna State, we have zero tolerance for bandits. We don't give them amnesty. We don't negotiate with them. We have asked the security agencies to just wipe them out.
He, however, asked for the forgiveness of the residents for failing to protect them from the hands of criminals and improving the security situation in the state.
The responsibility for protecting these people rests squarely on my shoulders and that of my colleagues. I also came to apologize for our failure to fully protect them. We are doing the best we can, and we are hoping that this banditry will end.
Idong Joseph, Plus TV, Africa.
And still for front, World Health Organization don't say coronavirus now reality inside of Africa, so no be just an ordinary threat. This one and other story when we come back. And in South Africa news, Togo Presido for Nasingbe don't win re-election with 71% for the vote. And final results from the Constitutional Court show on Tuesday we extend the 15-year rule and one family dynasty we started when in Father Kolobi power inside the 1967 coup. And despite the widespread disaffection plus a protest where they call for him to step down and one fractured opposition struggle to launch a concert campaign to remove Presido Nasingbe. And China don't give Egypt with 1,000 thermal detectors along with the updated version for the technical document. Health Minister Hala Zayed and this one during by one visit to China, Egypt. They fully confident to say China as a superpower will defeat the coronavirus for the earliest time possible. Health and Population Minister Hala Zayed make her remark during by one press conference with Shelley for the Egyptian embassy inside Beijing and for the fringe for her visit to China. Upon the detectives for President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi to show solidarity with the Chinese people against the novel coronavirus COVID-19 outbreak. And she said her current visit to coincide with the President Sisi's decision to take a number of Egyptian landmarks inside the colors for the Chinese flag for one humanitarian gesture for solidarity with the Chinese people. And information will come next. Now our Obodo Ibo Tori. Will come back now. And inside the Obodo Tori, and President Vladimir Putin, he want to amend the constitution to make them illegitimate for Russia to give away any part of their territory to any foreign power. And will be proposal where they likely to irritate Japan plus Ukraine, and we get a territorial dispute with Moscow. The amendment now one of one array for constitutional changes where they proposed by President Putin as part of a shake-up for the political system where critics say fit they designed to keep him in power after they due to leave the Kremlin inside 2024. And in don't dominate Russian politics for 2 decades, he submit the proposed amendment to Parliament on Monday. And if they adopt them, the territorial amendment will make them unconstitutional for President Putin or any of his successors inside the Kremlin to give ground the inside territorial roles with Japan plus Ukraine without to first change the constitution. Russia annexed the Black Sea Peninsula for crime from Ukraine inside 2014. And plus the World Health Organization, WHO Regional Director for Africa, Masadiso Moti, he say African countries then confirmed a case for coronavirus COVID-19. The virus, it don't stop to be threat and it don't become reality for the continent. Moeti, inside the statement, Yan says Senegal reported their first case for COVID-19 during by Monday to become the 4th African country to confirm the virus. And according by her, then they work with the countries inside the region to make sure say measures they taken to take a contain a more spread on top of the virus.
The capacity of countries to address this outbreak has improved extremely in the last few months. So point of entry, screening, for example, surveillance, laboratory capacity, and therefore we're able to build on this.
Up next, South Africa economy don't enter recession. This and plenty other story of our business news. And inside business, South Africa don't enter their second recession inside the 2 years for final quarter of last year. As of agriculture, transport plus construction and contract data will then show during by Tuesday. Statistics in South Africa, say the economy is shrink to 1.4% for the 4th quarter, and of a revised 0.8% contraction for the 3rd quarter. Economists don't predict a contraction of 0.1% inside the quarter-on-quarter and seasonally adjusted terms. And South Africa don't struggle to come out from economic badness for the 2 years since Cyril Ramaphosa be presido with the promised sweeping reforms. And the Treasury don't cut the 2020 economic growth forecast to 0.9%. International airline Emirates, they ask that they tell staff to take an unpaid leave for up to 1 month for time due to the sharp for coronavirus. We don't lead to flight cancellation around the world. Emirates don't cancel flight to Iran, Bahrain, and to most of China sake of the virus, and the countries around the world, they don't place a strict restriction for entry of foreigners. When they explain the reason for their decide, Chief Operating Officer Adel Al-Reda Inside the statement on Tuesday, Yan said the airline is getting more resources than waiting they need sake of cutting frequencies or to cancel flights to some destinations. The airline industry, a largest global body, IATA, on Monday, Yan Middle Eastern government to give support to airlines as they try to manage the impact for the outbreak. And still for front on Top Plus TV Africa News, now our roundup on Top Entertainment plus Sports News. We'll come back just now. And inside entertainment, Woody Allen memoir go finally they published for US next month, April 2020, after multiple publishers been rejected last year. But for Grand Central, the way they publish one branch for Hatchet Book Group go release the book and where they titled A Proposal for Nothing. After ongoing allegations, we say the movie maker molesting adopted daughter, Dylan Farrow, a prompted book bosses to snub the autobiography. And the book a comprehensive account of in life, both personal plus professional, and then describing work inside the film, theater, television, nightclub plus print. A Proposal for Nothing goes still they published inside Canada, Italy, France, Germany, and Spain plus other countries. The Oscar-winning director of film career don't suffer a series of setbacks since 2018, and when claimed they say he sexually assaulted Dylan and when she been there 7 years. He can't resurface the sake of her journalist brother Ronan attempted to expose disgraced movie mogul Harvey Weinstein, a claim on top of misconduct plus a sexual assault inside 2017. And also we'll take end entertainment news and the very best on Top Sports. They come after this small break. And on Top Sports, the International Olympic Committee, IOC, on Tuesday, then give more clear backing to this summer Tokyo Olympic as a young athlete to prepare full steam and despite the coronavirus threat badness. On Tuesday, Japan Olympics Minister Seiko Hashimoto said details inside the Tokyo contract with the IOC fit they interpret. He said they allow postponement until the end of the year. The Olympic body said Tuesday no get a plan B and said the games go shell for their real-time slot.
Following a very comprehensive discussion today in the Executive Board, the IOC remains fully committed to the success of the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020. There is a task force in place since mid-February. And following the regular information from this task force, which consists of the IOC, the organizing committee, the host city of Tokyo, the government of Japan, and in particular the World Health Organization, we remain very confident with regard to the success of these Olympic Games Tokyo 2020. I would like to thank everybody in this task force for the very constructive way of cooperation. Of course, we will continue this regular consultation with this joint task force to be able to address any development which may occur. I would like to encourage all the athletes to continue their preparation for the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020 with great confidence and with full steam.
And that now a news roundup for events we shall do by this very o'clock. For more news updates, I bet follow us at Plus TV Africa on top Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And you can make a bonga says if you subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. Now here we'll take much the break for matters we share today. And we'll go bring you more stories and we'll make it background headlines. And now well done. My name is Destiny Momo.
In a world of overwhelming voices, where everyone has something to say, it is important that we bring the core issues to the fore.
As we lend our voices to inspire, inform, influence, and provoke your thoughts and action.
We want to hear these issues and know what you are saying. This is not just women talking.
It is an evocative program that touches the core of our existence.
We take on topics some may consider taboo and want to sweep under the carpet.
We understand that what touches one touches all. We know you have a lot to say, so let's hear you.
Today on the show, where we feature individuals who have left their primary disciplines to venture into something completely different, we meet Deyemi Okonlawon, who wear many hats, from selling bread to cakes and ending up an actor. Trained originally as an engineer, worked in different companies for almost a decade before leaving for something he is passionate about. In fact, he calls it life.
Well, so here we are at Afrinoli. Afrinoli is a creative incubator. It's an incubator for creatives, creative hub, and I spend a lot of time here so that so I can think and relax and strategize. And there's some really interesting people here. There's Jane Maduegbuna. Hello.
Hi, Jane. Hi. Good afternoon.
Yeah. So I spend a lot of time here. Yeah, so the books that we try to read. Hi, my name is Deyemi Okonlawon. I am an actor and entrepreneur. And today I'm going to be sharing with you, all the different hats that I wear. And I was in every play in primary school till I left in primary 6, I believe. Then I got into secondary school, joined the drama department, but secondary school was a bit different, so it kind of fizzled out. I was more interested in things that were a bit sporty and cool. University, it wasn't up until I think it was halfway through my university years that I came in contact with this young group of guys who it was actually a campus fellowship called Harvesters Company then. They're now Harvesters International Christian Center. And I joined the drama unit, drama and dance, and I had an amazing time doing that. Then upon graduating from school, I joined another church, Covenant Christian Center, and I was, I just gravitated towards drama. And there were 2 drama groups. There was the drama, music, and dance concerts called Extreme Reaction. There was a pure theater group called Snapshots, and I was a member of both. As a matter of fact, I was the head of the Extreme Reaction department, so to speak. So I've always, had this acting as a hobby. Yes, so acting was a hobby. It was a serious hobby. I took it really, really serious. But then I had my career going at the same time. So sometimes I'm at work, maybe 9 to 5, and then I'm done with work. I rush over to rehearsals, and I'm rehearsing sometimes till really late or really early in the morning, like 2 a.m. Go home, get some sleep, and go back to work the next day. there's a lot of shuttling around. Then I think sometime in 2010, random conversation, heard about an audition. I went to the audition and I got my first film role. As a matter of fact, while I was at the audition, there was another group of people in the audience who were looking to cast somebody in their short film, but they didn't have the money to put together an audition. So they came around and they were watching everybody doing the audition. And they called me up after the audition and invited me to take a role. And it was a lead role in a short film called A Grain of Wheat. The next year I did another 2 films. Then the New York Film Academy came into Nigeria with the Del York Academy, and I did the acting for film course. All this while I was still working a 9 to 5. I think it was sometime in August 2013 that I made up my mind, took the decision to go into acting full time. And I didn't really have to, because I wasn't raised to ask for permission to do what I wanted. So I never really felt the need to tell people what I was doing. I just let people see the results, and the results kind of speak for themselves. So I took a plunge, and the rest is history.
Thank you very much.
So as an undergrad, I would wake up very early in the morning, maybe 5:30, and then I get the supplies. The bus comes through with bread and cake, then I go across the university and I'm distributing to my small retailers, and then I go take a shower and go to school in the morning. So literally nobody knew what it was I was doing up until Valentine's Day. Everybody knew I was the guy to come to for Valentine's cakes. So on campus, you get there in the evenings or night, and I'll project these really beautiful cakes on the walls of the hostels. I could go to different halls on campus, and I'll project the cakes and play some music, and people would just come flocking in, ordering cakes. And I had a great time, you see. And I just felt, hey, if I love doing this so much, it's something that I could do, especially when the opportunity came to move, right after school. I was still trying to I hadn't done my NYSC. When the opportunity came to take up the sales and promotions manager position at this company called Baker's World. And so I did that for about 2 years. In fact, I did my NYSC there. So I was constantly shuttling, just make it work. Then I left Baker's World to start my own company. I realized small businesses had issues with advertising. I was in charge of sales and marketing, and I had gone, the same thing I did in University of Lagos, I did in about 6 other universities, Babcock, Bowen, Covenant. I went to different Yaba Tech, Medilag, which is Luth, and I was doing the same thing now that I was, the manager there, and it worked. I met someone who had heard about the work that I'd done at Quicklinks, and he was now heading what was to become Dealfish, an online classified. So apparently, Quicklinks was an offline print classifieds, and then they were doing this online classifieds, called Dealfish. And they had heard about what I'd done, and they invited me to join the team. And again, I was about to leave my own business to do something else. Of course, the pay. Yes. So let me just add that every time I move around, when I say there's opportunity, it's also that the money there was interesting, and I would leave that. So I left Sales Target, and I joined Dealfish. Dealfish, a few years down the line, was bought over by OLX, and I was the head of marketing for OLX up until August, I think, July, August of 2013, when I resigned to act full-time.
To you, am I supposed to believe that? Sir, are you dying?
So why acting?
Acting for me is life. When I was working my 9 to 5, I would do these stage productions or these film productions, and I found that every time after those productions, I had a lot of energy. So it felt like I used to get energy, creative energy from acting. And this was the energy that I was taking into the workplace. And you would see that there was a correlation between, you know, how much work I was getting done, or the quality of the work that I was doing, you know, vis-a-vis, you know, whether or not I had just come off, you know, some acting gig. And so when it got to a point where I had to make a decision between, you know, a full-time career and life as an actor, it just made perfect sense. Because I said to myself, wait a minute, I get life or energy out of acting, and I'm going to pour it back into acting. It just looked like a cycle of life. And I said, that's why I say acting is life. And it made perfect sense for me to make that transition, and that did it for me. That did it for me. And it's been the most interesting, probably the best decision of my entire life. One of the best decisions of my life. And it's been an amazing 5 years.
Do you miss engineering?
No, because it's here. I think like an engineer. Like my approach to character development is very, very similar to process design. You know, sales and marketing, the way that I go about handling my career, what I learned, you know, from networking, from branding. Sometimes I look at myself as a product, you know, and trying to figure out how best do I position myself, you know, in the minds of producers and the audience and the media, to make for a better brand. That's it. Me personally, I don't know that for the acting profession itself. So there's several things that I could point out, but as an actor, I have absolutely no challenges, you know, with my work, that is, with what it is I do, you know, getting into character and becoming somebody other than myself. The challenges would be other things, you know. First of all, remember, I studied engineering, and then I had this background in sales and marketing. So there's several people inside me, and I just can't be an actor, which is why I always introduce myself as an actor and entrepreneur, because I'm constantly looking for opportunities to add value wherever I am. So that's one of the challenges, is the fact that I can't function only as an actor. Another thing is we belong to an industry. Right now, the Nigerian film industry is still growing. We're still very nascent, very young, you know, compared to other film industries that we get compared to. So we're still young, and we're still going through our teething issues. You know, there's not much in terms of structure. First within, you know, the acting, you know, field, and then the film industry as a whole. So it can be really tough sometimes, especially because if there's no structure, then there's no real recognition, so to speak. There are no policies protecting people, you know, and our work, and, you know, different things like that. The government hasn't gotten to a point where they realize or recognize the contribution of the industry to the GDP or to the economy, or to the people generally, and they haven't taken laws to protect and taken measures to protect the industry, you know, from people who probably sabotage it. So those are some of the challenges that one could face as an actor. Yes, I did say that I'm constantly seeking where to add value. Constantly seeking where to add value. I believe that that we are on earth to fully explore all our talents and all our giftings. I don't think that one person should do one thing for their entire lives. So if I were being asked, yes, if I were to move from acting to a 9-to-5, I probably would, if I find something that really interests me. Would acting leave my life though? No, it wouldn't. Even if it's not full-time, it might just go back to being a hobby that I just enjoy doing, you know, something I'm passionate about. So yes, as long as there's value to be added and value to be received in return, you know, I'm all for it.
All unmarried women are liars and cheats, or just women in general?
Even married women.
Come on, dude, now, come on. Now that's taking it too far.
What?
Come on.
You think married women don't cheat and lie about it?
Well, I mean, it doesn't mean that there are not some married women who cheat and lie, but you're generalizing.
Hi guys, my name is Deyemi Okalawa. I'm an actor and I'm an entrepreneur. This is not your regular 9-to-5, but it's my life. and I love it.
The human voice consists of sound made using the vocal tracts, such as talking, as I am doing now, singing, laughing, crying, screaming, etc. So still on the show, we meet yet another incredible man, Seun Shobo, trained botanist who had to quit his job after discovering he could use his voice differently. Just how does he do it? Let's find out.
Hello everybody, my name is Seun Shobo. I'm the team lead at the Voice of Our Academy, as well as the Voice of a Bank. We're passionate about training talents, voice talents, and developing voice talents, basically, from Africa to the world. We want to put African voice talents on the global map. That is our focus and our vision. At the Voice of a Bank, we also produce jingles, voiceovers for different brands, as well as get jobs for our alumni who finish from here, basically. I studied botany in school, in Unilag. I also did a couple of courses and did, but I was never cut out for botany, you know, never cut out for that. You know, I'd always known I was a creative person, but I did sciences throughout secondary school to university. Because of peer pressure, you know. Then we always used to tell each other, "I'm going to be a chemical engineer." Everybody wanted to be a chemical engineer at that point in time, and I felt like that wasn't for me. You know, as at the time I got to my year 2, I did a course, a creativity course, and it was like my eyes just opened. So I knew I was going that line, you know, but I didn't know I was coming to voiceover at the end of the day. So I started branding. And I did branding for over, 8 to 10 years. Yes, I still do a bit of it now. However, this is what I do full time now, because I started doing voiceovers in university, while I was studying botany. So I'd always known that I was going to, but I worked a bit. I worked at a PR firm, CMC Connect, Perception Managers. I also worked with Mara Creative, where I used to book talents for model. I used to book models as well as voice talents. So we did a lot of jingles, a lot of popular jingles that you probably have sung before. I did a couple of things. I was a newspaper guy, for different, for Ministry of Justice. I used to deliver newspapers all over Lagos, and while I was in school, I was just a pure hustler, in school, because I just wanted to make it. I just wanted to break through. Before I started this, I was consulting for a company, and I was the brand manager there. A lot of things were happening in the company at that point in time, and I just knew my time was up there. And I told my boss then that I think my time is up. I have to leave. Now, I wasn't scared because, and this might sound like pride, but I was not just scared because I'd done this before. I worked for myself. I came back to paid employment, and then I said, you know what, this is not for me. I did it for about 2.5 years. And I told the boss, I said, I can't continue this way. I have to leave. Something is calling me, and that's the voiceover academy. And yes, I started voiceover as a class. When we started it as a class, I was still doubting myself a bit. Why? Because there was nothing like that in Nigeria. In Africa, this is the first ever training school for voiceover talents in Africa. I started it, and here we are 2 years after. Honestly speaking, we've had over 200 people graduate from the school, yes. I was also privileged to represent Nigeria at the world's largest voiceover conference, yes, last year, March. Yes, so I met a lot of international voiceover talents that we all celebrate here in Nigeria. But yeah, I was able to sell the African brand and African voices, which is what our vision is here, to actually put Africa on the global map. The challenge is, of course, an entrepreneurial, and if you're an entrepreneur, normal challenges, light, infrastructure, things that you need, the regulatory authorities, things that you need to put together, of course, cash flow, and then the fact that some people, when you tell them you're doing voiceover, they're just like, voiceover, what is that? You know, some people know about it, some people don't know, so we still need to push the word out there, you know, which is what we're trying to do. We are changing the narrative, and at least for now, we know that for the past 2 years, it has increased. The number of voiceover talents, people that are interested in this industry, has increased. And if you go and check social media handles, I'm sure if you check half of the social media handles, specifically on Instagram, a lot of them left from this academy. Yes, you know, I can tell you that for free. Because most of them, what we try to do is make sure that we have a force of voice actors out there, of voiceover talents out there, who are going to, you know, make a difference, such that when the force is out there, people won't but notice what is going on, you know. But we have some challenges. There are a lot of projects we want to embark on, you know, like we want to create some animated movies from the voice actors' perspective, you know, because animators and voice actors are supposed to be like Siamese twins. But in Nigeria, the animators just, you know, they don't take the voice actors really seriously because maybe they think we don't know what we're doing, you know. But they need to really, you know, they need to have discussions with us because we actually know what we're doing, you know. But it might just be late because, I mean, presently I have connects with Disney in America, you know, and I am having talks with them on coming to Nigeria to scout for talents. So if Nigerian animators don't appreciate us, well, they shouldn't be surprised when they see some of our guys there, you know, over there. But we have challenges with that, you know, collaborating with animators, because actors are actors, you know. Not every actor is a voice actor, you know. So a lot of people just think any actor can just do voice acting. No, it's not. It doesn't happen that way. I don't want to mention the names of certain cartoons or animations that I saw about towards the end of last year. And I heard them say that they were pioneers. I just laughed because it was funny to me. But I mean, we collaborations basically, and then getting the industry out there, letting people know much more about the industry. Those are the challenges, the little challenges we have. Of course, one of the major challenges we have as well is also the place of royalties for voiceover talents, because they do a lot of work. 9 out of the 10 things you hear on radio are done by voice talents, you know, and a lot of them are just paid one-off, you know. Meanwhile, in other parts of the world, what they do is licensing. So you license, okay, I do this work for you, and I'm licensed for maybe 10 months or 6 months. If you're going to use for another 6 months, you're going to pay me for that, you know. But in Nigeria, once we pay you, maybe they give you 20K or 50K, you know, they just say, oh, okay, it's okay, you know. And this thing is going there, is really going out there, making a lot of noise, you know, calling people's attention to that brand. And the person who is helping, who was the medium, is suffering. No, it shouldn't be that way. You know, so we are working hard to make sure we change that narrative. Will I want to go back to my 9 to 5? Never. Can I speak another language? To Fiakwa. You know, no, it's not going to happen. You know, it's not going to happen. I've discovered that entrepreneurship is life. I've discovered that as a creative person, I cannot be limited to a space. You know, if I'm working for somebody, not that it's bad to work for people. You know, if you're out there, if you're called to do that, yes. But for someone like me, I'm very creative, so I can't be boxed to one place. You know, today I can just wake up and tell my staff, you know, all of us, let's go to the movies, let's go and watch a film, because we're a creative house. We're not here to calculate, do Microsoft Excel, calculate numbers. No, we're here to have fun with our voices. Even though we're working hard, we're here to have fun. So we should actually, our work ethic should actually carry that fun along. We shouldn't just be, but I'm not going to go. I will never go. Even if you offer me $1 billion, I don't think I'm going to do that. So yes, this is our studio. This is where we get the grind going. This is where we record the voices. This is our baking oven. This is our oven. This is where we bake. Yes, and this is not your regular 9 to 5. We are different. We are voices that sell. We are voices that sell your brands. We are voices that make a difference, basically. So yeah, welcome to the Voiceover Academy, where magic is made with your voice.
So my name is Olugbade Oluwafemi, also known as the Sound Baker. I am the studio manager of the Voiceover Academy. Using my voice as a source of income has been an amazing journey, an amazing experience. It hasn't been easy, I won't lie to you. It's not, I won't just lie to you, it hasn't been easy. It takes a lot of effort, determination, passion, commitment, a lot of sleepless nights just to get what you want, Excellence is the name of the game at the end of the day, so it's not been easy, but it's been worth it. I mean, I'm excited about it. So coming to the Voiceover Academy has been one of the best decisions of my entire life, right? I came here confused. I came here, very confused. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know jack about voiceover. I didn't know anything about the business, But coming here, I got a sense of direction. I had a sense of direction. I came here and then I knew that, okay, this was what I was supposed to do. This was how I was supposed to go about it, This was the way to go. So for me, just knowing what to do and how to do it was one major thing that I learned here at Voiceover Academy, which has been very major, very helpful, and I'm very, very grateful for that.
Welcome to the Voiceover Academy. Everyone has a voice, but only certain voices sell. Right, that's what we do here. So this is not your regular 9 to 5. This is my life.
5 panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed, it's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's
It does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
Welcome to The Advocate. Permit me to do a spoiler and say that we will be spoiling you on this edition with our usual quality menu. I will be serving up the first dish by addressing the matter that is at the heart of our nation's fragmentation. No, not corruption, but our lost innocence. One man's loss is another man's gain. Liberals, on the other hand, resist an advancement of another kind as he takes on the matter what he calls immunity for impunity. Uche continues on this sober note by asking, what is the value of Nigeria's life? Priceless would be my response, but I take she isn't only asking me. Treasure is back, and this time she draws an interesting connection between spousal violence and financial independence for women. This one I just have to hear. Ekene wraps up our banquet by taking us back to our roots. We're talking Wazobia here. So much to come. We better get started after the break. Never let the childlike heart vanish, innocence of which has been taught to you to flourish. That's a quote by Justina J. Robello, Regaining Our Lost Innocence. My friend Praise Footwear says, the problem of the world is an adult and the solution is a child. Nigeria today walks at the precipice of disintegration. We have become so fragmented and divided along religious and ethnic lines, and it's so heartbreaking to see. We have abandoned the communal way we lived in the past. Today, we are a society of silos, living only within our high walls and barricades. There's so much distrust, mutual suspicion and fear, so much so that even noble efforts of one region to tackle insecurity issues that should ordinarily be commended elicited so much rancor and outcry simply because they do not trust each other. But the truth is, we have not always been like this. Nigerians once lived like good neighbors within a community that is based on mutual respect for our differences. I remember when we would celebrate Christmas with our friends, even when we're Muslims. The time when we will go to the bazaar with our Catholic friends with the full knowledge and permission of our parents, even as Muslims. Those were the days of innocence, when all you see in a person is his or her humanity, not his tribe or the way he or she worships his creator. So what went wrong? What happened to our innocence? The same politicians that stoke ethnic divisions to remain relevant politically do not remember or recognize tribal or religious differences when they share their loot. Last year, AMCON, that is the Asset Management Company of Nigeria, released a list of debtors. 20 debtors owe 67% of the 5 trillion debt accrued. What is even more interesting is the composition of the debtors. What you observe is the perfect camaraderie among the ruling class. We must reopen our hearts to one another. We must regain our lost innocence. We must learn to forgive easily, as children do. And we must regain our humanity, because great is the human who has not lost his childlike heart.
I was quite touched by your advocacy when I came across it. I said, there's something very simple and yet very poignant about it. Recently, I was listening to a radio discussion around the Almajiri system. And what made me happy, though, even though you had people speaking very frankly about their distrust for the North, and you could hear a lot of things that people hadn't been able to say in public, they were finally able to say, oh, these people are holding us back. But then even better was that you had some northern people who were educated who came on and said, look, let's enlighten you as to the real situation on the ground. So so what I'm proposing is open dialogue. Yes, you know, the elite, as you pointed out, have manipulated our differences. But if people begin to talk, when you now have, so because stereotypes only flourish when you don't have conversations going. But if someone comes to you and says, look, you have a northern and you engage with them like you went with your Catholic neighbors, then you're less likely to believe that they have two horns on their head, and you know, because you know someone from the north. So this is what the NYSC and some of these federal unity schools were trying to deal with. But now there's so much fear, there's so much every man for himself that people don't remember the human being anymore. But that conversation I heard reignited in me that there's hope. People can have more conversations around the issues, especially those thorny issues that people run away from, religion and tribalism. Let's talk about them. Is it really meant to divide us? Can we not have complementary, you know, tribal relationships? You know, that's where...
Yeah, I'm itching to say something.
Please say it.
You find out that these problems were not created by us, even if we talk about them. If the right people who ought to talk about them are not talking about them, people will always say, I blame politicians. Yes, because they fanned the embers of this division. In 2015, after the election, you expected the president, after election, to say, look, now I'm the president of everybody, since he said I belong to nobody and I belong to everybody. The moment he came with that message of, you don't expect me to treat the 97% the same way I would treat the 5%, that was a statement of division. And then his appointment came, they were all skewed towards one direction. Yes, some people that lost out will look at those areas and say, yes, look at. And then that also didn't help matters. His advisors, media advisor, if you complain, they say you're a whaler. Genuine complaints. And so this also further divided us. But like Seydou had said, when they gather, look at Ribadu's son's wedding. All of them were there. Look at the governor of Akwa Ibom State, was his mother, father's burial now. They all were there. And now, coupled with the insecurity, ordinarily, I would love to send my child to Bauchi to go to school. But I can't do that in all honesty because I'll be putting that child at risk. I wouldn't want to do it, even no matter how much I love to be a Nigerian. My last advocate, I dressed like an Arab. And, you know, somebody told me, oh, why are you pandering towards the North? And I said, you saw the video, you didn't see any message there, your own is pandering towards the North. When I dressed like an Igbo man like you, I wasn't pandering towards the South. When I dressed like a Benue man, I wasn't pandering towards the Benue people. Yoruba dress yet. And, I did. And here you are, these are the message that these people want to push down our throat, so that the more divided we are, the more they continually, rule over us.
Divide and rule thing.
And the only way it can be solved is for them, not we. No matter how much you talk about it, it's for them to sit down and say, look, this will not help us. And then let their followers also.
Like the Emir of Kanu has started to talk about.
But I mean, the other problem is, like we all know, when the rich class or the elites, we don't, the whole thing about religion and all that doesn't really come into play. You see them hanging out, like we said. Bond. Yeah, money is the bond. So it's really the lower classes or the uneducated people that, hold on to this whole religious, what would you call it, division. And then they use it to decide who they want to fraternize with.
Some educated people talk.
Some do, but it is mainly, and when there's no history being taught in schools, so that we are able to respect each other's culture, respect each other's religion, and so on and so forth. They're just going to hear these politicians saying whatever they're saying, and they're going to take sides. So I think, like Libera said, we can discuss it all we want, but it is leading by example that will make the change. Now, if Buhari comes out and now says, you know what, Nigeria is for all, forget all these things, like he should have done that in his new cabinet. He should have reshuffled, he should have brought in, made it more inclusive, but he still chose not to. I mean, when you sit around and you see all the service chiefs are northern, what does that tell you?
No, you're right. I mean, clearly there's but I'm still saying that because I'm not a fan for wait till. Of course they ought to, and of course that would be the quicker way to get things done. But whilst we're still waiting to hear from them, we can't let ourselves be manipulated. Well, you're not.
I understand what you're saying.
Like John C. Maxwell says, everything rises and falls on leadership. Mm-hmm. You're the leader, and you're leading divided people. The onus is on you to unite them. And then the onus is on you and your lieutenants to find out what are those factors, what are the things that are dividing your people, and tackle from the roots.
No, but he's saying that that's not in their interest. They're not interested in uniting.
Yeah, but
so maybe we need to take the onus and vote in the right people who have our unity at heart. Because you can't sit back and keep passing the buck to people who clearly don't care to do what you're saying. It's just like, you know, you just like...
I think,
fair enough.
We're also speaking to them. When I was writing this advocacy, it was, you know, the thought around a child, you know, who
didn't know
has
anything.
empathy, no jealousy, no all these vices that divide us today. We need to, you know, introspect and take a cue from them.
But I also think that the fellowship also have a great role to play.
No, but frankly,
listening to you, you took me back to my childhood.
Exactly.
It's true. You're a Muslim, it's Christmas, I'm sharing plates of food with you where your mom is telling you, go and give to this and give to that, and you get there, they give you money as well.
Growing up, we roast the ram for Salah.
So what happened? What changed? Did we become more religious? Did we become, what changed?
We are more religious
I think our children are still...
But less godly.
Our children are still like that. Like, I know that my child is still very innocent and all of that, but he will get to a certain point where it will now be made known to him that there's
So where is the socialization coming from?
Like for instance, I'll tell you,
homes?
his school, what I like about his school is, though he's an Igbo boy, he is made to learn Yoruba. You know, that already will make him think, oh yes, I'm including other people's... he'll appreciate that.
Quickly, before I round up on this, you find out that the average, Nigerian see Boko Haram as a Muslim thing. Boko Haram is not Islamic. And I expect our leaders to let us... What is the National Orientation Agency doing?
You took that question out of my mouth.
Let people know this is un-Islamic. Some people bought that idea initially thinking
and they
that...
sold it.
So
the
these
single
are some
story.
Some of the issues.
Single story.
So you think loss of innocence is bad. Then I'll be diagnosing another cancerous tumor after the break.
5 panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed. It's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat.
I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
Parliamentary immunity, also known as legislative immunity, is a system in which members of the parliament or legislature are granted partial immunity from prosecution from statements made by them on the floor of the parliament, which immunity can only be removed by Superior Court of Justice or by parliament itself. So here we are, immunity for impunity. In 2016, after the arraignment of the former Senate President for false declaration of assets, the Nigerian National Assembly members already packaged the bill proposing immunity for principal members of the National Assembly on the ground that it is necessary and fair for the heads of National Assembly to have immunity from criminal prosecution, akin to the one enjoyed by members of the executive as prescribed in Section 308 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended. The then minority leader of the House, Godswill Akpabio, even laughably proposed that all National Assembly members and House of Assembly members should be given immunity as, according to him, elected officials who are saddled with the responsibility of ensuring good governance should be allowed to carry out their function without any form of interference. I see you chuckle at the mention of good governance. You saw me laugh too. Despite the defeat suffered by the bill in the hands of the vociferous Nigerians, it has found its way back into the current assembly, having passed second reading in both chambers of the National Assembly. Yes, you heard me right. This is nothing but an attempt to confer immunity on all members of the National Assembly, while we are still grappling with immunity conferred on governors and presidents, some of whom have had to empty the state treasury into their personal pocket and have succeeded in turning the Senate into a retirement home for former governors. Why are they still discussing immunity for lawmakers when the leadership of the National Assembly is no longer under threat of prosecution, like it was under Saraki, and is firmly now under the grip of the executive? Why pretend to want to be at par with other arms of government when it's a notorious fact that judges only enjoy immunity from words uttered or written in the course of their job, which is akin to parliamentary immunity that our National Assembly members already enjoy? We're also aware that sometimes in 2016, judges' houses were raided at midnight by men of the DSS, State Security Service in Nigeria, and a serving Chief Justice of the Federation was subsequently removed from office in 2019 via an ex parte order, and judges didn't ask for immunity from prosecution. So why are our lawmakers suddenly thinking immunity again when, despite the snail speed of our criminal justice system, we're beginning to see some of them who were former state governors behind bar, and more are preparing to join them? If you like, say Jolly Yame, Joshua Darie, or Juzo Kalu, and those that are preparing to follow. If you say Teodoji, you're your own. Are we not ashamed talking about parliamentary immunity when even international flights meant for our airports are being diverted to Ghana for lack of modern landing equipment? Anyway, our Minister for Aviation and asked airline operators to take advantage of insecurity in the country to make money from travelers. I weep for our ineptitude. Don't we have enough blood on our hands in the country, as some of our lawmakers can no longer travel to their constituency or even travel to perform oversight function? Is it not time for them to take drastic measures to improve the situation in the country, like even initiating impeachment proceedings against the president, rather than issuing or passing mere resolution to obtain immunity for themselves? Why do we like ridiculing our country this way in the eye of serious-minded nations of the world? Is it not bad enough that politicians, aided by senior lawyers, are now mocking our highest judicial institution, the Supreme Court, with a barrage of applications for review of cases long decided with a stamp of finality? Now we want to add another one, immunity for lawmakers. Soon we'll be asked to grant immunities to kidnappers, armed bandits, terrorists, and what have you. After all, we are told that repentant militants can enlist in the military now. Previously, we granted amnesty to militants, and now this new one is coming up, despite us not being able to defeat the same Boko Haram for years now. Who caused this country safe? I would therefore advocate today that the idea of immunity for either arm of government should be completely jettisoned, as it will open a floodgate for impunity, which is already ravaging the soul of this country. And Nigerians should be aware that if this bill is not opposed, official looting will someday become the norm in government, that will wake up one day and realize that there was once a country called Nigeria. To them that have ears, let them hear. Otherwise, it will be to your tent, O ye Nigerians, very soon.
Whoa.
You just nailed it.
No, I think you've spoken the mind of a lot of Nigerians. But you know, my worry with us, having articulated all this, how can we further exercise our powers as citizens?
I can come in
That's
there.
where you
This is the same way we exercise our powers over the social media bill. You see, when it affects you in a particular way, you now find the way to exercise your power. Nigerians spoke up about that social media bill. There was never anywhere that nobody was putting hashtag hate speech, this one, where we were speaking up. Now, what I find even very interesting is that this, I haven't even heard. I did not know that this had come up again.
Really?
I didn't know it had gone into
it's
second reading. So thank you for mentioning it. Now I'm going to use my platform. I'm going to make enough noise. I want Nigerians to know, because this is the most ridiculous thing I've heard, to think that these people can like raid this country, destroy this country, and then ask for immunity.
The thing is, what are they wanting immunity for?
They want to be protected.
Well, you know that your hands are clean, you've done the right thing. What are you running away from? Why do we have our governors running to the Senate, as you rightly say,
No, let me suggest, though, to bring another side. Some are arguing that they want immunity in the event that they are tackling the
But we know it's
the
all
executive and they want to come after them.
No, she asked the question.
No,
he who comes to equity must come with clean
immunity
hands.
in the first place. They need it because they're trying to
you don't want
protect
to be witch
themselves because
hunted.
they know.
Even if your hands are clean.
If you are not a witch, nobody will hunt you.
Then all those in the civil service also should look for immunity because if they are doing the right thing, then anybody can come for them too. So we all should just start immunity
more than anyone else.
No, but the media has immunity.
I think to answer that, maybe it could be distraction from their legislative duties, like the last Senate president spent quite substantial time, going to court back and forth. If you look at it from that angle, but I honestly don't agree. I don't agree, but I mean that could be an angle to it.
But the only people that should really have immunity, I think, should be like the president and maybe
they should not even.
No, they shouldn't. But I'm saying if it means to try and get things done for the country, let those two have it. But for the rest, National Assembly, reps, and all that.
Before you come in, I wanted to just highlight the point that he made, which is even the immunity, because I believe he was reading with regards to the British parliamentary system. They have a sort of, do you say, qualified immunity, which is to do with what
even
you say
in Nigerian
on the floor
parliamentary
system. So you don't need to enlarge it further.
There's a Parliamentary Immunity Act.
Not prosecuting you entirely.
No, any words you utter on the floor of the chambers, you have immunity. You know, that is why.
Take you on for
and also,
no, whatever you say, just like a judge, you know, whatever a judge says while sitting on trial, he has immunity.
But let me try and clarify with you. Are they saying that now this immunity would cover, even if you wanted to look into maybe fraud?
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
So apart from what they say
after their tenure.
That's what they're saying.
I think what we should speak up against is this trend of former governors running to the Senate asking for immunity.
There's so much to speak up against.
You should look for, we should be able to evaluate your performance. We should be able to say, you did this rightly, you did this wrongly. Can we have our money back, please? This is not looking right.
Yes. Because
what are you getting immunity
there's
for?
There's only a limit to what you can keep on the front burner. If the governor enjoys immunity and then he gets to the National Assembly, he's enjoying
now
immunity.
Wants immunity
and
again.
then he's there for, there's no...
8 years.
No, it can be there for eternity. Yeah. And so there is
a lifetime.
Yeah, a lifetime. And so at the end of the day, that's why I said immunity for impunity. What you'll be gradually encouraging is that any governor, once you finish your tenure, you can still, as much as you run to the Senate, make sure you bulldoze your way there, like Ozekome would say, and refuse to leave that place. You know, so
that's why it's do or die, isn't it? That's why they fight to keep moving from one form of government to the next. Because they know what they've done and they don't want to be exposed.
No, I think the bottom line really, it's about, you know, covering their
tracks.
Their tracks,
but we permit this coverage of tracks as a people. If we rise up to say no more, we don't want this anymore, and we rise up to say we don't want, and then it's going to be we don't want. Like
and I just want
to how do you do that? If you're going to recall a House of Reps member, how long would it take?
Yeah, no, it's don't even bother.
But let me just.
Do you understand? These are some of the powers we should be able to.
Sorry, let me just quickly buttress before Libros rounds up. Is to say, look, yes, this is because I was thinking in my head, why is this more important than all the other things, buying cars and all these rubbish bills they pass in their favor? You know, lifetime pensions. It is actually because this is where you close the door. Because without this, the horse has bolted.
Exactly. So that's why the purpose of sounding an alarm is that there should be some kind of remedial response. After the break, Uche asks, what is the value of the Nigerian life? Now, that sounds like a rhetorical question. I can't wait to hear Uche.
5 panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed, it's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat.
I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
Well, what I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's
It does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you. It is a rhetorical question, Libs, because come to think of it,
why should I have to ask the question in the first place? What is the value of the Nigerian life? Every day we hear of killings, kidnappings, fatal motor accidents, and so on, with hardly a word from our government. Even if they do say something, it's usually to utter empty mechanical words such as, no stone will be left unturned to bring the perpetrators to book. How many times have we heard that, and how many times have the perpetrators been brought to book? Hardly ever, if at all. Instead, we have a senator sponsoring a bill to create an agency to rehabilitate and absorb repentant Boko Haram members back into society, and worse, back into our army. Nigerians lose their lives every day plying our terrible roads, yet nothing is done about those very roads. Relatives and friends cry and mourn, but soon move on, as they know, just as the rest of us do, that no amount of tears will move the government to action. It is each man for himself. Never have we known the level of kidnappings we're experiencing today. Some roads are no longer viable as they have been taken over by bandits, herdsmen, and armed robbers. Rather than deploy more security personnel and measures to protect citizens, the opposite is the case. Our security personnel are usually nowhere to be seen at the hotspots, leaving vulnerable Nigerians at the mercy of terrorists. We can all remember the Otedola Bridge explosion, which happened in June 2018, that claimed lives. Yet, tankers that are usually not roadworthy still continue to transport PMS across the country during rush hour. Very little investment is made in our education, housing, or health sector, and it shows. Most of our public schools and hospitals are so dilapidated and ill-equipped for purpose. Fake drugs flood our markets, and no provisions made for affordable housing. The average Nigerian is aware that if they rely on the government for anything, they're on a long thing. We know that the fact that we're alive today is only down to God's mercy. We have no assurance of security from our government. If we complain publicly, we may be disposed of or taken into custody by security operatives. Yet, every 4 years, we trek to the polls and cast our votes for the very same people who place no value on the Nigerian life. Some of us even selling our vote for as little as 2,000 naira. So what do? We have two options. We can either continue along this path or start voting the right people in and holding them accountable. Get to know our rights and fight for them. After all, what value is a life without security and freedom?
What value is a life without security? Yes, no matter how attractive the return on investment are in your country, if there is no security, nobody will put a kobo there.
Exactly.
Nobody will put a dime in that. And unfortunately, I always say this, we are very religious now. We leave everything to God, live and for God. You're traveling on the road, you're attacked by armed robbers, there is no police, like you said. There are no, even when the police come, who's protecting the police that is protecting you? His salary is not secure. Mm-hmm. The army man's salary is not secure. But yet, governments are buying cars, foreign cars. Nobody's discussing their salaries and allowances. And yet, you're talking about immunity for them. We talk about, we fight ourselves for even calling government to action. They say it's hate speech. Now you're talking of, don't even talk again. It's hate speech. Something had to give. My own is not whether we continue or whether we vote them. They should know, as a matter of fact, that if we continue on this trajectory, very soon and very soon, that Liberia, when they were telling Liberia, no, don't do this, some chief judges would give order and think that because you are up there, it won't affect you. But when the war started, even chief judges were at rehabilitation camp, refugee camp. So most of these leaders, if they don't sit down and think that they need to begin to do the right thing, when it happens, I'm sorry.
Isn't democracy the government of the people, by the people, for the people?
That's what it should be.
So at what point did we abdicate our responsibilities as a people? And at what point did we give the power within this democracy, of this democracy, to the people we have voted? You asked a question in your
Advocacy,
article.
yeah.
How do we vote the right people in? We, the people. Because it looks like the people we're electing have the power to be elected and not be elected. And even when you elect them, they have the power to go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court will say, you are not the one again, a day to the inauguration.
I'm pretty sure Saidu can answer you on that, because Saidu has a problem with the Constitution. And to be honest, I actually agree that it started from the Constitution.
The Constitution is not we, the people, as we have it today. It's not we, the people, that promulgate. That Constitution is not us.
It has nothing to do with
It's something that was foisted on us.
But we've had
So it's
constitutional conference.
We have constitutional
and they
crisis,
didn't change anything,
all of
did
that.
they?
How many? It's still, those conferences are not the way a proper constitution should be constituted. You should have people voted by.
So what would you want to see amended?
Not you nominating people.
No, what would you want to see amended in the Constitution?
Yes, so
it's not a constitutional thing.
No, I'm telling you.
It's a we thing.
See, the Constitution. Why
the
I think the Constitution is very important is because the Constitution will determine the kind of leadership, how we want to be ruled, the kind of leaders, and how the leaders we produced. All of this.
Do we even have goals as a people?
No, wait. That's what I'm saying. You see, that's where the problem is.
We don't
the
have
people
goals.
Now, every year we amend the Constitution. We say American Constitution is like a pamphlet. You know, all the set of rules and laws cannot be contained in one document.
No, I tend to agree with liberals on this.
And so you find out that during the election, it is not the Constitution that says
you're looking for
that
people
you
to
must collect 200 or 2,000 naira to sell your vote to somebody.
It's a human being.
In our polling unit, we came out and said that day we called it votes and flanger. So I coordinated. I ensured that all the people, all the rich men, we went. They came out. We collected monies from them and said, "We'll buy drinks here. We'll buy food."
Yeah, but the thing
whether you are a poor man, whether you are a rich man, let us all come together and vote. Ensure that these votes are protected. So it was about voting. And nobody would come here and say, "I want to give you 2,000 naira." How many of us did that at our various levels? Nobody would bother voting. And then you sit down and complain.
I have to round up.
No, bear with me. Let me just make this point, because I haven't still thrown my 2 penny or my 2 kobo inside.
Okay,
it was fascinating when you sort of said, every time they'll come and throw out a statement, something as empty as one of the ones. And even today, I heard on the news, he says, deal with these people mercilessly. So somebody asked the question before, Uncle, were they dealing with them mercifully? So the point is, I feel governance is a partnership. You need to hold them accountable. I know we keep using that word, and it sounds like it's a cliche. But even at the local level, you say, okay, you said that you'll do this. You haven't done it. You give them figures, because that's the only way, dealing with what we have already. Going forward, you can now start saying, how do we push the right people with conscience to the fore? But right now, what you have on the ground are people you need to hold accountable.
No, I agree, but I want to speak for Saidu here,
and then the life of the people who voted in means nothing to them.
But I do think that our Constitution does confer certain powers that prevent some people from, facing
Holding
prosecution or from us holding them accountable.
But you need the right people to then
fair enough, in order to turn it. All right, well,
which came first, the chicken
there
or the
you
egg?
go. Sometimes we ask the question to provoke some sober reflection. Here's where we look forward to reflecting on your observations on our advocacies. On Nigeria for Sale, Niger Loop Videos says, the only way, what happened to Sideways? Anyways, fair enough, it's your opinion. Nigeria is for sale, for real. Niger Loop, I know you appreciate that the only way is up is an expression of optimism. We keep looking up in the midst of our challenges. On does Nigeria need a multi-party system? Fetch says, it's a shame that no one here is debating on people's comments. Not sure what you mean, Fetch. Anyway, we just read out your comments, so feel free to follow up on this. On the Megacity Part 3, Urban Development, Comrade RSA Incorruptible says, megacities are well planned and standardized, not a dumping ground for all comers like Lagos. Do keep your comments coming in on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to www.plustvafrica.com/theadvocate. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. After the break, Treasure may be cracking open Pandora's box as she explores the causal elements behind the rising spate of husband killings. You may need to sit back for this one. 5 panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed, it's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's
It
does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
Right, Uche, I didn't know I was that much of a fire starter. But simply saying what needs to be said, as we do here on The Advocates. No holds barred. Now let's look at spousal violence and financial independence for women. I think spousal women have been on the increase across the regions of Nigeria lately. I have pondered again and again why more women are killing their husbands. Although the men have also been doing the same, the statistics are alarming by the day. Social media is awash with gory tales and photos of women who've allowed rage and the thirst for vengeance to overwhelm them. I think at the root of the spousal killings is insecurity, financial and emotional insecurity. There are no figures to show that our foremothers were stronger than us. However, in their time, women were not maiming or outrightly killing their spouses this way. I feel they were generally emotionally stronger, and it cannot be because polygamy was pervasive then. Perhaps our men should do more than one wife deliberately. Don't throw stones at me yet. The truth is that the majority of them may not be able to afford keeping a home with two women in today's Nigeria. But seriously, why are postmodern women this weak nowadays? I know the betrayal from a spouse can hurt badly, can be, terrible. And yes, we do feel like a rug has been pulled from under us. Nevertheless, we must value our own lives more. We must value our future more. We must value our purpose more. Woman, you can't give the reins of your future and the power to rise above pain to a man that betrayed or hurt you. And this brings me to financial security. I think we should begin to socialize our girls into money management early in life. We must teach how to invest early in life so that our girls grow up financially and emotionally confident, financially and emotionally intelligent. Our mothers should concentrate more on strategy sessions for the bride, on how to hit the ground running as they get married. This would be more rewarding than the many trips to the markets to pick ashwabi and souvenirs. I know it's our culture, but you don't overdo it. Times have changed. Older women must now teach coping mechanisms for housewives and career women. Our women conferences can be more resourceful than the talk shops they are at the moment. How can more women own houses and businesses? How can they scale up and have access to loans that can help to sustain them? Look, the rhythm of the music changed a long time ago. A good strategist does things differently to get the unusual delivered. I see the wife and side chick battle raging. I read the cooking wife arguments too. But seriously, ladies, all those WhatsApp groups with no particular focus are a waste of time. Let's focus on more important things like investments and scaling up our businesses. The dynamics of today's marriages are different from those of the 80s, the 90s, or the beginning of the millennium. We are formidable. We are smart. We are resilient. So let's start to deploy our energies to being stronger emotionally and financially. These spousal killings just must stop. Let them stop because we are wiser and stronger together.
Oh, sorry,
I
jumped
think
in
it
so
has,
quickly,
it
but no,
has
let me,
less,
I'm going
far
to,
less to do with financial independence.
Exactly.
I
I was
think so,
going
because
to come in on that one. That I think maybe emotional, but not really financial, because from what I can even see today, many women are the breadwinners now. They're the breadwinners of their homes. So I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, so what really is the, because even when you look at the what will I call it? The range, the different levels of the women doing this. It's not just in a particular class. There's a lawyer that killed her husband. There's, you know, some people are just nutty. I don't even know how to describe it. But, it goes across a spectrum. So I think more, it's about emotional stability or emotional maturity or whatever you want to call it. Because our mothers, like you mentioned, our mothers were more resilient. You know, whenever their husbands were messing up or whatever, they took their mind away from the husband and focused on the children. Exactly. You know, but here now, today, and I know what Liberals will say, look, the Western people brought in this thing. It's not for me. But anyway, let me not speak for you.
It's more of, that's my idea. It's more of a rating of marriage, really, and what marriage is. You see, there are some persons who would do far better, well, if they were not forced into marriages.
Thank you.
You see, the society these days, a girl, once you are 20, 25, your parents are, oh, where are the men? And then you see some people are in church praying for life partner. Wherever he is, release devil, release him for me.
Enemies release, devil release.
Yes, and meanwhile, and then you see some who are doing well, they have the capacity to live well, buy houses, and buy beautiful cars. They say, if you have all of these things, no man will come. And so you have this societal hangover of the husband crowns the woman. And then the woman keeps herself waiting for that man, and then you marry a Tokumbo man, you know, and the problem starts. You know, because all your expectation of what marriage is, you know, it's completely destroyed from the beginning. And so we need to begin to change all of those ideas about, look, you can be whoever you want to be without marrying if you must. I can decide to have children. I have a friend, his father had four of them, no wife, and they all came out excellently well. You know, but there are some people also in the same vein who will have 4 children they can't take care of, and it's fight every day. I'm not saying don't get married, but if you're going into marriage, you know, there should be understanding. You should know what it is. And then some people would, lastly, so that I can yield the floor for Ikene, you know.
Thank you.
And then there are some. Imagine a woman. This one is not a first wife. The wife number 2. You know that there was a first wife before they married you. And it is the wife number 2 now that is jealous that eventually killed the man. You know,
yeah, but Liberals, let's even bring in, what about the 4 women that raped their husband to death because he was only focusing on one wife? And then the rest of the wives said, nah, you can't carry on doing this. We're going to all do you to death. And they did him to death. So again, you know, it's not even really about whether you're a second wife, whatever. There has to be some emotional maturity before you go into marriage. Also, maybe we now need to start teaching people anger management, because I don't know why people are getting to that point where they don't know that
boiling point.
I did an advocacy, I think, some time ago about, you know, values. That getting into marriage, it has to be people that have shared values, because these are 2 people with different values, different baggages coming into a union. And sometimes you get to that point where you can't, your coping mechanism is stretched to a point where anger and other things, you know, come out. So you need to understand your partner, whoever you're choosing. You need to do some offloading, understanding, you know, knowing that, you know, we're not all perfect, and you need to adapt to certain things, you know, believe it, because they say what you tell yourself is what becomes eventually becomes, you know. So in marriage, you need to, how do I say, you know that equation that they say 1 + 1 is 2 in marriage, 1 + 1 is always 1. So once you made up your mind that, look, this thing is going to work, you begin to find excuse for your spouse. Things don't, because NLP, they say nothing means anything except the meaning. So when you give empowering meanings, you know, to situations, you find that your marriage would tend to work.
Sorry, Libas, let me just throw in my cover. Thank you, sir. What I was going to say was, when I look at marriage, because she mentioned her 4 mothers, and I remember my mother, my mom's mom, she used to call my granddad Namuku, which is like my lord. There's a certain expectation. She was powerful in the home, but she knew her own space. I'm not saying we should go back to that, but I think expectations somehow were caught between the world that used to be and, you know, the social media world, what we think we should be. And so there's a lot of conflict going on in the minds of women. So a lot of times they feel abused and robbed. And then, they, like you're saying, you and your partner are not even on the same plane. Somehow your caveman husband didn't get the memo that you're seeing yourself as, you know, I don't know, Hollywood wife. So we need to sort of sync it up. And then I still feel that sometimes when you talk about financial independence, because I know someone who was advocating for that, it's almost like you're living in two people living in the home, but side by side. You're not competing with your husband. So there still needs to be that understanding that in as much as you're financially independent, you can still run a common account and various things together. And then someone else came recently, just to quickly give another illustration. She was saying, oh, Nigerian women who are successful, I'm addressing you. She's a friend of mine who's been on this program, so she'll probably hear this. You know, I'm addressing you. Don't go and marry Nigerians. You're not destined to marry a Nigerian man. Look for Igbo. You who are outwardly thinking, who are more progressive, who won't hold you down, so you won't be frustrated. And I said to her, no, because you can still find Nigerian men who, if they love you enough, they'll keep up with whatever your aspirations are. So love is, for me, the language that transcends all of this. And if you take love out of marriage, you don't have to marry. It's not by force.
Okay, for me, I think our women, Nigerian women, should just get it once and for all. When you marry, that man does not take over everything about you. So then he buys you everything. And you seem to not have a life or a mind of your own anymore. So when anything happens between both of you, you then feel like your life is over and how you're going to move on. Okay, I'm just going to kill you.
Yep, you promised and you certainly delivered, treasure. No holds barred. After the break, we'll be keeping it frank and perhaps a little feisty. No promises though.
5 panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed, it's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
But what I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
Ndibanye, ana meke nuno. None. When the options are clearly pointed out to you, making the right choice isn't exactly rocket science. So I'll be talking about living culture, dead culture. Your children do not speak Igbo. Shame on you, was the pious exclamation of a colleague once in reaction to my honest, unapologetic response to her inquiry. I wondered why I should be ashamed for a crime I didn't know I committed. What was the crime, and why must it be approached from the point of view of a crime committed anyway? Sometimes we treat culture as though it's a mark of righteousness, a stamp of an elite group of belonging, thereby shutting the door on those who do not share our rituals. Not so. Culture is meant to be inclusive and relevant to everyday life. It's not a relic to be propped up. We're all for promoting culture and even ensuring the longevity of our mother tongue. However, let's not neglect to acknowledge the truth that culture must be organic, an expression of a life being lived in the present continuous tense. It can also be an evolving shared experience arrived at by a conscious or unconscious consensus to preserve that shared experience. Therefore, for our children to speak Igbo or Hausa or Yoruba, we must naturally or even artificially create the relevance and need for the language. Trips to the village, get together with family members that speak the language. Of course, we too must speak the language at home. Some may say, why does culture matter? Why should I speak in my mother tongue? For the individual, not only does language and a shared culture expose them to a layered identity and a sense of obligation to a wider community, this in a world that is increasingly self-centered. Culture brings perspective by broadening the vocabulary by which the individual may assimilate and even interrogate life. You could compare it with the option of enjoying a rich variety buffet versus the same set menu every day of the week, 52 weeks in the year, for the rest of your life. I know what I would choose. Recently, I read about how a traditional ruler of a certain Nigerian town interrupted what was said to be the mob justice of a woman supposedly caught in adultery, as the townspeople asserted that her first son was not the legitimate offspring of her husband, now dead. They were poised to make her swear and undergo some ritualistic form of adjudication when the wise ruler blocked their moves by stating simply that what was required was a DNA test to settle the matter, pure and simple. You could say that particular culture had reached its point of transition. Nigeria is blessed with a rich buffet of cultures and languages. As a people, we must be prepared to preserve the old, but to do so with an eye on the evolving state of affairs. We must be part of a living cultural revolution, or else vainly hold on to a dead relic. It's as simple as that.
So, you know,
yes.
So, but really, like you said, culture evolves. That's why even in law, when a culture, it's that sometimes you see the culture is barbaric. There are 3 tests for a culture for it to become, you know, relevant in law. Is it repugnant to natural justice, equity, and good conscience? Is it contrary to public policy? And I can't really remember the 3rd one now. And so there are some of our cultures, like that culture that you were talking about, is not only repugnant to natural justice, it's also, you know, contrary to public policy.
The ruler was actually a lawyer.
Exactly, and so that's why he had to use those validity tests. We call it validity test, you know, for a culture. So some of these cultures were cultures that, you know, we practiced those days when, you know, there were no, you know, technology to actually test this thing. It's like even some of our adage that 1,000 holes and cutlasses cannot break down a rock. And I tell you, just put one dynamite, it will bring it down. You know?
That's my favorite thing to do.
But then for language, it's very important. Sometimes we are also not unmindful of the fact that it should play a very important role. But the world we live in today, our mother tongue, whether we like it or not, is English. We interact in English every day. We do businesses with English. And so sometimes you find your default mode, you speak English at home. And then in some cases, you know, intermarriages, we marry from outside of our tribe. And then that conscious effort to speak your language to your children is not there. And that's why you see some tribe will tell you, no, you must marry from home because they want to preserve that language. And, you know, but for some of us, it's not, we try to make conscious effort to speak it to our children, even give them the name, you know, so that they'll have that identity. But we are losing it. And the earlier we also try to remember and try to take it back, take those parts that are good and retain them and marry them with modernity, the better for us.
I think culture, right, it's identity and we must guide it jealously. I agree that there are some repugnant ones that we should, you know, do away with, but we should not lose that identity. Over time, with the advent of internet and social media, there are some things, some culture that young guys today will tell you is not cool, but it's our culture, it's our identity, it's us as a people, you know, and it's a story we must continue to tell ourselves. Paint our culture positively so that our kids would push those culture, you know, otherwise, because now, if you'd ask me, over time, you notice there's this thing about the white and the black person. It's fashionable now to be light-skinned because, you know, you tend to associate light skin to beauty.
European version.
What happened to the black
Caucasian
beauty, the African Nubian that was like sought after in those days? It's a narrative, it's a story we tell ourselves, and we need to begin to change that. We need to preserve our culture because the only thing we can bequeath to our children. And we should not allow this external influence to take that away from us.
Yeah. You see, I can see why the friend of yours castigated you, really, because, you know, it's not I'm saying she's right, but I can see where she was coming from, because unfortunately, we don't seem to place enough emphasis on retaining or teaching our kids our language. And unfortunately, every time we lose culture, our own culture, we then gain the Western culture. You know, it's not like we're losing it and then we're gaining something better. We drop that and then we now take on somebody else's culture that doesn't actually quite fit with our background or the way we are. Culture, language, definitely, for me, is vital, because language is about identity. It also gives self-esteem. You know, it makes you feel
Connects
proud.
you to other people.
Yeah, and I mean, why? If you lose your language, then what is to tell anybody that you are from here and the other person is from there? Because when you lose your language, you also lose other things that come with language. See, there's so many proverbs that my mom used to tell me about in Igbo. I can't even say them now. Why? Because I've lost that side of myself. So I really think it's important that we protect our culture to a degree. Yes.
Even the reason I even brought up my friend very quickly, because I want to hear, is that it's not so much that I don't want my children to speak Igbo. Is that the approach of making you feel as if you're a criminal for nothing? That's not the approach. You need to understand that the child is being exposed. So to preserve that culture, the approach should be, let's teach them in a world where it's natural for them to see the relevance of... It's not an artificial...
I can see why the person attacked you. No, because
they're attacking me.
Maybe not you, but you see, the problem is before it was, was the done thing to, when you come back from wherever, you start speaking, it's funny all over the place. And people even recognize that and thought, it elevates you above. So in her mind, she's looking at you being unapologetic about the fact that your children don't speak your language.
Because it'd be like slamming women for wearing weave on. If you make the Nubian look more attractive, then they will, you don't go and be attacking people about their life.
I am more of a doer than a talker. And this...
Or talk nadu.
Nadu. And this is so important to me that I did a book on my childhood.
Excellent.
And documented the culture, the Yoruba culture that I was socialized to. In that book, you find songs, you find folk tales, you find the intangible part, food. You find the intangible and the tangible parts of that culture in that book. Because, look, you speak it to the children. It doesn't end with the language.
There's more to it.
Is there a song in that book?
There are songs.
Olurombi or
quite a lot of them. I have also...
You need to bring it when next you come.
I have a lot of our children.
So what is culture to you? I want to know.
Culture to me, just as you said, is your identity. I'm a speech coach. I teach, English as a second language, to second language speakers of the English. But you see, I will still speak my language and even my dialect. I will still tell proverbs, use proverbs as I speak. Even when I'm speaking English, I love Chinua Achebe because the way he transliterated the proverbs.
That's why I said
you will still feel the Igbo.
Exactly.
That's why I said they will have to. You can't do away with one. There had to be a fusion of the two, and that's why you find out that some of those writers. They will have they find a way of intertwining the language with English.
You're right. That is the burden of globalization.
Even Nnamdi Azikiwe used to do it. Yeah. If I can't see the queen, then I better number.
And you know what I like about culture and why we must preserve ours, no matter how strong this globalization pull is on us. The Indians will still do their namaste, even if they find themselves at Chatham House. The Italians.
What about the Chinese?
Yeah, the
all
Chinese.
Of
all of them. So
Latino. The French.
Ours.
Thank you, everybody. All we can do is set out our stall. The real conversation takes off from here. So keep your comments coming in on our Facebook page, Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to www.plustvafrica.com/The Advocate. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. We look forward to making a date with you this time next week, same channel. But till then, let's keep advocating for a better society. Day one.
Puyaka.
5 panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed, it's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's
It does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
On Top Plus TV Africa News for this hour, Emeka Ihedioha don't lose again. It's a Supreme Court agree remove Imo judgment and with the declared Hope Uzodinma as winner. And court don't confirm it for Nasingbe landslide electoral victory as a Togo presido. And on top of it, World Health Organization don't yarn say coronavirus is a reality inside Africa and not be just the ordinary threat. My country people, you do well say you join us inside news for the hour inside the Plus TV Africa. And this one then Tori we want some give on until the very o'clock. My name na Destiny Momo. And President Muhammadu Buhari says stronger diplomatic ties with the Hellenic Republic plus the Republic of Cuba. It could bolster Nigeria's ongoing effort to diversify the economy, to improve global competitiveness plus to reposition the country to play more leading roles. Inside one statement for Abuja on Tuesday, Femi Adesina, the Presido spokesman, say President Buhari stated this one when he received letters for credence from the ambassador of Hellenic Republic to Obodo Naija, Loanes Plotas, for the presidential villa Abuja. The Nigerian leader say long-standing diplomatic plus business relation with the country, he go dey strengthened for mutual benefits. Plus say most global challenges, he go need collective effort to take it to lasting solution. And inside in remark, the ambassador say business ties between Obodo Naija and the Hellenic Republic, aka Greece, don't dey long, particularly the flour mill, we employ about 50,000 Nigerians for some point inside the country history. And when they received the letter for credence for the ambassador of Cuba to Obodo Naija, Clara Margarita Pulido Escandel, President Buhari, and say the cultural similarity between both two countries is supposed to serve as impetus for working together, especially for trade. And the Supreme Court during by Tuesday don't dismiss one application where they filed by Emeka Ihedioha for the People's Democratic Party (PDP) and where they yarn them to review one judgment on top Imo governorship where declared Hope Uzodinma for the All Progressive Congress as the winner for the March 9, 2019 election. The former governor and the PDP don't approach the court after the Apex Court for January 14 to take a nullifying victory. And 6 out of the 7-member panel where they led by CJ and Tanko Mohammed and he did delivered by Justice Kayode Ariwola. He dismissed the suit to sake of it no get truth. And Justice C.C. Nweze get one different opinion. Our talk person, Amadine Uyi, get the report.
The case had generated tension as no election dispute resolved by the Supreme Court of Nigeria had been set aside by the Apex Court in the past. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, had revealed that a 7-man panel of Supreme Court justices, led by Justice Tanko Mohammed, had been misled by the All Progressives Congress, APC, and so the judgment should be reversed. However, after several weeks of bickering by both political parties and postponement by the Supreme Court, the Apex Court finally made its decision known.
Today, Supreme Court has affirmed its decision that Hope Uzodinma was legitimately elected the governor of Imo State. It has refused the application to set aside its judgment as an abuse of court process. We want to appreciate the Supreme Court, and we also want to appreciate our colleagues on the other side. This is essence of having a court. Instead of resorting to violence or self-help, they have come before the court.
The Supreme Court 6-1 dismissed the application on the ground that it lacked merit, that the Supreme Court does not have the jurisdiction to review its judgment or set aside its judgment, unless on certain exceptional grounds, which none of those grounds was playing out in that case.
Counsels involved in the case say it was clear that the Supreme Court displayed the highest form of independence, as the judgment by the 7-man panel had 1 out of 7, Justice Chima Nweze, recant on his earlier decision and take the side of the PDP.
The fundamental issue is that it shows the independence of each justice of the Supreme Court in determining issues before them. One of the justices dissented. So as far as he is concerned, he found that the decision ought to have been set aside, and he set it aside. What is then the implication of his decision? The implication of the decision is that he expressed his opinion, but then the majority carried the day. In other words, the authority for whatever it is now is the decision of the 6 justices that will not be the authority for subsequent application that will come.
Some believe that with the new judgment, the case has finally been resolved, and there is no hope for further appeal.
The court has spoken twice that Uzodinma is the governor of Imo State. I want to appeal to everybody to go back and work with him. The Supreme Court will not speak a third time on this matter.
If any other person brings any application similar to this, we rely on the decision just delivered today to be an authority for us to ask the court not to the majority. So that's the issue.
Many say justice should not only be done, but to be seen to be done. Now that the Supreme Court has served its own dose of justice, it is hoped that governance can now resume in Imo State. Amadil Uyu, Plus TV Africa.
And the National Chairman for the All Progressive Congress, the APC, Adams Oshiomhole, don't remove a cap for the judgment for the Supreme Court for inside the Imo State governorship election. The Chairman said the judgment for the Apex Court, he don't confirm it to say the choice for the people of Imo State, he don't be respected. And he to reporters on Tuesday, moments after the Supreme Court dismissed the applicant for Emeka Ihedioha. And the crisis inside Edo State All Progressive Congress, the APC, don't wear another khaki and we stronger pass before and sake of a battle between both factions, they don't shift to go to the Royal Palace. And this is sake of event last week when one of the palace chief, Utete Omo Osage, leading the Osokpikan Society to the residents of the state. APC Secretary Loli Oka to lay course for the party chieftain, even serve a swift reaction. The palace for the Benin monarch don't suspend Omo Osage with immediate effect. Say the action no get the approval for the palace. One senior ranking palace chief Osaro Ida, and when he been the yarn to newsmen inside Benin City, yarn say the chief he act on his own volition.
To do anything, as you know, is property of the palace of Benin, and for anybody to do anything with that the South Africa, he must seek the permission of His Majesty. In this instance, the palace was not aware or informed of the development. Subsequently, the chief who led them to the event, known as Chief Utete Omo Osage, the Oba de Lagboyo of Benin, hereby suspended from palace activities until further notice.
And health officials inside the Lagos state don't quarantine one Chinese national shortly after him entered the country via Ethiopian airline plane. The Commissioner for Health inside the state, Akin Abayomi, disclosed this year to reporters during by Tuesday. And the Chinese citizen been there accosted for the Murtala Mohammed International Airport after they make them to go through the mandatory screening for those where they come inside Wiobodo. and they move on to the Lagos State Isolation Center where they test them for the novel coronavirus. However, the result for the test is never established. And the House of Representatives on Tuesday don't agree, say National Assembly is supposed to suspend plenary for 2 weeks so that they go fit to use management to install facilities to take a screen to detect coronavirus. This matter na the outcome to the unanimous adoption for the amendment where they moved by the minority leader Ndudi Elumelu. The lawmaker moved the amendment in Yan say no facilities to take a check people where they enter the National Assembly complex to take a detect coronavirus. And in Yan say anybody where they infected fit to waka into the premises to shake hands with the people constantly spread the virus. And in Yan the committee on top of health and other relevant committees to make sure say compliance a day. And Deputy Speaker Ahmed was still mandates all relevant committees for the House to make sure say compliance a day. The Ondo State House of Assembly on Tuesday passed one bill for one law to establish the State Security Network Agency and a Motekun Court bill. The Assembly for February 18 been deliberating on top of the bill and a committee to the House, a committee on top security matters after in scale through first plus second reading and doing public hearing for February 24. The majority leader, Jamiu Maito, been done move one motion for the bill today submitted by the chairman for the House Committee on top of security matters, Ololade Begudu, and it is seconded by Favor Temoemo and where they represent Ilaje too. But they Adelu read the bill for third reading with the majority leader and we move the motion for the passage, and while it is seconded by Leonard Akinribido, the deputy minority leader. And the Ondo State House of Assembly on Tuesday passed one bill for law to establish the State Security Network Agency and a Motekun Court bill. The Assembly for February 18 been deliberating on top of the bill and committed to the House Committee on top security matters after in scale through first plus second reading and doing public hearing for February 24. The majority leader, Jamiu Maito, been done move one motion for the bill today submitted by the chairman of the House Committee on top security matters, Ololade Begudu, and it is seconded by Favor Temoemo and where they represent Ilaje too. But they read the bill for third reading and with the majority leader where they move the motion for the passage while it is seconded by Leonard Akinribido, the deputy minority leader. And the Ogun State House of Assembly on Tuesday don't pass a bill for one law to establish Ogun State Security Network Agency and a Motekun Court. The majority leader, Yusuf Sharif, been done present the report for the Committee on Top Security plus Strategy during by plenary inside Abeokuta. Sharif Yan said the committee been recommended say the bill supposedly passed as it take approved by the Conference for Speakers of Southwest Legislature. The majority leader now moved the motion for the adoption for the report, and it is seconded by Musefiu Lamidi, who be member of the House, and the motion being still supported by the whole House. Sharif thereafter he moved the motion for the third reading, and the lawmaker Yan say Motekun go stop criminal activities like kidnapping, robbery, cultism, plus terrorism. And Lagos State House of Assembly for plenary on Tuesday been passed the bill to create a Motekun Corps as a special unit for the Lagos State Neighborhood Safety Corps. It passed the bill after intake the third reading for the amendment to the Lagos State Neighborhood Safety Corps Agency Law 2019. The amendment bill don't successfully go through all the different stages for lawmaking, include first plus second reading, and it hold a public hearing, conlay plus a representative of a committee report, adoption for report by House, third reading plus a finally passage. And Socio-Economic Right plus Accountability Project set up a don't call on Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to immediately obey Monday court judgment where they order all hospitals inside the state to stop the practice where they by force husbands to donate blood as a condee for their pregnant wife to take access antenatal care. The judgment has been delivered by Justice Raleigh Atadebi for the Lagos State House Court inside the Ikeja, and we describe the practice, say it is unconscionable, arbitrary, unfair, plus a violation for Section 38(1) of the 1999 Constitution, and we guarantee citizen right to life. And inside one statement on Tuesday from the Deputy Director, Kolawole Oludare, said up hailed the judgment to say if they obey him, it will inch Nigeria closer to the attainment for sustainable development goals. Governor Ben Ayade for Cross River State don't swear in Justice Maurice Energy as the acting chief judge for the state, and sake of the non-conformity for Justice Ekon Ikpeme as the substantive chief judge for the state from the Cross River House of Assembly on Monday. Ayade yarn on Tuesday inside the Calabar said the swearing in of Justice Energy they critical as a law and nature the above vacuum. In congratulobia the acting chief judge for her appointment and in Yanam to dispense justice without a fear plus a favor. And the Kaduna State government, don't apologize to give residents for Bakali, Kerawa, Ungwa, Musa plus Zariyawa communities where they Igabi plus Giwa local government area for the state, as sake of them no protect them from bandits and gunmen. The governor Nasiru El-Rufai, when they visit the communities after recent attacks, he and say the duty for the state to make sure say the protection of their life and property is they kajad, and he still assure them say the state he go do every to fish out the culprits and make sure say then they adequately dealt with. Our correspondent Idong Joseph reports this yarn.
Only a few weeks after gunmen attacked Bakali village in Giwa local government of Kaduna State, killing 13 family members and 8 others, there was another fresh attack on Kerewa, Ungwa Musa, and Zariyawa community in Igabi and Giwa local government of the state. Over 50 persons lost their lives. Sorrow and tears pervaded the atmosphere, as many of the residents were seen mourning for their dead and loved ones. The governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, visited the affected communities to mourn with those in pain. Arriving after a mass burial in company of security officials, Governor El-Rufai assured residents that those found culpable will not go unpunished.
In Kaduna State, we have zero tolerance for bandits. We don't give them amnesty. We don't negotiate with them. We have asked the security agencies to just wipe them out.
He, however, asked for the forgiveness of the residents for failing to protect them from the hands of criminals and improving in the security situation in the state.
The responsibility for protecting these people rests squarely on my shoulders and that of my colleagues. I also came to apologize for our failure to fully protect them. We are doing the best we can, and we are hoping that this banditry will end.
Idong Joseph, Plus TV, Africa.
And still for front, World Health Organization don't say coronavirus now reality inside of Africa, so no be just an ordinary threat. This one and other story when we come back. And in South Africa news, Togo Presido for Nasingbe don't win re-election with 71% for the